Hello, good morning to you, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park, the second visit of the season by the 750 Motor Club. It's a mild but slightly cloudy scene here at Donington Park at the moment for this ninth event of the 750 Motor Club season. And this weekend, myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box, alongside me, Marcus Pye, who we'll hear from very shortly. We're on the national circuit this weekend, 1.96 miles in length, so turning right at the Goddard chicane and left and back onto the Wheatcross straight rather than left at the Fogarty S's and down through the Melbourne Loop. So the shorter layout in use this weekend here at Donington. Weather, when I was saying that it's a bit cloudy at the moment, it's going to stay that way, I think. Temperatures reaching around about 20 degrees a little bit later on this afternoon. No sign of any rain in the forecast, and a fairly still day as well. So pretty good conditions for racing, one would think. So that's what we've got weather-wise. It's a busy day of racing today, a busy weekend in fact. We've got 21 races for you over the course of this weekend, 11 of those races coming up today, and we've got a variety of the different categories from the 750 Motor Club for you. We've got 2 races before the lunch break. That's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Then after lunch, 9 further races for you: the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. They have a triple header this weekend, so 1 race today and 2 tomorrow. And then we've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, another triple header. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. That's their final event. Then the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000s, they also have a triple header this weekend. And we conclude the day with the second and final races for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. There is also a final practice session at the end of the day, which we're not going to stream for you, but for those of you here at the circuit, around about 6 o'clock, we'll have the qualifying session for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which has a double header tomorrow as part of the BMW Car Club Summerfest event, which is taking place on the infield here. Around about 700 BMWs expected for that event, we are told. Can see that there is 1 car being recovered from that final qualifying session of the morning, which was for the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 session. I think that's Dan Gore's car, isn't it? Number 80, the Mattel Cars Run driver. He has come to a halt in the gravel trap somewhere and is being recovered from there as we speak. So a slight delay before the cars come out for the first race of the day. Let's just introduce Marcus Pye. Marcus, good to have you back with us again for another live streamed event, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club, and it looks like a fantastic weekend in prospect.
Very much so, and it's always fabulous to be here at Donington. It's one of my favourite circuits. I've been coming here since '77 when it reopened, and it's a wonderful mix of races this weekend. We've got everything you could want. You've got saloon cars, you've got single-seaters, you've got sports cars. So whatever trips you trigger, it's here with the 750 Motor Club.
Absolutely. All sprint races today, 15 or 20 minute races. Tomorrow a little bit more variety in those terms, because we have the 90-minute race for the Gazshocks 116 Trophy, which has an overflying grid, really huge number of cars out for that, so that should be good fun. And also tomorrow we've got a special race, because it's the BMW Car Club Summerfest. We've got the Ultimate BMW race, which has some particularly hot BMWs.
But no BMW M1 Pro car, I note.
No.
This one arrives overnight.
That's a shame, isn't it? That
450 horsepower, straight 6.
Would have been quite
all
something.
singing and dancing.
There you can see in the background a shot where Dan Gore's Jedi, the F1000 car, came to rest at the exit of Coppice Corner. I think it's been put back onto the grass. I think the aim is it'll be able to drive back.
Yeah, it's a very easy place to skitter off into, because the approach to Coppice is blind. The circuit rises as a kind of hidden apex. If you kind of wait until you see it, you've waited too late, and it looks like he's probably just skated off. And once you're into the gravel, there is very little chance of coming back.
Absolutely. Few spectators there enjoying the sunshine. They've found a bright spot there to soak up some rays, and hopefully everyone down there on the grass banks will enjoy the weekend's racing here at Donington Park.
Temperature is certainly picking up. There's a reasonable breeze, which is blowing straight into the faces of the drivers as they come down the start straight, and in fact down that straight that we saw from Coppice to the chicane. But it's pleasant conditions to go racing, and it's a wonderful track on which to compete.
Absolutely right. Well, hopefully Dan Gore's car should very soon be out of the way, and that will mean we'll have the cars out on circuit for the first race of the day, which will be the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. And right on cue, there they are, arriving on the grid. Perfect timing. And it's a big old grid for you as well. I think we've got 29 cars. We should have maybe one or two gaps because there was an incident in qualifying, unfortunately, for Mike King, I think it was. But let's have a look at the grid now. Pole position has gone the way of number 55, Justin Griffiths, and besides him is number 77, Andrew Harding. The second row is 53, Owen Rosser, and number 12, Spencer Stevenson. On the third row, Darren Ransom in number 30, and Nick Harrison in 111. Ransom there in the first of the 182 class cars, the others all 197s. Row 4 on the inside is number 47, Ben Swift, and then the reigning champion and 182 championship leader, number 1, Jack Dwayne. Row 5 on the inside is number 33, Nick Brady. 40, Scott Edgar, always a front runner in the 182s. Next to him, Chris Lawrence, 56, and 83, James Hayden on the 6th row. On to row 7. And it's number 7, Stephen Richardson, and number 4, Tim Bentley. 75, Greg Hill, and 15, Alex Hawkins on the 8th. The 9th is 48, Charles Shelburne, and 18, Mark Witherington. Row 10 is 115, Andrew Dyer, and the 22 car, that's Chris Keir, who was a late entry. 73, Brian Reed, and 46, Mike King on row 11, but I don't think we'll see Mike King there after he's off in qualifying. 38, Olivier Algieri, and 65, Andy Bennett. On to row 13, Gareth Tansey in number 26 and Brian Craven 88, Chris Page 31 and 49, Thomas Stevenson Joyce on row 14, and Matthew Walker, the final car on the grid, on row 15, car 32. So a good field of cars that we have for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. A mixture this season of two different shapes of car. You've got the 197 200s, which are new for this season. Generally looking about a second a lap faster across most circuits as the green flag lap gets underway, and they are towards the sharp end of the grid here today. But the 182 is still very competitive and providing some very good racing. So far this season we've had overall wins at Croft for Scott Edgar and Chris Keir. That was back in April. Then they went to Silverstone in May. Andrew Harding had a double victory there. And then at Pembrey last time out, a first trip to South Wales for these cars. Spencer Stevenson took the first race and Owen Rosser took the second race. In Class A, the wins there have been split between Scott Edgar, he's had 3, so has Jack Dwayne, and Chris Keir's had 1 victory. And in Class B, which is the 197 200s, it's Justin Griffiths, Nick Harrison, Andrew Harding, Spencer Stevenson and Owen Rosser have all won races within that class. But should be a good racing prospect here with Jack Dwayne leading the championship on 236 points coming into this weekend. Scott Edgar 225, Chris Keir 198, Tim Bentley 176, and in the 197s it's Nick Harrison and Owen Rosser on 196 points apiece at the top of those standings.
It's very open, isn't it, the whole thing? I mean, the later cars, the more powerful 197 200 series cars, they're physically bigger, aren't they?
Yes.
To offset that grunt, but it's an interesting balancing act to make sure that both classes remain fully competitive going forward.
That's right, and the 182 was the basis of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship as it was until this season, and those cars, where you can pick them, you can buy one of those cars now ready to race for about £6,000, I think, something like that. So it's a very good way of going racing. To build one of the 197s 200s, you're probably looking at a bit more money than that, but still a relatively low cost in the scheme of things for circuit racing.
K-Tech Racing has been supporting this since the beginning, hasn't it? So
yeah.
A Renault specialist based down between sort of Dorchester and Clay Pigeon Kart circuit. So I've passed it numerous times. It's in my neck of the woods, but I don't have a Renault, so I haven't been in to seek their expertise. But had I had one, I would have done.
So the cars forming up on the grid. On screen you can see them on pole position. It's the white and blue 55 car of Justin Griffiths. Besides him, the all-white car, well, mostly white car, the black roof of 77 Andrew Harding. Second row, it's the red 53 car of Owen Rosser. The black car of Spencer Stevenson on the outside of the second row of the grid. And as I say, it was Spencer Stevenson that took the first of the wins at Pembrey. Owen Rosser the other two. Watch out there for Darren Ransom. He's in the first of the 182 cars. That's the white car with the checkered flag roof on the inside of the third row of the grid. So 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Green flag waved at the back of the grid. 5-second board is shown by the marshal on the gantry, and we are about to go racing at Donington Park. Red lights go on, and they go out. Away they go. Pretty even start by the two cars on the front. In fact, a slightly better start from Andrew Harding in the number 77. He's got into a clear lead, actually. That's Jack Dwayne, who's made a brilliant start in the first of the 182s that show. Number 1, the black and turquoise car. He's got up to third place from 8th on the grid. That's a great start for him. There's one in the gravel already at Redgate corner, but it gets its way back out again. So the car's heading down through the Craner curves for the first time, and it was a decent lead for Andrew Harding. But look, Jack Dwayne's up to second.
From row 4 of the grid, he's going to lose that position on the apex of the old hairpin. He may end up coming out of it 4th, but quite spectacular. The car that came off at Redgate, back on. I see Greg Hill in the middle of that, son of the great Super Saloon ace, Mick Hill, the late Mick Hill from Derby, in that bright green car. But look at this.
There were 3 wide into McLean's there briefly. They've let the race leader Andrew Harding escape though. The double winner from the Silverstone National Circuit about 2.5 months ago now. He has got a big lead already from Owen Rosser in second. Jack Dwayne. So, and there's contact there. That's number 40, Scott Edgar, involved, and there's 3 of them off. 2 182s and a 197 all involved there. Off on the grass on the inside of Coppice Corner. It looks like they've all escaped from that though. Yellow flags are waving in the background though, suggesting someone may have come to a halt. So down to the chicane for the first time. That's the 111 car of Nick Harrison, who's in about 5th or 6th position, I think it was, as they came through. But it's Andrew Harding at the end of the first lap that has the lead by just under 2 seconds. From number 53, Owen Ross in second place. Jack Dwayne is there in third place, number 1, and it's Nick Brady, number 33, that's come through in 4th position at the end of the lap. He started in 9th place. So a hectic first lap, Marcus.
Amazing, isn't it? Then you've got the guys who started 8th and 9th, now running 3rd and 4th, having steered clear of trouble. That's what it's all about in these single make races. Everything is so tight, so dramatic in there. Everything happens in very, very short order. And if you can make up a few places in that first couple of laps, chances are you'll keep them.
Absolutely right. So we're watching number 53, Owen Rosser there, the double winner from Pembrey last time out. He's in second place, chasing after the race leader, Andrew Harding. The lap record for these cars are 122.15. That's for the 182s. It's the first time I've had the 197s racing here. You can see on the infield there a bumper that may well be Scott Edgar's bumper after the incident at Coppice on the first lap. Yellow flag still waving there.
Yep, down they come into the chicane. It's hard braking. Interesting to see whether Owen Rosser in the red car can make some ground. He's very neat through there, not using any curb on the exit, which is the way to go. Still with that novice cross on the boot, so he's a newcomer to racing, and great to see a newcomer running so well up the field. Ian. Yeah,
he's had pace from the right from the off in his first foray into circuit racing, but didn't immediately get the results to go with that at Croft. That car there, which is the 111 car of Nick Harrison, which has just done the best lap of the race, that's got some bodywork flapping in the breeze. I think he may have got involved a little bit with some of that contact on the opening lap.
The rear sort of bumper valance thing is just hanging off on the sides, and it probably won't go anywhere. Yes, you can see that's acting as an air brake coming down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. Then car number 111, Nick Harrison running in 6th place overall.
There's Dwayne just going through. He's being chased by Nick Brady in number 33, so he's in the second of the Class A cars. That's the 182s. It's 182, 3, 4, 5 at the minute, I think, because Chris Lawrence has just lost out to Nick Harrison, hasn't he? Harrison up to 5th position at the start of this lap. 11 minutes of the race left to go.
Rosser with fastest lap on a 1:22.76. Which would have put him about 4th on the grid. In fact, he finished up above that. So good pace from the off.
That's right. So there is Harrison coming down towards the chicane once again, and he's got Lawrence now behind him, I think, in the 56 car. Ben Swift, I think, is the next car through. So they complete 3 laps that race. Rosser, yes, confirmation that he has got the best lap, 122.76. Don't think we've seen any improvements that time through. They go 3 wide. Further down the order, that's all 3 182s as well. Involved in that is the number 65 car, which is Andy Bennett.
And right behind them is Greg Hill battling game with that novice. He's into radio controlled cars in a big way in Derby. But remember his father building the V8 Capris, the amazing VW Beetle Chevrolet, the Phoenix Skoda, and also ran the Jaguar for a while, the Taylor's 24 Jaguar. But there is Greg Hill in that bright green car in the mix. He's running 17th overall.
Yeah, this is 13th down to sort of 17th or so that we can see on screen there at James Hayden. It was in the number 83 car at the front of that particular group. Let's watch the 115 car go through. That's Andrew Dyer, the driver from Pontypridd. Still Andrew Harding leading then by still only about 2 seconds, 1.95 seconds the margin at the end of lap 3 from 53. Owen Rosser in second place there, just crossing the line now to complete their 4th lap in fact. And then it's number 1 Jack Dwayne in 3rd. He's being chased by Nick Brady, number 33, and that time through Brady took about a quarter of a second out of Jack Dwayne in the battle for the Class B, or the Class A I should say, lead for the 182s. We're continuing to watch number 115, which is Andrew Dyer. He's in 16th place in the middle of that scrap, which actually involves about half of the field at the moment, Marcus.
Quite amazing, yeah. And this is where if you make a little mistake and you run a bit wide, you could lose 3 or 4 places very, very easily. Greg Hill up the inside there in the bright green car. And he started racing, a couple of seasons ago, came out just occasionally. He's never done a full season by any stretch of the imagination.
He's out there with battling with Andrew Dyer in that 115 car. As I say, he's a camper converter who's in his mid-30s, and he only started racing last year, originally in the City Car Cup, but he's switched to the Clios now, in this RTW Motorsport prepared car that he's recently purchased. And who's that just ahead of them on the road? That's Gareth Tansey, I think, isn't it, in the number 26 car
and
as well.
And there's 2 more homing in on them as well, so that's a really lively battle.
Gareth Tansey, who's 45, there's 1 off, back on again. Thought he was heading off into the gravel trap there, but just the exit of Coppice.
Did the right thing, kept his right foot hard on the gas, which pulled him through it and out of it, which was great. Fastest lap then, Owen Rosser has improved to a 1:22.65. 1:22.65, still not down to quali times. Harding from Rosser, from Dwayne, from Brady. That's the top 4.
Yeah, as we're watching the race leader there, and the gap has come down, hasn't it? 1.04 with Rosser doing that best lap of the race on the previous lap. He was 7/10 faster than Andrew Harding that time through. So you've got the 2 leaders, not quite nose to tail yet, but certainly Andrew Harding's going to have a fight on his hands for the second half of this race. Just under half of it left to go, 7.25 minutes. At the moment, they are climbing up towards Coppice for the 6th time. It's probably going to be, I would think, an 11-lap race that we get out of this. Have we had the lap record gone yet? No, we've not. That's still with James Park, that 1:22.15 from September 2019. So no breaking of the lap record yet. I wonder if that will happen at some point today. They're about half a second outside it at the moment.
Yeah, this is the exciting bit if you're doing the chasing, and the frustrating bit if you're doing the leading, because you can see the whole thing is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And as they go through, Owen Rosser only half a second behind then, and that's a new fastest lap to him in the red car, number 53, Owen Rosser, 1:22.59.
Yeah, very good effort indeed for the man from Dunmow in Essex to take the fight to the race leader. Still Jack Dwayne leading among the 182s, by the way, in car number 1, and Nick Brady second within that class. You can see some drivers recovery after some early incidents. Spencer Stevenson up to 6th place now in car number 12, as we're picking up the battles further down the order, and there are battles all the way down the field there. That's the number 31 car, Chris Page, going through in 23rd position, with Brian Craver taking a slightly bizarre line behind him.
Most odd that as they come down to the Craner curve, which is a very dramatic part of the circuit, it plunges much more than the picture kind of shows on our screens. It's wonderful to go there and to get your car set up, whatever it is, for the old hairpin and take the maximum speed you can through the apex is really rewarding.
Absolutely right. So we'll try and have another look at the battle for the lead in a moment, because there's only half a second between the front two. That's the 32 car of Matthew Orcutt. He's in 25th position, so he's made up one place really from his starting place. He's got ahead of Thomas Stevenson Joyce, and we lost Scott Edgar after that first lap incident. He must have picked up too much damage to continue after that contact at this part of the circuit at Coppice on the opening lap.
He's second in the championship coming into this race, so that's a big hit for him.
Yeah, certainly is. A big setback for Scott Edgar, who has been a winner this season, in fact in the first round of the championship at Croft back in April. Scott Stevenson's got a 5-second penalty now, it's showing on our screens, and that will be for exceeding track limits. We've heard some of the drivers' briefings this morning, and that's certainly been a matter that's been brought to ample attention of the drivers across various categories. I know there's quite a few track limits indiscretions in practice this morning, which meant that some drivers lost their best lap times.
Here's that 5-car train again. This is the back part of it, and again that distinctive car, Greg Hill, this time under pressure, and I think there's a little bit of damage on the front of the car that follows. There's dust storm they go through. We didn't quite see what happened there. Something clearly has occurred.
Could just be someone's gone wide and kicked up the dust, because it's so dry still here. Not quite as parched as Snetterton was looking last weekend. For those of you who watched the Alpha live stream from 750 Motor Club meeting at Snetterton last weekend, that was just grim. And off, well, into a desert of his own is, when the dust clears, that is 65, is it not? Andy Bennett, I think, that's gone off. Yeah, it is Andy Bennett that's gone off into the gravel trap, and he's only managing to dig himself deeper in there, Marcus.
That's not going to happen, is it? But here's the rest of that little battle, and the 22 card, isn't it?
The second place one, sorry to interrupt, Marcus, has gone missing. Owen Rosser, the man who was in second place, is tumbling down the order. And now I don't know if that's just a transponder issue, or if Owen Rosser has actually disappeared. There's the battle for second, as it now is on screen, Jack Dwayne and number 33 Nick Brady, but we'll see if we can possibly pick up around the circuit any sign of the red car of Owen Rosser. We did see that dust storm, didn't we? Half a lap or so ago, about a lap ago now. Wonder if that's connected. But we'll see if we can find the number 53 car.
So there's
Owen
Dwayne
Rosser
then,
around on the circuit.
and Dwayne is in one of the 182s, isn't he? So
yeah.
He's running second overall now. 33 Nick Brady in that Graham Pink car. He is in third place. Nick Harrison up to fourth. Spencer Stevenson fifth, carrying that penalty.
Green flags there at Coppice. That's for the car that we saw go off, isn't it? Of
that was Bennett, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Jack Dwayne coming through in second place, and at the rate we're going to get even 2 of the 182s on the podium out of 3, which would be quite something. They've just gone across the line to complete their 9th lap with just over 2 minutes to go. Is that Rosser just going through
that
there?
Looked like it, didn't it?
It was, yeah, in 12th place.
12th place.
So his previous lap was a long lap. He lost 20 seconds, so I can only imagine he had been off the road, and it may well have been that dust storm we saw down at the bottom end of the circuit by the old hairpin. It might have been Owen Rosser that was the cause of that.
When it comes to their second races, the grid is formed
from fastest laps.
Fastest laps,
which checking that now.
Put him well up the, put him on pole, wouldn't it, so far? Because he's still quickest.
Yes, it is the fastest lap from race 1 that sets the grid for race 2, as we're saying.
This is Richardson and Hayden, isn't it? They're done in 12th and 13th places. Greg Hill's dropped back to about 17th. He's been shaken down the order.
Yeah, there's Stephen Richardson, so Steve as he prefers to be known. He's from Milton Keynes. 40.
He's gone up the inside, he's made it through.
Oh no, well 83's gone through there ahead of Richardson, so that's James Hayden that's made the place stick ahead for the window cleaner from Milton Keynes, who was wiped out there really by by that move. You can see the snatch vehicle going in to recover the Andy Bennett car. I think that was up at Coppice into the last minute of the race. Yeah, there's the Andy Bennett car being towed away under live snatch. There'll be double waved yellows there to warn the drivers that that's going on, and they'll find a gap in the wall to pull that car into.
Owen Ross is up to 11th, but he has some ground to make up. He's going to stay there, isn't he? He's too far behind, I think, to get back into the top 10. Charles Shelbourne would be his next target in car number 48.
About 3 seconds up the road, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So misfortune for Rosser then, who was challenging for the lead. You can only imagine, we didn't see it, that he managed to overcook his attempts to get through.
And he's second in that class in the championship to Nick Harrison coming in here.
So the minutes have counted down to 0. So Andrew Harding is still number 77 in the lead of the race. He is going to be somewhere getting towards the checkered flag now, I would think. Unless he's just got on to start his final lap, we'll try and pick him up. No, I think that is him heading down to the chicane now for the final
ticked away.
There's Harrison in 4th place and Spencer Stevenson in 5th, but he's got that 5-second penalty. Here, though, is our race winner, Andrew Harding. Comes through to take his 3rd victory of the season in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. He wins the 192 division as well, the 182 division, and 2nd place overall goes to number 1, Jack Dwayne, who's had a tough race there, been challenged all the way through by number 33, Nick Brady. 4th place goes the way of number 111, Nick Harrison, who takes 2nd within his class. 5th on the road is Scott Stevenson, but he's going to drop back several places, isn't he, to about 9th, I think, when his 5-second penalty is applied. So that will elevate number 4, Tim Bentley, up to 5th position. Chris Lawrence, number 56, will be 6th. Then Ben Swift, number 47. Alex Hawkins, number 15, will be 8th. Then I think it will be Spencer Stevenson, number 12, in 9th place. And Charles Shelbourne will round out the top 10 with Owen Ross, the man that was challenging for the victory and got the best lap of the race with a 1:22.59, which will give him pole position for race 2. He comes home in 11th position ahead of James Hayden, Stephen Richardson, Darren Ransom, Chris Keir, Gareth Tansey, Andrew Dyer, Olivier Algieri, Mark Witherington and Greg Hill will be the last of the finishers inside the top 20. So that's all of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport action for the moment. They have another race later on. That's at around about 3 this afternoon. Let's have a look at the result though from that one. Andrew Harding it was that took the win. 2 seconds his eventual margin in car 77 over number 1 Jack Dwayne. Number 33 Nick Brady took 3rd place. Dwayne and Brady 1st and 2nd in the 182 class. Nick Harrison 111 took 4th. Spencer Stevenson's time will need to be corrected, which will drop him down a few places, but he was 5th on the road in number 12 ahead of number 4 Tim Bentley, who was 6th on the road. 7th 56 Chris Lawrence, 8th 47 Ben Swift, 9th number 15 Alex Hawkins, and Charles Shelbourne number 48 rounded out the top 10. Then it was Owen Rosser, having dropped back about 2/3 of the way through that race in 53. Then 83 James Hayden, 7 Stephen Richardson, 30 Darren Ransom, 22 Chris Keir, Tansey, Dyer, Algieri, Witherington and Hill completing the top 20. A few others did make it to the end. Brian Reed, Chris Page, Brian Craven, Matthew Orcutt and Thomas Stevenson Joyce completed 25 finishes. Andy Bennett ended in the gravel and Scott Edgar had 1st lap damage. So that's all from the Clios for now. More from them later on. We've got one more race to come before the lunch break here at Donington Park. That is for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. That's going to be another 15-minute race. More from the hot hatches, but let's head down to the pit lane and hear for the first time today from Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, we're down here after our first race at Donington. Well done to Andrew Harding. Andy, I'll give you your winner's garland. A great start there, Andy, and you managed to make a good gap to start with.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Good start, got around. I saw Justin on the inside of the first corner, so I was a little bit cautious, and then just got the run. Unfortunately, I think he got, there was something happened, I'm not sure what, or he broke down or whatever, so gutted for him. But yeah, great race, and just brought it home pretty steady at the end there.
We saw Owen catch him, but we didn't see what happened to him. Did you see what happened in your mirrors?
I presume it was some mechanical. I'm not sure what. He was coming up onto the back straight, so just before there, yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Obviously at Pembrey, things didn't go so well, so there was a bit of damage you can see on the side of the car. Did you have to do much to get the car back going well like you got this weekend?
Quite a bit, yeah, quite a bit of work. Trying to get it all straight again. Panels, that's my little golf ball now. I'm not really worried about the panels too much, but it was running true, so yeah.
And back to now where we are at Silverstone, we got your 2 wins there, back on top again here.
Hopefully we can do the same again.
Well done, Andy.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Andrew Harding, our first win of the day. The 182 winner was Jack Dwayne. We'll let Jack take his helmet off and then we'll grab a word with him. And a bit like Andy, Jack, you had a great start there, which really went well.
I did, yeah. Start was really good. We've sort of got better at doing those because I'm one of those people that gets too excited and sits there just on the rev limiter spinning up. So I've sort of honed that in a bit, which is working really well. And obviously give you a better chance to get through the traffic. But it was like 3 or 4 abreast, I think, through the top. And I think there's a bit of a coming together. I didn't feel anything, but I know Nick got tapped and then we just got away. But I was spending more time doing silly hand gestures to Nick all the race. So that was really good fun. Really enjoyed it. And great points for championship, yeah.
You're good mates with Nick from what you're saying there.
He's ace, yeah. Yeah, really good guy. So we've had a bit of a laugh last night about what could happen, and that basically just happened. So yeah, it was really fun. Car's great. MTech gave me a really good car. So yeah, good points. Not sure what lap time I've got for the second race, obviously for the start, but we'll deal with that shortly. Still excited about that one.
Well done, Jack, and good luck later. Then in third place over here was Nick Brady. So we'll grab a word. Well done, Nick. Third overall, second in the class, and right on the back of Jack all the way.
Yeah, insane. To hang on to Jack, in pretty much my first season, was just unreal. Unreal. Absolutely over the moon. Absolutely over the moon with that. Brilliant.
And Donington Park a track you like then?
It is now. Yeah. I mean, I did do a race here last year. Right. We did go really well. We had an engine failure in race 3, and at that point I was laying 6, which was my best position at that stage of that season. That was I think my second race. But yeah, I mean, to come back and to have that, we were a bit lucky. There was a bit of carnage behind us. Someone hit me in the back really, really hard, coming up, I think, through whatever the back coppice. And then there was a bit of carnage behind, but I'll take it. You've got to get it where you can.
Yeah, exactly. And like Jack, you managed to work your way through the order on that first lap, and then it was just a nice battle between the two of you.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And and obviously chasing Jack, I know I could push as hard as I could, and if I didn't push as hard as I could, he would get away. Yeah. And I was quite surprised to be able to hang on to him. And then, and I saw his tyres started to go, and I could see him sliding around and moving around, and I got to a point where I was actually quite close to him around the back again, and then there was double yellows, so I had to back off, but second, man, I'm pleased with that. I'll take that all day long.
Did you find you were learning things following Jack around the circuit so closely?
Yeah, for sure. Some of his experience, current champion and whatever, it's nice. He doesn't make any mistakes, and and it's trying to, as strange as it may sound, following Jack so closely and kind of being on our own, just the two of us, I found that I could relax more. So you weren't sort of forcing the gears or overdriving, and it just and I think that's what he does. So yeah, definitely lesson learned.
Well, best luck later putting all them lessons into practice. Well done. Congratulations to our top 3 from our first race of the day at Donington Park. We have more racing coming up though, and that's from the Tigua Type R Trophy.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, the Tigua Type R Trophy coming up next. A little bit of sweeping up to be done there, though, first by the marshals and the circuit staff with the Donington Park tractor to get some of the gravel that's been brought onto the circuit back off it again. And you can see the sort of bales there on the apex of the chicane, and that's certainly something that probably means that we may not get too many lap records this weekend, because the drivers can't cut the corner possibly at the chicane as much as they have done in the past. So we'll see how things play out during the course of this weekend, see whether we do get too many lap records. There you can see the cars for the next race coming out onto the circuit there. That is the Tigua Type R Trophy. So let's tell you about the grid for this one. And pole position for this is going to be number 25, Danny Hobson, on his return to the 750 Motor Club Tigua Type R Trophy. And beside him is number 130, Chris Nyland, who is the joint championship leader coming into this weekend. Row 2 is the other part of that joint championship lead. That's number 92, Jake Hewlett, and besides him is 28, Joe Jessup, who's been a winner on more than one occasion this season so far. Third row is 104, Daniel Chapman, and 67, Connor Murphy. On to row 4, that's where you find treble 7, Mark Dickin, ex-motorbike racer, and 83, William Puttergill. Fifth row, a good qualifying performance that from number 9, Gavin Johnson, the former Porsche 924 champion, and 95, Samuel Dennis. Joseph McMullen in number 11 on the inside of row 6 beside 27, Daniel Bailey. On to the 7th row, that's 13, Travis Patterson, and 84, Chris Smith, a bit further back than we perhaps sometimes see him. Ursula Jordan, number 94 on the inside of row 8 beside 116, Matthew Morgan. Then it's 66, Ross Borman, he's a former Clio racer, switching now to the Type R Trophy. Next to him is number 7, Jack Thomas, that's row 9 of the grid. On row 10, it's number 96, Tim Necklin, and number 97, Matt Digby. On the 11th row, 18, Matthew Duffel, and 64 is Adam Parsonage. The 12th row of the grid, James Mansell in 69 and Jamie Flynn in 46. And then just 2 more rows to go, 30, Craig Atkinson, and 257, Matthew Gilby on the 13th. And on the 14th, it's 39, Warwick Ellis, and 23, Alan Gill. So 28 cars we should have for the first of 2 races today for the Jaguar Type R Trophy. Again, it is a 15-minute race, and a great sight these cars make as they sit there on the grid ahead of their green flag lap for this 15-minute race. So this, the relatively new championship. First year as a championship was last year, and very affordable one-make formula. It's for the EP3 generation Honda Civic Type R. There's a controlled list of parts that you have to have on the car. That cost you about £4,000. The donor car, well, you can get those from about £1,500 depending on what you're buying. And this is really a sort of a stock hatch category because it is very tightly controlled indeed. They run MRF tyres, which are relatively inexpensive, standard gearbox. As far as the brakes are concerned, you can just upgrade the brake pads. They use the Yellow Speed Racing suspension, and relatively limited engine modifications as well, with a sealed ECU. So it's all about trying to keep a lid on the costs. Championship wise, we have had 7 rounds so far, so exactly halfway through the season at the moment, and it is Jake Hewlett and Chris Nyland that are level pegging on 217 points coming into this weekend. Joe Jessup on 191, Matt Digby, long-time 750 Motor Club racer on 189, Mark Dick in 168, and Daniel Chapman on 164.
Interesting thing for Matt Digby is he's down in 21st on the grid, Ian, which is a disappointing performance for him. No doubt he'll be very frustrated, but we should see his experience coming to bear if it all works through.
Did he get some times disallowed for? I'm just looking
to see. Yes, 97 lost 3. Lost 3 times. So that's using a bit more of the track than perhaps is there.
No, the reason I ask is because I did see Matt Digby in race admin earlier on, and was saying, so can someone tell me where exactly it was that I was exceeding track limits? I don't know if he ever found an answer to that question.
Gavin Johnson lost 2 laps in his car. 27, Daniel Bailey, and 84 lost 1 each. That's Chris Smith.
Yeah, and we said he's a little bit further back than we might have expected to see him. But Gavin Johnson, who lost 2 laps there, you say, I think 9th is probably one of his best qualifying positions, perversely.
I remember seeing John Digby, Matt's father, racing a Ginetta G4 a long time ago in special GT events here at Donington.
So this should be a very interesting race. Danny Hobson's pole time is a 1:20.92. This probably is where we're going to see a lap record, actually, because the lap record for these cars dates back to 2018, and Andrew Gorgler's 1:22.83. So probably we still will see a lap record for these cars. Chris Nyland did a 1:21.05, so he's only 1300ths slower than Hobson. And Jake Hewlett 1:21.15, so only another 10th slower than him. So we should be in for a good race.
The top 10 are inside Andrew Gorgler's lap record.
Yeah, so I should think we're almost guaranteed that the record
first flying lap, I'd have thought that'll go.
Yeah, I would think so. So Danny Hobson on pole position. That's the very nicely liveried DH Racing. That's his company. Black and grey and orange liveried car. The car next to him, a Motion Motorsport preferred car, is black and red and gold. That is Chris Nyland. Number 92 on the inside of the 3rd row of the grid. That's Jake Hewlett. That's the black and white and red car, and white, red and blue for Joe Jessup. Next to him, victories this year, 1 to Nyland, 3 to Hewlett, 3 to Jessup. Last time out, we were at Pembrey for a triple header, and Jessup took 1 and Hewlett took 2 wins there on what was certainly on Saturday quite a lot of damage, I think, in the Type R trophy races, but most of it was sorted, and we have a good field of cars here at Donington Park today for round 8 of the Skiwa Type R trophy. The green flag is waved at the back, so another 15-minute race in prospect. It's Hobson and Nyland on the front row of the grid. As we wait for the lights to come on, which they do now, the red lights go out, and away we go. And it's a good start by Hobson from pole position, a good start as well from the second row of the grid by number 28, Joe Jessup. He may well go around the outside of Hobson into the lead of the race. Now, I don't think he's quite going to do it, but he'll slot into second place. It's the number 92 Hewlett in third. Chris Nyland it is that made quite a poor start in fourth, but he seems to have sorted that out now, and he's sort of level pegging with Hewlett on the outside line through Hollywood and dropping down through the Craners for the first time. Is Nyland going to hold on to that third place? He gets a bit of a twitch on there as he goes over the curve, so I think he's going to have to give best to number 92 Jake Hewlett then as they head through the old hairpin for the first time. Great sight these cars make as they now climb up the hill towards Rogers, and that's Hewlett off. That's Hewlett off on the left-hand side of the circuit. So the driver that started the race in third position, was running in third place, has lost several places with a mistake there at the old hairpin. And Conor Murphy's now off through the gravel now at McLean's as well. He gets back out the other side, but he too loses several places. He's going to be virtually at the back of the field by the time that he gets back up to speed, and he was running up inside the top 6. So again, a very hectic first few corners of the race, Marcus.
Very much so. Conor Murphy there's really got a lot of work to do now, hasn't he? But the top 3 coming down into the chicane for the first time. It's Hobson who goes through first. Then that's in 28 is Jessup from the second row, who's going very, very well. Fantastic start. Somebody spun. There's a couple of cars up there involved on the exit of the chicane. We can't see what's happened, but that's causing drama.
It's Hewlett.
It's Hewlett again.
So the joint championship leader has had 2 offs in the space of less than a lap here, and this is a big setback to his championship campaign with his rival Chris Nyland in third place. Just try and see where he is over the line, Jake Hewlett. He's 27th and last at the end of the first lap. Conor Murphy is into the pit lane, having had that off up at McLean's on the opening lap as well. And now Mark Dickin is all kinds of sideways at the old hairpin, and he loses ground. That's Chris Smith going through, and trying to follow him as well is the 104 car of Daniel Chapman. So that's for 4th, 5th and 6th position, effectively better than the rest, because the first 3 at the end of lap 1 were already 4 seconds clear. Yeah,
quite extraordinary, and Hobson really is pulling away with Jessup on his bumper, but they've taken a great lead early on. Nyland third. He may just be happy to sit there and just play this one out and see how the race goes, but he's a long way clear of 4th place, which was Dickin, but now has all changed, and it's the 84 car, isn't it? It's come through. That's Chris Smith who's coming through ahead of 104, which is Daniel Chapman. And so that's the battle for the in the chase crew. Hobson has fastest lap, 1:22.19. The record is 22.83. It's gone. So Hobson's taken that record already. On the first flying lap, exactly as you said, Marcus. Yep. And they're going to try and go 3 wide through Hollywood here for 4th position. And it's Chapman in the 104 car, the blue car, that forces his way through on the inside. So he's taken the place away from Chris Smith, who, by the way, must have had a great first lap to get up to 5th position. I think he was starting 13th or 14th, in fact. So he had a good first lap. But now losing a position again to Daniel Chapman, and there's now 6 seconds between the first group and the second group of cars. Jake Hewlett got back to 25th, so he made up 2 places on the last lap, but he's got a lot of work to do to try and limit the damage to his championship hopes. Mark Dickin now looking up the inside of Chris Smith into Coppice Corner, couldn't quite make that work, the Hyundai Coupe champion. So 4th, 5th and 6th together. Then there's a gap back to 7th, which is now, I think, Matt Digby. Yep, he was 8th at the end of the previous lap, up from 21st on the grid. So that's a good effort from him. And there's the 104 Chapman ahead of 84 Smith. So Chapman is going to go up a place as a result of this. And all the way back to Coppice, you can see cars battling in this. Hobson into the 21s. So that's another new record. He's erased his own lap record, 1:21.97.
Yeah, so that's an average of nearly 87 miles an hour around this 1.96 mile Donington Park National Circuit. There is Matt Digby then, number 97, up to 7th place at the end of the third lap. He's lapping in the 124s at the moment, so a couple of seconds or so off Danny Hobson, but he hasn't had the advantage of a clear track. He's had to battle his way up the order so far. Also in well voted, number 83, William Pottergill. He's there in 9th place, just behind the 95 car of Samuel Dennis, and it's Joseph McMullen at the moment rounding out the top 10. Mark Dick in there, you could just see he's fallen off the back of that battle for 4th and 5th now. He might be in danger from Matt Digby before too much longer.
Somebody cut the apex there at Coppice, and probably ran wide as a result of it, because you just cannot defeat the laws of physics. You go in tight, you're going to come out wide at those speeds.
9.5 minutes left. Digby there into braking for the Gillard chicane. Hobson's done another fastest lap now.
Well, got a bit sideways at number 11. That was Gavin Johnson, the Porsche racer.
No, Joseph McMullen, number 11.
Oh, was it 11?
Yeah, Joseph McMullen in the number 11 car in 10th place. Gavin Johnson's a place further back, I think, in P11, actually, in number 9. Watching these cars streaming through a bit further down the order. It's a very affordable way to go racing in a hot hatch, but in a sort of fairly stock format. These control parts that they have to race, it keeps the racing pretty affordable. Very competitive season this year. Last year Adam Shepherd it was that took the championship in a pretty dominant format, it has to be said, but this year had several different winners and lots of different podium finishes as well.
Shepherd's on the up, isn't he, at the moment? He's having, wherever he goes he's really competitive, as was his father, as was his grandfather, all in cars with the same.
Yeah, racing in TCR these days, but as ever I think with Adam it's budget that's, as for so many racing drivers, it's budget that's the perennial issue, isn't it?
Yeah, Castle Coombe this weekend, I think.
That's right, yeah.
Look at that lap record, a third successive lap record to Danny Hobson. Pushed it into the 21s now, 1:21.72.
Went about 0.8 of a second faster in practice though, so we'll see if he can continue to bring that move down. This is Jake Hewlett. Now he's finding his way back through the field, number 92, so he's just found another place there. Is that James Mansell that he's got ahead? Possibly, I think it could well be. So that will put him up into 17th position, so all of these useful points, but he's now got a bit of a gap before the next car that he will catch, which is about 5.5 seconds up the road, and that's Daniel Bailey. So it's going to take him 2 or 3 laps to catch that, and we've probably only got another 6 laps to go, I would think.
Yeah, I notice also that Ursula Jordan's going well in the 94 car, 13th place, just behind Gavin Johnson, ahead of Tim Necklin and Ross Borman at the moment.
Yeah, as we're watching the number 10 car, no, the number 18 car come through. That is the Matthew Duffel car. He's in 24th position. Did a personal best lap on his previous lap, so getting quicker all the time as the race goes on. Up ahead, that's 1:16. Matthew Morgan, he's chasing after number 7, Jack Thomas. Now normally we see Jack Thomas a little bit further up the order than we have done here. So although he didn't do the first 2 meetings of the season, but he was reasonably competitive at Pembrey last time out.
New lap record, new fastest lap then to Joe Jessup, the chaser. He's 3/4 of a second behind Danny Hobson, the race leader. Joe Jessup in the 28 car, 1:21.56.
Yeah, gap down to 0.8 of a second. There's Chris Nyland in the number 130 car. Joint championship leader coming into this weekend, as we've been saying. He's been racing since 2011. His first race was at Anglesey in the Ford XR Challenge. He's also raced at the BMW M3 Cup, Club Enduro. He's done the Citroen C1 Challenge as well. And he gets backing from CN Science, Degiwa and Motion Motorsport, who prepare his car. Watching the 3 come down now, and it is Hobson that is leading. Jessup in second, and they have dropped Nyland really. He's in third place. There's a back marker, I think, between second and third at the moment as Hobson comes across the line. The gap was 0.78 seconds on the previous lap. We'll get an update on that in a moment. It's 0.68 now, I think. Yep, 0.68 seconds. So it's come down another tenth. No improvement on the lap record though that time from either of these two leaders, but Jessup certainly has Hobson in his sights.
That's right, Jessup ran over the curbs there on the exit of Redgate Lodge Corner, down through the Craners now, using plenty of curb on the left-hand element of it, and then you get the car balanced. Little wisp of tyre smoke from the leader there as you just the unloaded wheel just locked with the tyre, puffed. Through they come, up into that terrific corner at McLean's. It's much quicker than it looks, and of course you build speed through that for the run up to Coppice Corner, which they're approaching now. Up that brow, you can see where it's blind. You dive in and trust that you've got enough grip to get through on the right line. Here they come, lights ablaze on the lead car, that of Danny Hobson. There's no one ahead to warn right now, but all the while omnipresent in his mirrors, Joe Jessup.
Yeah, and effectively teammates because it's a DH Motorsport car as well. DH Racing, I should say, for number 28 as well. That's Joe Jessup. Jessup third in the championship despite 3 wins. He had, I think it was some kind of electrical issue at Alton Park, which caused him to non-finish there. So that set him back slightly.
Hobson's got the record back.
He has indeed, but took a hundredth off of Jessup's time, 121.55. But Jessup still, I think, it could be a championship contender here. He's got those 3 wins in the belt, and he's taking some more points away from Chris Nyland and Jake Hewlett in this race as things stand. Hewlett, by the way, is still 17th. He is now pretty much with Daniel Bailey, though, and he's probably got 3 more laps left to go in this race. So that's the 777 car. That's Mark Dickin.
He's recovered to 5th place.
He has. Chris Smith behind him now, who's looking a bit out of shape there as he went through the old hairpin in the number 84 car. So that was the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th, but that's become rather elongated now.
And Digby in the green and black, just a little bit too far behind them to impose, I suspect, in the remaining minutes of this race.
You're probably right there, Marcus, because he is, what was he, about 1.5 seconds behind at the start of the lap. Not really making much impression on the cars ahead of him, but who knows, so we could have a change in the closing stages. That's 95 going through. That's Samuel Dennis. I think that was him doing some lappery actually, rather than anything else. Hobson's taken another 400ths off the lap record now, 121.51. Still 7/10ths outside what he was doing in practice this morning. So they across the line. I suspect they've now probably got 2 laps of the race left to go, because 2 minutes 10 on the clock as we speak.
Looked like Digby actually had made a bit of ground up through the chicane as they went down towards Redgate, but here's this group that's Digby did his own personal best lap that time through. 94 in the middle of that is Ursula Johnson in the blue car, and outside Ursula there's lots of bouncing over the curbs, and that is 9 Gavin Johnson, isn't it, who she's overtaken.
Yeah, so Johnson's gone steadily backwards during the course of this race. Oh, and Jordan now makes a bit of a mistake, bumping and boring over the grass there at the old hairpin, but I don't think too much time was lost in the number 94 car. And it's good to have Ursula out there. There's the number 11 car of Joseph McMullen, currently running in 10th position. Ursula, by the way, is 28 years of age, from Leamington Spa, communications and marketing manager. Started racing 2 years ago in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, but did start in karts doing junior TKM initially. Danny Hobson's taken 3/10 off his lap record now, all of a sudden, 121.20, possibly because the pressure from Joe Jessup has been somewhat alleviated now. He's gone on to his, I think, probably final lap of the race. He's down there at the old hairpin with 50 seconds left on the clock. The right rear goes light as he goes into braking for the old hairpin. Joe Jessup is still chasing after him in 2nd place. And Chris Nyland in third. He has dropped back quite considerably now. He's about 7.5 seconds behind the leader, but 8 seconds clear of the fourth place car of Daniel Chapman. So it's not actually been hugely close at the front here, but there have been some very intense battles down the order.
And Ursula Jordan now into the top 10 because she's got past Joseph McMullen. So 94 now 10th, Adam McMullen 11th. Here's our leader with 10 seconds left on the clock, coming down to the chicane. This looks like it's going to be the last time through. And here he goes then, Danny Hobson with the lap record under his belt. Coming through, flashes the lights in acknowledgement of the checkered flag, weaves across towards the flag man. Not quite sure why they do that. But he's come through ahead of Jessup by 2.23. 1-2 then for the DH racing cars.
Yeah, absolutely right. Chris Nyland comes home in third place. He did his personal best lap on the final lap, a 1:21.78, but it was all a little bit too late. Fourth goes the way of number 104 Daniel Chapman, but only just from treble 7 Mark Dickin. And Matt Digby did get within striking distance of Chris Smith in the end, but too little too late. Now somewhere in this gaggle coming through is Jake Hewlett. I think you can just about see his black car in the middle there. He's not going to make any more places upon the run to the line. He was 14th at the start of the lap, and he's going to be finishing in 14th position as well, so he didn't make up any more places on the last lap. Two drivers I noticed have got 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. James Mansell, who was 17th on the road, and William Pottergill, who was up there towards the front in the early stages, somehow managed to end up back down in 24th and get a 5-second penalty.
Pottergill ran 9th in the early part of the race, having qualified 8th.
So something obviously went awry for him. A moment out of the view of our cameras. So cars heading on their slowing down lap. Let's see if we can have a look at the results then from the first of 2 races today for the Tequila Type R Trophy. There we go. Number 25, Danny Hobson it was that took the victory by 2.23 seconds from 28 Joe Jessup. In third position it was 1:30 Chris Nyland, so he will be taking a lead in the championship now, with Jake Hewlett finishing further back. Fourth to number 104 Daniel Chapman, fifth to the treble 7 car of Mark Dickin. In sixth place was 84 Chris Smith. Matt Digby was 7th in 97. 8th, 13 Travis Patterson. 9th, number 95 Samuel Dennis, in a good drive from Ursula Jordan to get up into the top 10 in the number 94 car. She did so at the expense of Joseph McMullen, number 11, who took 11th. Gavin Johnson was 12th in number 9. Moss Borman 13th. Jake Hewlett from 27th to 14th in the number 92 car, an important comeback as he tried to limit the damage to his joint championship lead. 15th went the way of number 96 Tim Necklin, then Daniel Bailey, James Mansell with a 5-second penalty, Matthew Morgan, Adam Parsonage and Jamie Flynn rounding out the top 20. And outside the top 20 it was Matthew Duffel, Craig Atkinson, Matthew Gilby, William Puttergill, Alan Gill and Warwick Ellis, with 2 non-finishers, Jack Thomas and Connor Murphy. Hopefully they'll be back out for the second race of the day, which is scheduled for around about 4:25 this afternoon. Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Josh Barrett's there.
Yeah, thanks Ian. We're down here in the pit lane after the first of 2 to give our Type R Trophy race. It's Danny Hobson who was the race winner. He just jumped out of his car. Well done Danny, I'll give you a winner's garland. That was a nice way to return to Honda Civic racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, considering the car we started building it a few weeks ago, and we thought we'd see. I've mainly done it to try and help my drivers, do a bit of driver coaching from on the track, but yeah, what's that? Pole and race win. Very happy.
You had Joe quite close to you, but you were setting lots of new lap records, which was fantastic.
Yeah, I could see he was on me, and that's what I want, me and him close race. I want to bring all my lads on, so I'm only out for this weekend. Been out for a couple of years now, so.
Tell us what it's like running the team and driving this weekend.
Very hard. Since quali as well, we've had a lot of drivers come up to us, can you help set this up, can you help do this, but we are trying to help this championship quite a bit, and the car is for sale.
Okay, that's quite a good way to advertise it, well done. So congratulations to Danny Hobson, our race winner. Joe Jessup second. Joe, the best of the championship contenders, so that's good.
Yeah, no, good finish. Tried to stay with Danny at the beginning, kind of a few laps I could stick with him, and then it started to go off, so he got me a little bit, but really pleased with the finish.
And a good start there that got you into second place.
Another good start. I seem to keep getting these good starts, and gets me a couple of spots at the beginning, and then you can just kind of get your head down and finish the race. So no, really pleased with the result.
Obviously later on to be a bit of a different race with the reverse grid.
Yeah, always a bit more tricky. Need another good start, make some spaces at the beginning again, and then just see where we get to and get as many points as we can.
Obviously, Chris was behind you, but Jake was a long way back after a couple of offs, so that's going to mix the championship up a bit more.
It will. It's really tight at the top. I think there's people like Matt Digby as well, kind of coming up as well. So it's going to be a real close finish to the season, I think.
Well done on second place, and in third position over here was Chris Nyland. Chris, another podium, so you're racking up all these points, which is good for you.
Oh, it's good, yeah. Obviously, that was mega having a podium. Obviously, I started second, so I suppose I'm slightly disappointed. I really want to win, but these two who were ahead of me were just, the pace was too much for me, unfortunately. So, but just sort of points, sat back and just looked after the car, really, that one.
And like we're saying to Joe, the next race is going to be a bit more difficult, isn't it, with the reverse grid?
I like the reverse grids, actually, because it just mixes it up a little bit. But I suppose I'm ahead of them now, so I can never work it out. But I don't even know which side of grid I'm on. But do you know what? It's good. I'm sure there'll be some close racing out there, so everybody's got some spectacle to watch out there.
There was lots of sideways action, perhaps a bit further down. Was the track a little bit slippery, or was people just pushing it too hard?
Well, no, I'm not too sure. The pace was slower in that session than it was in qualifying, or if it was for us. It did feel like I don't know if there's been oil drops or somewhere. When we had a bit of turning, it was a bit lively, should we say? But no, it was still grippy. I think if it cools down a little bit this afternoon, maybe it'll be a bit quicker.
Yeah. You enjoying doing this, going for a championship title?
Yeah, of course I am. That's a good position to be in. A shame about Jake. I don't know what happened to Jake. I know he went off to my left, but hopefully he can get it. I don't know where he's starting on the reverse grid, but hopefully we can have a bit of a do. And obviously Joe's in the championship as well, so it's all to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a couple of offs. I think got to something like 11th or 12th, so we're just behind you, I guess, on the grid.
Yeah, he probably is actually. Yeah, exactly. He'll be thereabouts, which is a shame because I was saying to him before, we really want a really good race and a good tussle together, really. So we'll just have to wait for race 2.
Best of luck with that. So congratulations to our top 3. As I think Ian was saying, we head into lunch here now at Donington Park, but it won't be too much longer before we have a full afternoon of races. So stay with us either here at Donington Park at the circuit or on Alpha Live.
A very warm welcome back to Donington Park. We've had the lunch break here at this 750 Motor Club race meeting, which is being brought to you live via the 750 Motor Club website and via YouTube as well. So 750mc.co.uk/live is where you'll find the live stream. You can also find the digital race programme for this weekend by going to 750mc.co.uk/calendar, scrolling down to the event page for this meeting, and you'll find there a link to the race programme. You'll also find an access to the live timing as well, which will enhance your enjoyment of the action, whether you're watching at home on the live stream or indeed are here at the circuit at Donington Park. It's the second visit to Donington Park by the 750 Motor Club this season. We were here over Easter for a one-day meeting on the Grand Prix circuit. Today we are on the shorter national layout, and we've got a very busy afternoon of racing in prospect. We've already had two races for you this morning. We had the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. That was won by Andrew Harding. And then the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and the first race of the day for those cars was won by Danny Hobson, having a one-off outing in the championship this weekend in a car that he's got up for sale as well. And we'll see both the Clios and the Type R Trophy cars out again for their second and final races of the weekend later on today. Also today we have the Armed Forces Race Challenge. That's going to be coming up very shortly after the lunch break. We've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hat Championship, the RLM Racing Sports 1000s, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And the MX5s, the F1000 and the Sports 1000s all have triple headers. The second and third parts of those are scheduled for tomorrow. And tomorrow we've also got BMW racing here as part of the BMW Car Club Summerfest event, which is going to take place on the infield. Various stands and displays and activities going on the infield tomorrow, with around about 700 BMWs expected to be displayed there. But we'll also have BMW racing on the circuit, with two races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the 90-minute race for the packed field of Gas Shock's 116 trophy competitors, and also a special Ultimate BMW race. That's at the end of the programme tomorrow, which is a 45-minute race for absolutely any kind of BMW whatsoever. So we'll look forward to that tomorrow. But today, as I say, 9 more races to come, plus one qualifying session at the end of the day. We're not going to show that for you on the live stream, just the 9 races. But for those of you at the circuit, the final track action today will be the qualifying session for tomorrow's BMW Car Club Racing Championship event. So it's great to be back at Donington Park, which is the home circuit for the 750 Motor Club, with the offices based just outside the paddock here. And it's been the home of 750 Motor Club for the best part of a decade now, I suppose. There you can see the very busy paddock, always rather congested when the 750 Motor Club visits, such as the size of the entry list. I think around about 300 entries we've had for this weekend's racing, which is the envy, I know, of many other clubs. Good to see a number of spectators here as well, making use of the extensive grass banks to relax and enjoy the racing action. So very shortly we'll be expecting to see our cars out for the first event of the afternoon, and that is the first of 2 races for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So yes, the Armed Forces Race Challenge coming up next, and it's the first of 2 races that we have for these cars this afternoon. I think the cars will be shortly released out onto the circuit ahead of a pair of 20-minute races. Let's see if we can walk you through the grid for this one, because it's a big old field of cars that we have as well. I think 38 cars qualified. Let's have a look. Pole position is 108, and that is Simon Wing. He's out there in his Peugeot 205 GTI, and besides him is number 13 Adam Dewis in the Vauxhall Astra. Second row is 133, that's David Sheed, and he's in the BMW, and it's 22 Mark Inman. Next up in the Caterham. On the third row of the grid, it's number 12 David Russell in the BMW, and number 196 Alexander Smith in the Honda. Fourth row, it's 178 Pete Seeler's Toyota and 84 Jonathan Candler's Peugeot. Row 5 should be number 53 Ben Gundry, but it doesn't look like he's there, and 144 is Ryan Margulis in the BMW. Row 6 is 32 Chris Slater's Peugeot, and 23, that's Blair Thompson's Honda. On row 7 of the grid, it is going to be number 107 Alex Wilkinson Hughes and 37 Michael Wells. Row 8 is 96 Ben McLaughlin and 230 Paul Waterhouse. Row 9 is 8 Phil England and 33 Simon Frowen. The 10th row, 113 Alex Rivette and 127 Neil Luke. On the 11th row, it's 41 Douglas Inglis and 129 Liam Waterhouse. Then 115 Matthew Hoskins and 72 Sean Graham. 57 Simon Vernon and 235 Ruben Stanislaus on the 13th row. 14th row is 17 Sebastian Unwin and 26 Gareth Moss. The 15th row, 28 and 49, that's Melissa Bexley and Brian Watson. Row 16, 125 Nick Hills and 123 James King. The 17th row, 29 Daniel Blackett and 385 Ben Dickerson. And the 18th and final row, 47 John Cobley and 2 Keith Atwood. So we should have, all being well, 38 cars. We know that one is missing in the form of Ben Gundry. There may be others down the order as well, but still a very good field of cars that we have for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It is run in a number of different classes, and those classes are split based on a power to weight ratio basis. So Class A is for cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the split is at 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, 180. And Class D is up to 135 brake horsepower per tonne. But the actual championship points in the Armed Forces Race Challenge are not awarded based on finishing positions on track. They are based on the performance index calculation, which effectively rewards the most consistent drivers. The green flag lap now gets underway here. As far as the performance index is concerned, it's Douglas Inglis, number 41, leading the championship in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. He has 86 points. Paul Waterhouse, who's always one of the most consistent drivers, is second on 74 points. In third place on 72 points is Jonathan Candler. In fourth on 70 is Mark Inman. In fifth on 59 is Keith Atwood. And in sixth on 56 points is Mark White. There's also another couple of competitions as well. One is for the different forces and also the veterans, and the veterans currently lead the that inter-service competition with a grand total of 3,358.65034 points to the first 5 decimal places. From the Royal Navy and the Marines, 3,346 and change, the Army 3,305, and the RAF 3,107. And there's a novice championship as well, and that is being headed at the moment by Ben McLaughlin and Lewis Marr. Marcus Pye is alongside myself, Ian Sober here in the commentary box. Marcus, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, and that sounds like a NASCAR scoring system.
It
is quite spectacular. Yes, I noticed a couple of things this morning. The John Cobley car that came back to the pits, the Seat Ibiza Cupra. Well, it was smoking very badly, and I think it actually had a problem at the bottom of the circuit. And also, Jonathan Candler's car, the Peugeot, was towed back at the end of the session. But I'm glad to see he's back out into the race, because that's always a quick car, always well driven.
Yeah, and I say very consistent as well, usually, because he's third in the standings, and I think he was the champion as well in the past.
And we had a car qualify out of session, didn't we, as well? I think was that Keith Atwood, was it?
Yes, he was. He didn't get a time in qualifying, so I think he did indeed qualify out of session. So there you can see the David Sheed car, which was an addition to our programme actually, the 133 in the BMW, mighty BMW.
Frankenstein, as it's called.
That's right, yeah. And alongside him on the grid, very different car, but probably pretty much as quick. Yeah, there's only 700ths between them. That's Mark Inman in his Caterham Sigmax. In terms of on the road wins, and as I say, these don't count for championship points this season, Mark Inman has had 2 of them. Simon Wing, who's on pole position here in that Peugeot 205, has had 1. Wayne Lewis has had a couple in his BMW, and Adam Dewis is on the he was on the outside of the front row, but he's now, as you can see on the right hand shot, just going down the pit lane. So Adam Dewis is not going to start from the front row of the grid. He did have a race victory a little bit earlier on in the season. That was the first round, in fact, at Silverstone, but he's going to start this race, if he starts it at all, from the pit lane, I'm afraid, which is a great shame.
Mark Inman's very consistent with his Caterham Sigmax, isn't he? I remember seeing him at Croft.
That's right.
Earlier in the year. And he now has a very clear view of Redgate Corner, as you can see that white Caterham with the cycle wings on it, a real lightweight in this field. But some really powerful cars there. That Frankenstein BMW is quite something. It just looks fast standing still.
It does.
And what engine's in that one? It's a big one?
It is, I can't remember. It was a late entry, so it's not in our programme. I've got a feeling it might be a 2.8, maybe bigger than that actually, but anyway. Red lights go on, 20 minutes of racing get underway, and yellow flags waving because someone's not got away particularly well. I think that was the Ryan Margolis BMW in the middle of the field, but David Sheed, with all of that power, however much power it's got, has gone into the lead of the race from the start. He's got ahead of Simon Wing in the Peugeot 205 and Mark Inman in the Caterham. The Peugeot there has not got away. That is the number 49 car, which is Brian Watson's car, listed as a Mini in the programme, but that's certainly a Peugeot 206. So he's out of the race already, I'm afraid, as we watch the cars stream through Old Hairpin for the first time. 1 or 2 leaning on one another as they go through. Quite a few MX-5s in this grid as well. Always a very good option for some for low-cost budget motor racing. In this Armed Forces Race Challenge. There's Mike Wells, number 37, long-time racer in the MR2 Championship, where he'd often take some wins, but these days we only see him out on odd occasions in the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Now we're going to see whether Mark Inman has the straight line speed or whether the aerodynamics are going to count against them. No, they do. And it's the Frankenstein BMW David Sheed which leads into the chicane for the first time. And chased by Simon Wing in the Peugeot. Then it's Mark Inman. There's a Subaru in there, flat 4 Subaru, which is an unusual car. That's the car of Phil England from Salisbury. Here they come, Renault, and down the inside towards Redgate. There's a move on the lead. I don't know whether Simon Wing was quite close enough. We'll see. No, he wasn't. And Sheed accelerates down the Craner curves, that steep drop, and the circuit writhes about. Important to get the car well balanced for the turn into the Old Hairpin, because the more speed you can take through the apex there, the more you can carry up through the long left-hander at Schwantz Curve towards McLean's. Chris Slater was in the middle of all that, I saw, with his Peugeot. David Russell going well with his, and there's the Honda in there as well, which is Alexander Smith being chased by David Russell. He's going to pop out of the slipstream coming up the hill. No, tucks back in on the approach to Coppice, and Subaru's chasing them in.
Absolutely right. Phil England, as you say, in that Subaru, which, as you say, is a relatively unusual car to have and to see out on the racetrack. The cars turning their way through Coppice and back down the exhibition straight over the crest of the spin for the number 385 car, and that is Ben Dickerson, who started back on row 17 of the grid. Another additional driver, late entry into the program. There's one off, and that is the 13 car. That is the car that was due to start on the front row, Adam Dewis, and that doesn't look like it's just a spin. It looks like there's something seriously amiss under the
it's not
bonnet.
going anywhere, is it? Oh, what a shame.
So he did obviously get out of the pit lane. He didn't feature in the top 34 as they came across the line at the end of the first lap. I noticed that Ben Gundry's got out into the race as well. We thought he might be missing. So 16.5 minutes of the race left to go. There's that 385 car which has got back out into the race after its spin. And
first flying lap 1:19. for the leader, David Sheed, 1:19.94. 94. How does that compare with the lap record? Well, he's in an A car, so he's chasing 1:17.27. 19.92 was the pole time, so very close to that.
Paul Waterhouse there in the number 230 Peugeot under pressure and losing a position to number 96. That's Ben McLaughlin in the Renault Clio 172. So looks like McLaughlin's made up a couple of positions on this lap already. You've got the number 19 car in there as well. That's Chris Camp in the 2003 Volvo S60 Challenge car that was built by the Volvo Motorsport division in Gothenburg. It was previously owned by Don Norkie, who raced it in Britcar. He's owned the car since January this year. There's that Volvo, very unusual car to have out on the grid for Chris Camp, who's been racing for the last 9 seasons, and he was the 2013 Army champion within the Armed Forces Race Challenge. New fastest lap of, still the same fastest lap actually too, David Sheed, 1:19.94, but the last lap he did was a 1:25, and the times on that lap were all very much slower, so there must be yellow flags or something.
Covering that situation with Dewis, I would
exactly,
think.
Yeah. The slippery surface flag as well, so there's obviously some oil down as well, which might also have something to do with it, probably also related to Dewis. So 3/4 of the race left to go, but now with a slightly trickier set of conditions possibly for the drivers to face. There's that Chris Camp Volvo again in 14th position. It is the S60, a car that's now 19 years old. And just behind him he's got the Ben McLaughlin Clio, so he's got ahead of him already on this lap.
That's the to the left of our screens. That's the Peugeot that was pushed off the grid, isn't it? But here they come then for the 4th time through. Still David Sheed holding sway from Simon Wing, but there's nothing between those two. So all the time at the moment we've got no new fastest laps, understandably. Got that over 3 MX-5s having a good old battle there.
Yeah, Ruben Stanislaus in the 235 car is one of those.
They are available in other colours, as you can see from the red and gold one that's ahead. Looks like a sort of a Lotus Elan Sprint. Of course, the early cars were, well, there's the Blackett BMW having a spin. These things seem to be sort of fairly tail-happy conditions as they stand.
They do. Wait until we've got about 40 of them out tomorrow. We've got half a dozen of them out today, and they are circulating towards the back of the field. They are Class D entries, as are the MX-5s as a general rule, although if they've been modified, of course, they may move up a class. So we're watching this battle go through. It's the 235 car, the 26 car is also involved in that. That's Gareth Moss. He's been a long time competitor in this category, so I think this is for 23rd, 24th and 25th position that we're watching, with the gold and red car a bit further up the road. Alex Rivett and Matthew Hoskins also involved in this in 115, who's on screen now at the old hairpin.
They're having a whale of a time, aren't they? And these cars, something there at the side of the track I noticed, but I don't know what it was.
Was that where Dewis had stopped a few laps ago?
It's possible.
Right, just looking at the class situation, Class A being led by David Sheed at the moment, Class B by Mark Inman in his Caterham Sigmax, that number 22 car. These are the 2 leads though. Class C, by the way, number 12 David Russell in 6th place overall, and Class D by 113 Alex Rivett in the first of those Mazdas. But this is the battle for the lead, which is shortly to get into the back, Marcus.
Yeah, the battle's intensifying for the lead as Simon Wing. Yes, it's just off to the right hand side, not far into the gravel by the looks of things. They've just been lapped in one of the compacts. But this is a really meaty machine. Oh, he's dropped it! He's gone round a half spin then at McLean's for David Sheed, and we're just remarking what a machine this is, but it's now a machine that's having to do a lot of chasing.
Yeah, no, it's not. The machine got the better of the man there on that occasion, I think, as they went through McLean. So David Sheed has rejoined just in front of Phil England's Subaru, hasn't he? Which in turn goes off onto the grass at Coppice Corner. That's
Subaru can cope with that sort of stuff, can't it?
Absolutely, very suitable for rallying, I would think. But he's now lost a position to David Russell as well in the blue BMW number 12. That's the Class C leader. So it'd be interesting to see what David Sheed can do from here. He's down in 5th position now. He's got the 2 Class B cars of Mark Inman and Alexander Smith in the Honda to try and get past, to get back on terms with Simon Wing.
That's David Russell in the blue BMW. You're seeing in the middle of the screen with Phil England and the Subaru behind him. You've got the Toyota. There is 178, isn't it? That's Pete Seeley coming to, and Jonathan Candler in the podium. Lovely multi-mark mix in this field.
It is really good, isn't it? And really nicely turned out cars as well. Candler gets the better of Seeley through the Craner curve, so it goes up into 7th position now, and 2nd within Class C, ahead of that Toyota MR2. Seeley did start racing, I think, in the MR2 Championship, a more standard car than this modified version that he sports these days. Candler there getting the better of one of the 116 cars, which is a back marker, but he's taken quite a bit of time here out of Phil England as well, who had that off just about a lap ago from now. Does he get around Coppice safely this time? Looks like he probably does. So with 10.5 minutes to go, it's number 108 Simon Wing that's leading by 6.6 seconds from number 22 Mark Inman in 2nd place. 196 Alexander Smith in the Honda is 3rd. 133 David Sheed in the BMW is 4th. 12 David Russell, another BMW, is 5th. And Phil England, number 8 in the Subaru, is 6th.
Quite a lot of personal bests going in the midfield pack as the drivers get used to the conditions out there. Royal Navy car there of Blackett goes through.
David Sheed's got back up to 3rd position now, so he's got ahead of Alexander Smith's Honda, and he's about just about 2 seconds behind Mark Inman, who we're watching now in the number 22 Caterham Sigmax. He passes one of those 116s as well, so there we go, we do see David Sheed's red Frankenstein.
That was Melissa Beckley, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Past the white BMW.
There it was, just going through shot. So now we've got Sheed chasing back after Inman. So Sheed's best lap of 1:19.94.
So far, I think he might improve on that before this race is out.
He might do. Inman's best of 1:21.34, which was on the previous lap. So we'll see Sheed over the next lap or two.
Oh, we got a little bit tire squealy there, didn't he? Through onto the straight, and the BMW is looming large. This is where the Caterham is not particularly aerodynamic, and the more powerful BMW goes through.
Someone's
someone kicked up the dust there. Inman kicked the dust. There's a spin there for Sebastian Unwin in the BMW.
Number 20,
17.
Number 17 in 29th position, and yes, that's another spin for one of the 116s. Meanwhile, Russell gets past that back marker. David Russell, who is still our Class C leader.
And England out on the outside in the yellow Subaru, was just aware of those around him.
No change yet in the battle for 2nd place as David Sheed looks to reclaim that position from Mark Inman that he lost about 3 laps ago now with that half spin up at McLean's. He's going to have a go through Schwantz curve up towards the right hander at McLean's. Inman sticking to the racing line there. There's a back marker to their left as well.
Not going to overcome a nimble Caterham on the outside into McLean's, I wouldn't have thought, but you'd wait until now. Coppice, get on the gas ASAP and as hard as you can. There's a couple of cars up ahead, and here comes the BMW. It's going to grunt past. The Caterham will brake considerably later and duck through the gap with the MX-5 that's just been lapped.
Yeah, that's right.
It's got a nice little Mini versus Honda tussle there. That's Keith Atwood, who started at the back, having qualified out of session in his Mini. And he's hanging on. He's kept the place just about on the outside, but it's a close run thing.
Yeah, Atwood up to 14th, and he's doing battle there with Blair Thompson's Honda Civic Type R. So it's been a good drive from Keith Atwood in that R53 Cooper S. And just to say, behind Blair Thompson, the Civic Type R. See Civic Type R's in several races today. They've got their own Tequila Type R trophy. We'll see them out in Hop Hatch as well. And good to see Blair Thompson's version out in this race. I think the only Civic Type R in this race. There's the Integra Type R of Alexander Smith as well, who's running in 4th position in the 196 car. But 2/3 of the way through this race now. It's still Simon Wing leading by just under 8 seconds from David Sheed now back up to 2nd place. So it's 108 from 133 and 22 Mark Inman third. David Russell it is leading Class C in 12th overall, and Class D is actually being led by Michael Wells, number 37 in the Toyota MR2 Roadster, who's on screen now.
That's well cute.
So he has behind him Paul Waterhouse, one of the Class C cars in the Peugeot 306, and also the Fiesta XR2i of Simon Frowen as well.
Paul Waterhouse in the black Peugeot, who is currently second on the index performance points, behind Doug Inglis with his hard-topped Mazda.
Yeah, Doug Inglis is out here today. He's 20th overall.
She'd a new fastest lap, which is a 1983.
Yeah, so he's got a 10th or so faster, hasn't he, than his previous best. There's Waterhouse with the orange heart on the back of his car. Several drivers still sport these orange hearts, which were put on cars around about this time last year, to thank all of our marshals and also to remember Rob Foote, the marshal who tragically lost his life at Brands Hatch July 2021.
It's all getting busy. There's got Waterhouse there in the black Peugeot, number 230. Simon Frowen behind him. The RAF Roundel on his Fiesta. They've got Michael Wells ahead of them, and 2 BMWs to negotiate as well.
Oh, and that's Ryan Margolis in the BMW that's off. It's shown as a 116i, but that's
clearly not.
Clearly not. No. The Z Series cars.
So Z3, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
looks
so.
like it.
So 4.5 minutes or so to go. Chris Camper noticed has made his way into the top 10 in the Volvo, which is a good effort. He started where? Very difficult to spot on such a big grid, but yeah, good drive this from Chris Camp.
Well, it's interesting. He must have qualified out of session, I think, because
He must have done,
I
yeah.
didn't see that car in qualifying. I did tick them all off as they came
Yeah,
through.
it's the kind of car
And
you
he did.
remember as well,
Yeah,
isn't it? The Volvo.
Exactly. And he said he was an army champion way back,
In 2013,
which didn't, of
yeah.
course, surprise me because he's an army camp.
113 going through. That is Alex Rivette, who's lost a position in Class D. He's down to 4th in Class D now. Matthew Hoskins in the 115 car has got past him, and it looks like they're busy because they've got David Russell in the number 12 BMW who's lapping them, scooting his way past, and also Phil England in that Subaru as well, the Impreza number 8, the yellow car, sort of trying to wriggle his way through as best he can as well. Of course, with so much traffic, it's more difficult to maintain a sort of consistent performance.
Last time round, England in the Subaru did a 1:21.8, so he was about 0.4 of a second quicker than David Russell in the blue BMW, who leads him into the chicane on this, the 13th, that 12th lap for them.
12th for them, yeah. 13th already for the race leaders, so a bit further up the road. 3 minutes left to go.
And here comes the Scooby, and 3 MX-5s. They've caught the red and gold one, haven't they? The white team.
Well, Hoskins in the white car had got ahead, and I think he's staying ahead of Alex Rivette in the red car. Here's this battle that we're talking about. There's 2 different classes. Russell in Class C and England in Class B. Of course, he's trying to recover ground, having been off the road at Coppice on, it was about lap 2 or 3 of the race, something like that. 2.5 minutes to go. This is probably the closest or highest position close battle going on at the moment.
Camp's made 10th, by the way, in the Volvo, number 19.
And that may be where he plateaus. He could get past Chris Slater in the last couple of laps, but I'm not sure he's going to make any more places, because then it's 15-second gap up to Jonathan Candler in 8th place.
Yes, Camp that time round to 23.7, Slater at 26.
Subaru was trying to make a move, or looked like making a move on the outside of David Russell into Goddard chicane that time.
I think what's going to happen with that lead battle in terms of it's still over 5 seconds, back out to 5.8 because Simon Wing has been lapping a little quicker. We see a lot of spinning 116s, don't we?
We do. I mean, I'm sure.
Probably the third example.
The fourth, I think. It was this was the second time for this particular car. I'm sure it's not just our director that's picking out the spinning 116s, and there's lots of other cars spinning as well. I suspect that is a genuine reflection of what's going on. A minute or so to go. A bit more of a gap between these two now. The battle for 5th and 6th between Russell in the blue BMW number 12 and the yellow Subaru number 8 of Phil England. There's Alexander Smith. He's in the 196 Honda Integra. He's just turned his way through McLaren's. He's 10 seconds behind Mark Inman, and he is about 5 seconds clear of David Russell, so should be fairly secure in that position. I think there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one.
You're right that Chris Camp did manage to get past Chris Slater, so that has put Chris Camp in the Volvo up into 9th place.
Bonnet flapping on the number 17 car, which is one of the 116's Sebastian Unwin's car, which is just one of the bonnet pins.
That was a spinner earlier on in the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, bonnet pin's not secure, possibly. So Simon Wing in the Peugeot 205 still leading. We've not seen an awful lot of him in this race. He is 4 seconds or so clear of David Sheed, who is going to run out of time here. It was about 1.5 seconds faster on the previous lap. As we watch.
Oh, down the inside, this is bold.
Oh, it's just about worked. He had to back out of it, didn't he? That was Matthew Hoskins in the 115, the white MX-5. There was also the Peugeot.
It was 127 ahead of him, wasn't it? Neil Luke, I think, in the red one.
Yeah, that's right. As they come through, we've counted down to 0, so it's going to be, up to the line now to take the checkered flag, is it? No, it's not quite there yet, but very shortly I think we'll see Simon Wing coming through to take the checkered flag.
That'll be his second win of the season, won't it?
It will indeed. He's just gone through now. Yet checkered flag has gone out. Simon Wing has taken the victory then. David Sheed has taken 2nd place, 4.59 seconds behind. And Mark Inman just coming through now in the background of shot. You can see there in 3rd position in the white Caterham. And he was another sort of 10 seconds behind Sheed, 15 seconds behind the race winner Simon Wing. And then 4th should be Alexander Smith.
Quite a long wait for him.
Yep, but he has just emerged now. There he is, waving to the marshals on the slow down.
And the Subaru, I think, got the BMW on the line.
Oh, not quite. Dave, 400ths, David Russell in the BMW.
I think we demand a photo finish on that. That was very, very tight. Yeah, certainly it accelerated past, but not quite in time.
No, because the checkered flag here, the finish line, is quite a long way before the start line here at Donington Park. It's not that far out of the final corner. Good to see the drivers waving to the marshal to show their appreciation to all of the volunteers on their slowing down lap, and that's typical of the very friendly nature of the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Fantastic to see that acknowledgement of the marshals, and I'm sure the marshals in turn will be very appreciative of that and waving back at the drivers. Good drive there from Keith Atwood up to 12th place. He was from the back of the grid. We think also coming through from towards the back was Chris Camp. He took 9th in the Volvo S60, so he did get the better of Chris Slater in the number 32 car in the end, so that's a good drive from Chris Camp. But as I say, points determined on performance index. We won't be able to find out how that's gone today because there'll be some number crunching to do in spreadsheets to work out who the most consistent drivers have been. But on the road, it was number 108, Simon Wing, that took the victory in the Peugeot 205. He was 4.59 seconds clear of number 133, David Sheed, in the BMW. David Sheed having had that spin mid-race. 3rd place to number 22, Mark Inman, winning Class B in the Caterham Sigmax. 4th number 196, Alexander Smith in the Honda. In 5th place, it was number 12, David Russell, winning Class C in the BMW E36 3 Series, ahead of number 8 Phil England in 6th place in the Subaru. 7th was 178 Pete Seeley's Toyota. 8th number 84 Jonathan Candler's Peugeot. 9th was number 19 Chris Camp in the Volvo, and 10th number 32 Chris Slater. A bit further back, let's just pick out the The key finishes here, we can see Ben McLaughlin in 15th got a 5-second penalty, that's for exceeding track limits. Mike Wells in 17th place overall, he was our winner in Class D from Douglas English, number 41 in 20th overall, he was second. A bit further back, because there's a lot of cars in this race, Neil Luke's car we mentioned, the car that's shown as 501 there I think was actually the 235 car of Ruben Stanislaus. Simon Vernon in 28th place, number 57, another driver to pick up a 5-second penalty. And one final screen of cars. Some didn't make it to the end, notably Sean Graham in his Sultan low cost and the Vauxhall Astra of Adam Dewis. So that brings the Armed Forces Race Challenge to an end. Let's hear now from Josh Barrett in the pit lane.
So we're down here in the pit lane after the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with the 4 class winners from that race. Firstly, Simon Wing, who was our race winner. Simon, well done. I'll give you a winner's garland to start with. And to start with, it was a good battle with the BMW out there. I think they had a spin in front of you.
Yeah, he got me off the line and just squeezed me into the corner, so I had nowhere to go. But yeah, we were having a good battle round. I was a little bit better on the brakes than him, but he was very quick in the straight line. Yeah. But then he spun in front of me, and from then on it was just a test day, really, wasn't it? So yeah.
Tell us a bit about the developments to your Peugeot.
To the Peugeot? Yeah. Oh, I've had it 14 years now, yeah. So it's running 232 horsepower. It weighs about 850 kilos, so it's only just in Class A, yeah. I like to say that.
It weighs great to see the flames coming out the back of it. It's a very spectacular car.
Everybody likes the noise and everybody likes the flames. But yeah.
And you obviously missed the last couple of meetings. You won at Silverstone, you've won here, so it's a nice result you're getting.
It's nice to be in front of Mark because he got me at Croft, right. So it's nice to finish in front of Mark. So yeah.
Well done. Let's see if we can grab a word with Mark, who won Class B. Well done, Mark. Obviously, the Class A cars a bit too much power for you, but a good class result.
Yeah, I mean, I should be able to catch him. Right. I just didn't feel comfortable on that, and towards the end of the race I was getting more comfortable, so next race hopefully I'll be on it a bit better from the start, and then we'll see what happens on that one.
Yeah, it's obviously a fantastic big grid here, but that does mean that you've got quick guys who've got lots of traffic to deal with.
Yeah, we've just come from Brands and the traffic here was way worse than Brands, yet it's a bigger circuit, a wider circuit, so yeah, the extra cars are making an effect.
Do you enjoy that sort of racing with this big range of cars out there?
Yeah, I mean, having a race with someone in your class, but then the skill of getting round lap traffic just adds the extra fun to me.
Well, good luck later and well done on the class win. Then David Russell was the Class C winner. David, you've got an unbeaten run this year, so this year's going really well.
Yeah, this year is going really well, so it's good to continue that. I was at a race last Sunday and literally the wheel fell off, so it was a bit touch and go whether we get here, but thankfully we managed to turn the car around and get on the grid, and some more good racing out in FRC. It was good.
How long have you been racing for?
This is my second full season, so not that long compared to some on the grid, but the car's been in the championship for years, so it's a well sorted car. I'm just lucky that I was allowed to buy it. Right. So yeah, it's gone well.
You mentioned about last week not going there well. That was in Club Enduro, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Club Enduro, yeah. We were running second in class. Some of the team, the RAF team, were running the car, and I think they were more devastated than I was.
Is that a plan for the future, doing something like that?
Oh, I have not got the money for Club Enduro, so it was literally just a one-time thing. I'd stick with AFRC, it's where the car belongs.
Well done on the win, and then Mike Wells was the winner in Class D, and good race there, Mike.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've spoken to you. Yeah, been the Armed Forces Race Challenge now for a few years. Prior to that, MR2 Championship. Hopefully get back to that next year as well. But today was really good. Good start. There's a stalled car, I think, on the grid. Managed to take advantage of that, and then just got caught out by the oil down at Old Hairpin, which almost allowed my competitor, my nearest Class D competitor, to get past me. But managed to hold him off and put a Class C car between me and him. And that was it for the race, really. Just concentrating on my own race and bring it home.
Obviously that's a bit different to last time out at Brands Hatch, where you had 2 race-long battles out there, didn't you?
That's it, yeah. It was pretty nip and tuck at Brands Hatch. We've got a bit more space here, so I think that's probably what's allowed it to happen. But yeah, still a little bit of tuning to do on the suspension of the car, I think, just to keep it in check a bit. But yeah, looking forward to the second one.
Best of luck with that, and well done on the class win. So good to catch up with our 4 class winners in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. As you heard from the guys there, we'll see them later on. But up next here at Donington Park, it's the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
Yep, another huge grid of cars coming up next for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. And as you can see, breeze getting up now a little bit here at Donington Park. I don't think that's going to cause too many concerns for the drivers, of which there were nearly 40 in this next race for the hot hatches. And as I say, we are here for rounds 10 and 11 of the 16 round championship here today. Let's have a look at the grid. Pole position has gone the way of number 63, Philip Wright in the Honda, a 119.84 for him in qualifying, and besides him is number 21, Jeff Connor in the Renault Clio. He did a 119.88, so very close on lap times. Second row of the grid, number 37, Chris McCloy, another Honda, and 31 is William Murphin in another Civic. Row 3 is 69, Joe Bauer. Guess what? It's a Honda Civic. And 7, Cameron Elder. Yeah, you get the picture. On to the fourth row of the grid, 22 is Tate Taverner and 2 is Martin Ward. The fifth row is number 44, Trevor Gregory, and 9, Carl Hopkins. The sixth row is the 133 car of Luke Sajakowski and the 60 car of Stephen Langton. On to row 7, that is Scott Smith, number 27, another Civic Type R. Besides him is number 33, Sean Green. 177, Matthew Mandipira, he's out there in a Clio 197 on the inside of row 8. Besides him is number 58, Paul Jarvis in the Citroen Saxo VTS, and those are 2 Class B front runners. On the 9th row it's treble 7, that's Michael Dwayne in his Clio 182, and 525 David Knight's Honda Civic, another Class B car. The 10th row is 65 Ben Morton. Beside him is 14 Jared Coulson. It's Stephen Harrison, number 4, and 1 David Drinkwater, the Class C pole position driver, on the 11th row of the grid. The 12th row is Stuart Kennedy in 13 and Charlie Hayes in 93. 13th row, 403 Richard Bancroft and 316 Ivor Mayers back over again. 20 Martin Paget and 16 Ben Piper on the 14th row. 95 John Hobbs and 55 David Measday on the 15th. 16th row is 107 Stephen Watson and 17 William Bartup. 98 Paul Warren and 29 Michael Greenfield on the 17th. Neil Frosty number 5 and Chris Coulthreed 259 on the 18th row. And I think that's it. Yes, 36 rows of cars, 36 cars, 18 rows that we have for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. To tell you how the championship is looking coming into this weekend, the overall championship lead is being held by David Drinkwater. No surprise there, he's won the last 3 championships. The Class C driver in his BMW Compact. There you can see actually his car just behind the red one with the novice cross. His is the blue, white and red Compact, sort of middle of picture there. So he's on 141 points, but then you've got the 2 Class A and B points leaders. They both got 129 points. Philip Wright from Class A and Paul Jarvis from Class B. And those 3 are the only 2 drivers with more than 100 points. So it's quite a long gap back then to Chris McCloy on 87, Martin Paget on 86, and then the rest, including sadly the late Paul Durdle, who passed away earlier on this season, earlier this year, with 85, and then 73 points for Stephen Harrison from Class B. Big grid of cars that we have here, green flag lap underway. Again, lots of Honda Civics towards the front, but a bit more variety further back. You've got the Clios in there, you've got an Integra, quite a few of the Saxos as well. And what have you spotted, Marcus?
The black VW Corrado. Very pleased to see that out. That is Stuart Kennedy in car number 13, driver from Lincoln with a 2.8 litre Corrado VR6, went it, and very, very nice machines they were. It's been out a couple of times in previous times, but been out of luck, didn't make the race at one of them, and had mechanical problems, I think, at Croft. So good to see that car back. Stuart Kennedy, watch for him in the Corrado.
Yep. Already this season we've been to Croft, Silverstone, Castlecombe and Brands Hatch. At Croft it was Philip Wright and Ryan Polly that shared the wins, as it was at Silverstone. At Combe there were shared 3 ways between Wright and Polly, with Will Self, the driver regular in the Castlecombe Hot Hatches, joining in that weekend and taking a victory there. Philip Wright winning both races at Brands Hatch, Ryan Polly not continuing with his Hot Hatch campaign this year.
Yes, he had a problem, didn't he, Brands Polly? I think the bonnet flipped open and did the screen in. Was a bit of a drama.
Of course, we've got the Class A cars dominating at the front of the field, but we do need to keep an eye on what's going on within the classes as well. I suspect actually one of the best battles will be in Class B, between Matthew Mandapira's Clio 197 and Paul Jarvis in the Citroen Saxo VTS. They line up beside one another on row 8 of the grid. There was only a couple of tenths between them in qualifying this morning as well, so that might well be one that we pick up, the 177 Clio and the 58 Citroen Saxo. We'll try and pick that up during the course of this race if that manifests itself into a decent scrap.
Yeah, I was chatting to Matthew Mandapira at Brands Hatch. He was taking up the flags on his car, and there's a Zimbabwean flag, I think a Nigerian flag, and a British flag. So he races under various flags, which is great. Celebrates such diversity of heritage, and thoroughly enjoying his racing.
Yeah, no, he was getting well stuck in at Castle Combe as well, which was the last time I saw the Hot Hats Championship. Getting on for 2 months ago now. So you've got, unusually, a Renault Clio sharing the front row in amongst all the Hondas. That's Jeff Connor in the number 21 car, the X85 Clio for the driver from Burbage near Hinckley in Leicestershire. So not too far for him to come today. He's got the older shaped Civic of Chris McCloy just behind him on the grid, but then there's a phalanx of the EP3 Type Rs.
Yeah, Murphin was quick at Brands Hatch as well, but got involved in a start line bang, didn't he, in one of the races.
Red lights go on. Longish hold, but they go out now. And the Clio looked to be spinning its wheels a little bit as it got off the line. He's certainly conceded the lead. He's conceded 2 or 3 places.
And that's Murphin.
Murphin's involved in that.
Oh dear.
He's off into the barriers.
3 cars. One went
Sean
round,
Green, I think.
There's a wheel hanging off the red one, something hanging off. It's not going to move very easily.
No, it's not. So that's a shame. Chris McCloy avoided all of that. The Clio of Jeff Connor dropped down to 3rd place in the end. I think it is still Philip Wright that's leading then. We'll try and pick up the rest of the order in a moment. Is that Paul Jarvis going through? That's the Murphin Honda. That's quite badly bashed up, isn't it?
Might be encouraged to reverse that into the refuge.
Yeah, that's the car that started on the outside of the second row of the grid, but somehow conspired to end up on the inside there. No, it wasn't the Jarvis car that got off, was it? It was another car I misidentified. So those that remain are streaming their way through.
They're slowing down, aren't they? So I guess they've seen
down. Have we got yellow flags, or have we got red? Yeah, red lights and red flags. You can just see those further down the straight. So red flags, race being stopped. First time we've had a red flag in racing conditions today. We did have a few in qualifying. Jeff Connor's got his door open already. Well, that's just to allow a bit of air into the car as they slow on their way back to the grid. Just watching this again, Josh Barrett's helpfully brought that into us. William Murphy was on the left-hand side of the circuit. He was in behind the Clio, moved to the right-hand side of the circuit, and then he made contact with another of the Hondas there, Tate Taverner, I think, wasn't it? And that in turn made contact with some of the other cars on the inside, and so you can see the cars that need to be recovered from the infield there. Those that survive will be gridded up in the original order. Marcus has just had a look at that incident as well.
Yeah, he went across, Murphy went across the bows of Taverner and then touched the red car, or got involved in the melee. The red car then spun and then collected the white and green one that's down there as well.
Yeah, Sean Green, that is.
Sean Green, yeah.
So that's a shame that we're going to have lost a few quick cars here at the beginning of this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race. But we will get back underway just as soon as we can. Hopefully it won't take too long to recover these cars. It'll probably take longer, or as long, to regrid the remaining sort of 33 cars or whatever we've got left. on that. Paul Jarvis is being sort of called for, so I wonder if he did lose a bit of ground on the initial getaway after all. The Class B Championship.
Well, Cloyd took
leader.
right across on that first start. It was in behind Philip Wright going into Redgate. We could barely see him at that point. Then our attention was taken by the happenings behind. But Connor is back onto the front row.
Yeah, just looking ahead to the rest of this season, as we've said, we've had 9 rounds so far and 7 still to go in this very popular PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Obviously 2 at Donington Park today, then a triple header at Anglesey, that's in September, and we will conclude the season at Snetterton on the 200 circuit in October.
That's unfortunately that's quite a mess. The car they're just towing off now.
Yeah.
90.
69 Joe Barr,
69.
I think. Yeah, would make sense. So that's picked up some fairly heavy damage, I'm afraid to say. But not too far for it to be dragged into the paddock, fortunately. And back out into the open area. So we've just got Sean Green's car to recover. Then I can see a snatch vehicle making its way towards the scene to assist in the recovery operation. So yes, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship was reintroduced in 2016. Hot Hats ran with the 750 Motor Club up until 2009 originally, then it was brought back 7 years later, and since then the regulations have been tweaked a little bit as we've gone along, and we end up with this class structure that we have now, which is proved very successful, with Class A being for cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for cars up to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. Any UK Motorsport UK list 1A, 1B or 1C tyre can be used, and transmission wise, 4-wheel drive not permitted, but cars can be front or rear wheel drive. We've seen the BMW out there, for example. No sequential gearboxes apart from Clio Cup cars with extra ballast. Class C cars have to run the standard production gearbox as well. They also have to retain standard brake calipers, where there's a bit more freedom in classes A and B. So there's certainly room for modifications and developments in this PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. And as I say, it's proved very successful with this class structure that's been revised, having boosted the grids really to the point where we're at or near capacity at some circuits, which is very impressive indeed. The Honda Civic Type Rs, they do dominate numerically, and often towards the sharp end on the grid as well. Certainly their pace is pretty hot. But further down there's opportunities to race all kinds of different cars. Marcus mentioned the Corrado there, which is of Stuart Kennedy. You've got Fiestas out there as well, Vauxhall Corsa. Amongst other cars, you can race Minis, Peugeot 106 of John Hobbs, for example. But pole position is the number 63 car of Philip Wright, as I think we are getting back into countdown mode, so we're not going to be too far away from this race getting back underway, which is great news, because that clear up didn't take too long. Jeff Connor on the outside of the front row. I think we probably will get another green flag lap here. He is 29 years of age, from Burbage. It's going to be a 10-minute race this, after the green flag lap has taken place. Jeff Connor, an electrician from Burbage, started racing 11 years ago now, initially in the MSV Track Day Trophy, but has raced in Hot Hatch since 2017 on and off. He was second in the championship in Class B in 2017. Donington is his favourite circuit. He says the Craners is the best corner ever, and his car is a 2011 Clio Cup car maintained by Renshun. So it was a race in the Clio Cup originally. He bought the car off Phil Wright actually, who starts alongside him on the front row of the grid just over a year ago. Then second row of the grid on the inside, you've got number 37, that's Chris McCloy, and he is the driver from Gateshead, but originally from Coleraine in Northern Ireland. Is a 30-year-old production coordinator, and his car is a 1994 Honda Civic, the grey, green and yellow car, and he did track days back home in Northern Ireland in various road-going Hondas. His first race was at Mallory Park in Hot Hatch in 2020. He's fifth in the standings in 2020, 6th in 2021 in this car that he built himself during 2019 and 2020, and he collected his first silverware at Cadwell Park in 2021. So William Murphin is going to be missing from next to him on the grid after his involvement in that incident, so too Joe Bauer, but I think we should have the number 7 car of Cameron Elder on the outside of the third row. Yeah, it looks like he is there. Then Tate Taverner, number 22, on the inside of the fourth row of the grid. Another Honda Civic Type R, and beside him is number 2, Martin Ward, long-time racer, as you can just see in the red Civic there in stock hatch and latterly hot hatch as well. Completing the top 10, it's going to be number 44, Trevor Gregory, the 38-year-old from Milton Keynes, the primary school teacher, and he's currently engaged to Joey, who has 3 children, Luke, who's 18, Bobby 15 and Jake 12. Trevor started racing back in 2007 and has a new engine in the car for this weekend after problems at the last meeting. So we've got the cars going back onto the grid for this 10-minute restarted race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So we've lost a few minutes of race time there, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get a good 7 or 8 laps, something like that, in for this restarted race. So pole position, Philip White, number 63, and then it's the white and blue Clio next to him on the front of the grid of Jeff Connor.
Quite a late model Clio, that, isn't it? And it'll be interesting to see whether he makes a better start than last time round.
5-second board has been shown, so red lights are about to go on. They do so, and they go out. Away they go then, and the Clio again, similar kind of start, I think, bit of wheel spin. He's going to lose one place from around the outside. I think that's number 7, Cameron Elder, that's made the best of the starts there.
And McCloy down the inside.
Absolutely, in his 94 model Civic. He's second, and third is Connor. So it's Philip Wright here that's the big lose, the pole position driver. He's gone back to 4th position. McCloy up the inside through Hollywood there has taken the lead of the race away from Elder. Jeff Connor in the Clio passed as well. So it's the Honda from the Renault. Connor in second, Elder third, Philip Wright, the pole position driver, in 4th. Tate Taverner is in 5th as they stream through the old hairpin for the first time in this race. And it's McCloy leading the way here from Connor, and there's a bit of a gap actually opening up to the rest of them.
It's a catch-weight contest, isn't it? Look at the size of the Renault in comparison to the early Honda. McCloy clinging to the inside, up the rise into Coppice. Connor runs wide over the grass, he goes into the gravel, and is he going to stay there or will he stay on? You can't see. He's taken the great circle route round the outside to get back onto the grass, and that at least will get him enough purchase to get onto the track, but he's about 10th or 12th, isn't he? And even further down as he resumes.
Philip Wright has gone up to 2nd position at the expense of Cameron Elder, who made that great start from the 3rd row of the grid. So Wright back up to 2nd, but it's Chris McCloy leading. There's one off in the background as well, coming out of the chicane. That car rejoins without too much more drama. So it's McCloy leading, Wright 2nd, Cameron Elder 3rd, Tate Taverner 4th, Trevor Gregory up to 5th, Martin Ward 6th, Carl Hopkins 7th, 8th is Scott Smith, 9th is Stephen Langton, and the first non-Honda Civic is Paul Jarvis in 10th place, number 58 leading Class B as we work lap 2 of this race, and it's McCloy in the 94 car from Philip Wright's more modern version.
Yeah, so there's the Renault way down, isn't he? Connor, 15th, but he's not. Mandapira is in 12th. He's best of the Renaults. Here's McCloy under pressure from Wright.
Yeah, right, looks to the left-hand side of the circuit as they climb up the hill towards Coppice Corner. This is where Connor went off. He is, that's exactly what he's going for, the cutback. But Coppice Hill is now on the inside, and he's gone through. So Philip Wright's taken him a lap and 2/3 to get back into the lead of the race. Chris McCloy goes down to second. Cameron Elder third, and the bewinged Civic of Tate Taverner is in fourth place. Fifth and sixth is 44 Trevor Gregory, and then Carl Hopkins, is that who's made of a place? Because I think Martin Ward had lost a bit of ground on this lap. 7 minutes left to go.
Yep. 1:33 was in our screens there, which was Luke Sedzikowski with his late model Honda. There he is.
Just behind him, you've got Matthew Mandapira and the recovering Jeff Connor, I think.
Yes, Connor's past Mandapira now. The blue and white Renault past the older version of Mandapira. Is though the Yoo-Hoo car, giving it plenty of stick.
Yeah, that's Stephen Langton, number 60. He is running in 9th place at the moment, so we work lap 3. And Sedzikowski losing out to Connor as well, so that's going to put Connor back up into the top 10, I think. And the question is, how far can he go? Oh, someone's either off or got a problem. Can't see the source of that. Watch 27 go through. That's Scott Smith in his Type R. So Class B at the moment, you've got Luke Sedzikowski leading. From in second place, Matthew Mandapira, and Jared Coulson in third, as Philip Wright has done another new fastest lap of the race, a 1:19.59. 5 3/4 minutes left to go. That's the number 4 car, which is Stephen Harrison, another of the Class B Clios.
Yep, Luke Sedzikowski currently leading Class B in that 1:33. He's in 10th overall, but Mandapira isn't that far behind, about a second, just exactly a second. Jared Coulson, his Renault Clio, is third in B, and then Paul Jarvis, I think. But here they come then, plunging down through the Craners. Fantastic feeling when you're driving down through there. Marvellous piece of circuit.
Yeah, it's Jared Coulson, number 14, we could see with a day glow on his car. He's just ahead of Paul Jarvis. So I think when I read through the grid, I'd forgotten that Luke Sedzikowski, it was a Class B car as well. So he's leading Class B from Mandapira, as you were saying, Marcus Coulson, and Jarvis only 4th. And this is a problem for Paul Jarvis, then number 58, who's the Class B championship leader by quite a long way. It's 56 points clear of Stephen Harrison, having picked up the maximum points in each round so far, apart from the first of the races.
The spinning Fiesta just goes out of our sight and recovering.
Yeah, so back to this Class B battle. This is for third within Class B. Jared Coulson in the Clio, and Paul Jarvis, long-time stock hatch racer, I think is going to get the move done. Much better exit out of the chicane for him that time than it was for Coulson, and is getting alongside, although that Claire's clearly got a bit of poke, and he's leaving the door open on the inside as well for number 4.
Down the inside, Harrison. There's going to be a change there as well by the looks of things. And that's the 4 car, isn't it?
Stephen Harrison. Yeah. And then just behind them is David Knight in his Honda Civic, another Class B car. So this for third, side by side through the Craner curves, and Paul Jarvis does get this done because the Jared Coulson car is looking increasingly smoky. It's still sticking in there on the inside at the old hairpin.
Yeah, it's smoking heavily now, and that's a brilliant move. The Saxo, Paul Jarvis, absolutely amazing. Hung out to dry at Redgate, kept that outside line all the way down.
We just saw the Class B lead battle going through as well, that between Luke Sedzikowski's Honda Civic Type R and Matthew Mandapira's Renault Clio 197. That's the side-by-side battle for third place within that class, and it's Coulson holding at the moment. But you've got Jarvis there, and then Harrison and Knight ready to pick up the pieces as well. There's Jeff Connor, he's at the front of that group now. So he has made some more ground upon this lap. What have we got? 3 minutes left, so probably 3 more laps, including the one that they're just starting, left to go here to make it an 8-lap race.
Yeah, Mandapira's right in behind Sedzikowski. But
to reassure everyone, it's normal service in Class C. David Drinkwater, number 1, leading there. He's 18th overall, no, 16th overall now, in fact. From Martin Paget 2nd and Paul Warren in 3rd. So David Drinkwater looking good here for a 4th hot hatch. Are we on 4 or 5 now? I've lost count. But another hot hatch championship anyway. Looking like it's going to head the way of David Drinkwater if he can keep up this run of form in Class C.
Yes, Trevor Gregory was having a good race. He lost out to Carl Hopkins for a bit, but he's got back past it. This is looking very worrying now. The amount of smoke coming out of that Jared Coulson car, the Renault Clio, doesn't look very well at all. That's the battle at the back of the field. That group with Sedzikowski and Mandapira. That's the tussle, the Honda versus Renault fight for Class B. Philip Wright has set fastest lap with the interim, 1:19.56. And it's the 6th lap.
Well, yeah, that battle for the lead in Class B is a long way clear of the battle for the rest in Class B, which Paul Jarvis has now found his way to the front of, by the way. It's about 7 seconds between 2nd and 3rd there. We're watching 1:07 and 4:03, so this is Stephen Watson and Richard Bancroft, and they are disputing something like 25th position. John Hobbs, who was between them, has now got ahead of them now in his Peugeot 106 Rally, which, considering he's in a Class C car, those two are Class B cars, he's got no business doing really, but nevertheless he's made an escape.
Philip Wright still 8 tenths outside the current lap record held by Alistair Camp, set in May last year.
Yeah, 3/4 of a minute to go, so I think we're now probably going to be on the, we'll certainly be on the last lap. We're about to start the last lap in fact at the moment, because Philip Wright's coming through with just about half a minute left to go, continuing to lead. 7 laps down the book, he's 1.9 seconds clear. It's just in another best lap of the race, a 1:19.50, so within 3/4 of a second now of Alistair Camp's lap record in Class A.
Very consistent, 600ths quicker than before. There is Sedzikowski tucking onto the back of that group, and right on his bumper, filling the mirrors, is Matthew Mandapira with the Renault Clio 197, number 177.
Yep, you can see Sedzikowski there in 11th place with Mandapira right behind him, just trying to latch on to those, the rear of the top 10, all of the Class A cars ahead of him. So Stephen Langton, Martin Ward, Scott Smith, Jeff Connor having made his break away from those now. He's at 1:19.89, I think.
He's reeling Hopkins in.
He is, so he could just about squeeze top 6 out of this after that off on the first lap. Clock has counted down to 0 now though, as we watch Philip Wright, who's leading this race quite comfortably really, heading down into the Roberts chicane, not God, others have been calling it Roberts chicane, for the final time, and he'll see the checker flag this time I think. There it is, over the line he goes. So Philip Wright wins again in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. That's a 6th victory of the season for him. Chris McCloy has to settle for 2nd place, that's his 3rd P2, and Cameron Elder is in 3rd position, and that's yet his best results of the season. We've not seen too much from him this year, to be honest. Tate Taverner 4th, Trevor Gregory 5th, Jeff Connor 6th, Carl Hopkins 7th, Scott Smith 8th, Martin Ward 9th, and is that a change on the last lap actually? Yeah, Scott Smith 9th, Luke Sedzikowski 10th, getting ahead of Stephen Langton on the final lap. Then it's Matthew Mandapira. Paul Jarvis has taken 3rd in Class B, which will be a bit of a disappointment to him. And then in the back of shot there, you can just see the red and white and blue BMW coming through to take the checkered flag in Class C. That's going to be, 17th overall, I think, in the end for David Drinkwater. Yes, it is. Just ahead of the Class B version, another compact of Charlie Hayes. But David Drinkwater it is that wins Class B, or Class C I should say, yet again, and is well on course for his 4th championship. So final few cars just coming through to take the checkered flag. I think that's everyone through now. Yeah, just in the background you can see the top 3 on their slowing down lap. So let's see if we can bring you the results from that race. There we go. Philip Wright it was that completed the 10-minute race, 8 laps. And he finished 2.25 seconds clear of Chris McCloy, so 63 from 37. Then number 7, Cameron Elder, took 3rd place. 4th was number 22, Tate Taverner. 5th, 44, Trevor Gregory. 6th was the only Clio, or the only non-Honda Civic in the top 10, number 21, Jeff Connor. Ahead of 7th, number 9, Carl Hopkins. 8th, number 2, Martin Ward. 9th, the 27, Scott Smith. And then we had our Class B winner, Luke Zajikovsky, in the 133 car. Stephen Langton was 11th in number 60, then 2nd in Class B, Matthew Mandapira, and 3rd in Class B, number 58, Paul Jarvis. A bit further back, in 18th position, number 1, David Drinkwater, took the Class C honours. And 2nd within Class C was number 98, Paul Warren, and number 20, Martin Paget, took 3rd place within that class. And then we do run into the non-finisher, so Michael Dwayne in the 777 car, a non-finisher, and also Neil Frost with 31 cars in the end taking the restart of that race. So let's head down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett's there once again.
So we're down here in the pit lane after the first of the 2 hot hatch races for today, and congratulations to Phil Wright. Phil, well done. You made it interesting to start like normal,
yeah.
But then you come back to where you wanted it to be.
Yeah, we got a great start in the first one, then the restart seemed like a decent start, but everybody else must have got a better one. So, but had it more enjoyable, and it's nice to have a bit of fun out there. So.
Yeah. Obviously, you got Chris out there, who's got a bit of a lighter car, I think, which give you different strengths in different parts of the track.
Yeah, that seems to be really working here. Yeah. Watching that was get your head down and try and get away, because I thought that was going to push us a lot of the way for that. So yeah, it looked tidy out there.
And you had Jeff up there in the Clio, he did run off on wide, otherwise that would be good to have another different car up there.
Yeah, well, being my old car as well, that's nice to see it
cool.
on the front row next to us, but he got a bit wide out at coming onto the back straight and put it through the gravel trap, but he's getting there now. That's going to be a contender, that car is.
So it's nice, obviously we had Ryan at the start of the year, but now you've got different contenders, which must be nice for you to race against different people.
Yeah, shame to see Ryan in on the grid. Obviously enjoy racing with Ryan. He's a talented driver and it's always clean with us, but it's nice to see a lot more of them coming through now and some good races.
Obviously for the overall championship David keeps winning, so that's going to be a bit difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we've got a lot of chance there with David, but we'll keep trying.
But for the class championship now, a really big lead.
Yeah, nice one, but we just got to keep doing what we're doing.
And same again later?
Fingers crossed, but we'll just see what happens.
Best of luck with that, well done. So Phil Wright, our race winner in the hot hatches. Class B, that went the way of Luke Zajikovsky, so let's have a chat with Luke. Welcome back to 750 Mo Club Racing. Luke, that went well?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I've not done some racing for a few years now, and in fact I haven't raced a Civic since 2015.
Right.
So yeah, good to be back out there and having a bit of fun.
You had, I think, Matthew in the Renault quite close to you for a lot of it.
Yeah, it was pretty tense. Obviously, I'm not very good at standing starts at the moment, because obviously my last racing was always rolling start. So yeah, they caught me on the start, and then I think the back of the Class A cars were backing me and the Clio up. So yeah, it was quite good fun.
Well done. A quick word, David, because I think our next cars are coming out. Another win there, David, racing some of the more powerful cars.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? So managed to get a gap from the guys behind. So I assumed they were fighting with themselves. So just left me to go away and stick behind them, but got nicely peppered by a load of stones. The windscreen's taking a battering, but yeah, it was good.
Sounds like standard Donington Park racing, doesn't it? Well done. So our top 3 in hot hatch, we're all ready. I've got the next cars on the grid for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship.
We certainly do, and there you can see them gridding up. So the car's on the grid for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. No green flag lap for this, so let's give you the grid straight away. On pole position, it's going to be the number 88 car of Richard Webb, and beside him is number 14, that is Paul Smith. Second row 1 and 43, that's Ryan Yarrow and Paul Rogers. Third row 8 and 72, Dan Clues and 72, Jonathan McGill. Fourth row is going to be 44, Carl Austin, and 63, Colin Chapman. Fifth row 21, Phil Hutchins, and 33, Daniel Ashby. Ian Hutchinson, number 9, and Stephen Dean, number 34, on row 6. Row 7 is 85, David Watson, and 65, Matthew Booth, and Ed Collins, 5 and 11, Paul Sawyer, to round out the field. But the car's already ready for the off then. 15-minute race in prospect. The red lights go on and they go out now, and it is a pretty good start from the pole position car, which is that of Richard Webb. Paul Smith tucks into second place in the Mattel. Ryan Yarrow trying to make it into third position in the Spire as they go through the first corner at Redgate. So it's Richard Webb, who's the man that's dominated the championship, winning all 7 races so far this year, that leads the way then from Paul Smith.
Oh, there's a touch in the middle, Ian, behind.
Yeah, Jonathan McGill, that is, isn't it? That's off into the gravel trap there, and he's not going to get out of that, I wouldn't have thought. So he is well and truly beat. The marshals quickly rushing to the scene. I can imagine the snatch vehicle will also head out there and they'll try and get that hooked up before the cars come around again. But I didn't see how that started.
He was side by side with, I think it was Chapman in the blue car down through the Craners. But so Richard Webb, managing director of RLM Engines, the sponsors of the championship, absolutely superb and flying this morning. Under Tim Gray's lap record, set back in 2012 when the cars only had to weigh 460 kilos, and it was an 11:33 the record. He did 11:04, 100.34 miles an hour.
Safety car is out though, unsurprisingly, with that car off into the gravel trap of Donington. Oh, and there's been some contact, I'm afraid, between a couple of cars as they came onto the straight. 33 is one of them, that's Daniel Ashby, and the other rather crumpled looking car is number 5, Ed Collins, with the black cross on the yellow background indicating his rookie status. I'm afraid to say a bit of a coming together there under the safety car. Possibly the drivers, I'm sure they had yellow flags to warn them that the safety car was out, but maybe they carried too much speed through the chicane and made contact. That's a great shame for Ed Collins, the 36-year-old from Cambridgeshire, in his first season of racing.
Ashby's body's tattered as well. The other car that was involved in that. But interesting. I was chatting to the drivers at lunchtime. I was staying over in the Spire enclave with Paul Nightingale, and talking about the speeds that these cars were pulling. And I got chatting to Richard Webb and also the guy who was doing all the data, and he was pulling 128 miles an hour 3 times on the lap into Redgate corner.
Yeah.
At the foot of the Craner curves before he touched the brakes for the old hairpin, and also at the entrance to the Roberts chicane, which is not named for Kenny Roberts, the motorcycle racer, but for Robert Fernell, who was the manager of the circuit here, or ran the circuit here for so long for Tom Wheatcroft. But no, absolutely fantastic. The engines make 200 horsepower at the flywheels, about 175 at the road wheels on the car. And with the cars now weighing 580 kilos with the driver, say 560 when Tim Gray set the lap record back in 2012. And they're about 7 miles an hour down on the F1 1000s.
Okay.
That only weigh 410 with the driver, so they're 170 kilos lighter with the driver.
Yeah, and there's some drivers doing both. The McGill car's been towed in, so we may get going again this time. You could just see just behind this car, the 21 car, you could see the 2 invitation class cars, the MK Indy RLM Cup 200s. They're just going through shot now. These cars have 1340cc engines, so they're not eligible for the championship. That's 1000cc superbike engines that they have in the championship cars. But there's an expectation that we'll have more and more of these RLM Cup 200 cars out next season to really bolster the numbers in this Sports 1000 grid as well. But the race is going to get back underway then. You can hear the engine notes rising as they come through, the green flag waving, and so it's Richard Webb from Paul Smith and Ryan Yarrow as they come through to start the 3rd lap of the race. Ryan Yarrow, the 2-time champion from the past 2 seasons, he was having a look at the inside of Paul Smith there, but he wasn't able to make it through. The first 4 making a bit of a break here. Paul Rogers, number 43, in the 4th of those, racing a Spire GT3S these days. Of course, back in the day he was a Contour driver.
Yes, that's right. And he flew the flag in the Contour for years, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But going pretty well in this Spire that he's been racing. He's fifth in the championship coming into this weekend. He's had one podium finish so far this year. Paul Rogers.
Yeah, from Attleborough, Norfolk, just up near Snetterton.
That's right.
And it is Richard Webb, who's really put the county of Rutland on the map with the engine business and his own racing. He's not done very much racing at all. He drove the front engine Spire a few times and a Phoenix briefly before that, 5 or 6 years ago, but this is his first proper go, and he's seriously quick.
And he's got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:12.98 on the first real flying lap of the race. So we watch the cars dive through. Paul Smith there just kicking a bit of dust on the inside of the Craners. Then the race leader Richard Webb doing that at the old hairpin. Paul Smith there, the 4-time champion in Formula V, but switched to this championship a few seasons ago now, and he's out there in the Mattel SSRD MC53, the SSRD, indicating the development that his father has done on this car since it's been in their hands.
And the reason that there's this very long-standing lap record is that normally these cars race on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yes.
They've not been on the national layout for a very long time. But Paul Smith taking it to Richard Webb, and it really is a mark tussle, and the Spire quicker out of the chicane. But down the straight before it, I think Smith was all over him.
It's good to see that Richard Webb's having a bit of a fight on his hands.
12:35, new fastest lap to Stuart Smith.
Yeah, so Paul Smith with the fastest lap, but I say Richard Webb not yet beaten this year. It looked like he might be at Pembrey in one of the races, but didn't quite pan out like that. There's the two RLMs being driven by David Watson and Matthew Booth, the F1000 race. We'll see him out again shortly in the single-seaters, and it's Booth that's now got himself ahead of those two. Booth was also the champion in Sports Specials in an MK Indy chassis as well back in 2016, a car that's still racing in Sports Specials today in the hands of Stuart Thompson. We saw that out at Snetterton last weekend. 7.5 minutes just under left to go, so about halfway through this race now. It's Richard Webb leading from Paul Smith in second place and Ryan Yarrow in third position as we watch the invitation class cars go by.
Yeah, closely matched, as are these leaders, and that's we just had a quick flick of number 8. That was Dan Clues, wasn't he?
Yeah. I wonder if he'd perhaps just recovered from a drama.
Yes, it looked like he probably had.
Leaders have gone through to complete a fifth lap, by the way, only half a second between the two of them. But Richard Webb did a personal best lap that time, 1:12.45, so pull out a bit of a gap. This is the scrap for 11th and 12th, and it's Ian Hutchinson who's now got himself ahead of Stephen Dean. So that's been a change of position there.
Yeah, Stephen Dean's been around the club for a long time, hasn't he? And here this is this pair coming down to catch the MK Indies.
I note that on your screens on the timing tower you can see number 44 in 6th place, Carl Austin. He's got a 10-second penalty. He was moving when the lights went out, so effectively a jump start penalty for him. But the two leaders still pretty evenly matched, but quite a long way ahead now, getting on for 4 seconds I would say, clear of Ryan Yarrow. Down into the Robert chicane again. It's number 88 leading. That's Richard Webb. Number 14 Paul Smith in second place. Webb in the GT3S Spire. He's from Uppingham, as Marcus was saying, in Rutland. And chased by the
12:18 to Paul Smith, and that's reduced it by another couple of tenths. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that record stands at 11:33.
Phil Hutchinson, Dan Clues just coming towards Redgate corner now. Clues there in the number 8 car. He was the F1000 champion a couple of seasons ago after quite a number of years of trying. He might be able to pounce him on Phil Hutchins, who made a mistake at Redgate corner, ran a little bit wide over the curb on the exit, and that gives Clues a bit of renewed hope of trying to get up inside the top 7, which, although he may not know it yet, would give him a top 6 with the penalty for Austin.
Yes, I mean, he had a moment a couple of laps ago, as we saw, and Dan trying to regain this one. He's quick, but his best lap, his last lap was a 14.5, which was a lot quicker than Hutchins ahead of him.
That was Austin just going through. There's this fight for 7th and 8th, then Hutchins and Clues. Quite a long way clear of Dave Watson now, who's back ahead in the RLM Cup 200 cars. Booth has dropped back several seconds on the last lap or two.
12.20 personal best for Webb. 12.18 is the best lap of the race to pursue Smith.
Yeah, the two leaders are identical lap times that time, 1:12.20, the pair of them. And there they are, right together. Number 88, Richard Webb, and number 14, Paul Smith.
There's no traffic to take refuge in, really, is there, in this race?
Not a lot of it, only 14 cars, 13 cars circulating, because Ed Collins has come to a stop after his incident at the end of the first lap. Daniel Ashby he kept going for a while, but he's out now, so there's only 12 circulating at the minute. Hopefully we'll get some of these cars back out tomorrow, because it's a triple header, so two more races.
Smith down the inside, and he's gonna rattle through. He's made it, but he has to climb over the curb on the left-hand side as he comes through, and a change then on this lap, which is 8 laps.
Yeah, so really nicely done by Paul Smith to get ahead of Richard Webb. That's entirely on merit. No misfortune or no errors. It's Smith that's now gone through to take the lead of the race. Colin Chapman, you can see going through there in 5th place, number 63. Quite a lonely race for Colin at the moment, which is unusual. Usually he manages to get stuck into a battle. Then Carl Austin, and then Phil Hutchins, who has lost Dan Clues from behind him somewhere along the line. There is Dan Clues. Is he heading into the pit lane? It rather looks like he is. So here are the leaders with 2 3/4 minutes left to go. So probably 3 laps remaining. And it is number 14 leading, which is Paul Smith now in the Mattel SSRD MC53 from Richard Webb in the Spire GT3.
He looked like he had a little bit of a tail slide as he turned into Coppice that time. Here they come. Yeah, that's Dan Clues into the pits and he's going back around the back into the paddock.
Yeah, out of the race, I'm afraid. But here's a good run for Richard Webb out of the chicane. He's getting alongside Paul Smith on the way up Wheatcroft Straight. There'll be 2 laps to go now, including the one at the starting.
This is going to be interesting.
They're side by side. Smith's got the line, but can Webb sweep around the outside? No, he can't. He tried so hard. They ran abreast there. Both used plenty of curb on the way out of the corner. And Webb, as a result of that, has had to concede about 6 car lengths to Smith. He'll be regathering himself for another effort, I'm sure.
Yeah, but he's popped in an 11.91, so he's broken into the 11s. So 11.33 is the record.
And the crucial thing there was he was ahead as they went over the line, so he knows that if he gets a good exit out of the chicane, if he can stay with Paul Smith, then a move at the chicane, and he doesn't need to be leading by Redgate, providing he's leading over the line. But he's lost a lot of ground now, Marcus.
He has. He's dropped probably 10 or more, no, a lot more lengths.
He may have a problem.
I think he has got a problem because it's
all of a sudden, won't worry about whether he's going to sort of pass Paul Smith through the chicane or not. He's not going to live with Paul Smith, I don't think. There's only one more lap to go then in this 15-minute race for the R&M Racing Sports 1000 Championship. On to the final lap goes Paul Smith, and the gap, which was 500ths in favour of Webb a lap ago, is now nearly 4 seconds in favour of Smith. 1:16.94 that time for Webb. So now he's just got to try and bring it home. He's got 5 seconds in hand over Ryan Yarrow. So hopefully, from Webb's point of view, at least he'll be able to cling on to P3. But he won't want to risk too much more damage with 2 races tomorrow.
No, that's right. So I mean, if there is some kind of engine problem or something like that, at least they've got time to change, do a proper change.
And I suppose the resources in the context of his own position as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's probably something rather simpler than that.
So Paul Smith then is making his way through Coppice for the final time. We're going to count down to 0 now. And so Paul Smith just needs to make his way through the Robert chicane for the final time. Right and left flick they take there, and up to the line to take the checkered flag, and Paul Smith is the first man who is not Richard Webb to win a race this season in the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Webb does bring his car home in a distant second position in the end, and Ryan Yarrow takes third. Fourth is going to go the way of Paul Rogers. Quite a lonely race for him, as it was for number 63 Colin Chapman in fifth spot. Then sixth place on the road is going to be Carl Austin, but he's going to lose that in the final classification because he's got 10 seconds to be added to his time. So Phil Hutchins there will be the final classified finisher inside the top 6. And then the next car, I think, is Dave Watson, who is the first of the RLM Cup 200 cars, the MK Indies. So he comes through in 8th place. It's going to be Ian Hutchinson, 9th, and 10th should be Stephen Dean in the Spire GT3 Cup, with I think then Matthew Booth, the final finisher, and he must have had some issues as well with his car towards the end of that race.
Yeah, Matthew's much more competitive than that, and seems to have had a problem.
Let's see if we can bring you the results from that RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship race then. 14 Paul Smith it was that took the victory at the end of 11 laps of racing by 6.85 seconds from number 88 Richard Webb. In third place was number 1 Ryan Yarrow. Fourth was number 43 Paul Rogers. Fifth 63 Colin Chapman. Sixth on the road was Carl Austin, but he'll fall to 7th once a 10-second penalty has been added to his time, so number 21 Phil Hutchins will be 6th. The invitation class won by number 85 David Watson. Ian Hutchinson number 9 and Stephen Dean number 34 rounded out the top 10. Only one of the finisher, that was number 65 Matthew Booth, with Dan Clues, Dal Ashby and Ed Collins, as well as Johnny McGill, all out of the race. Let's go down to the pit lane and hear from Paul Smith with Josh Barrett.
Yeah, thanks Ian. We're down here with Paul Smith, who's just got down. He's been congratulated by his dad, who's a big effort in building this kart. So we let Paul get out of the car. Richard Webb comes over to congratulate the team as well. Lots of respect in the Sports 1000 paddock, which hopefully you can see there. And we'll grab a word with the drivers once they take their helmets off. I'm sure Paul's going to be delighted to be a race winner again. Well done, Paul. Winner. And Scott Mattel come and congratulate him as well. We built the car. Well done, Paul. I'll give you them. You had the winner's garden for a little while. Had a great race to win it.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. I mean, I ain't got a championship to think about, and obviously Richard has, but it was so hard to overtake. The only way was to do a banzai lunge, and yeah, it was really good. And he obviously become really close to Redgate, and I don't know why he dropped off, but yeah, it was mega. It was hammer and tongs the whole race.
And back now where you want to be.
Yeah, it's getting there, slowly. So yeah, it's still more work to do as always. You know what I'm like, but yeah, best place to be.
There's been a lot of effort over the last few years to get to this place.
Oh, this year, after having 3 years out with COVID and coming back, I can't believe how hard it's been to get towards the front again. And yeah, it's finally getting there.
Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. So well done to Paul Smith, our race winner. Richard Webb, second place over here, having a chat with Paul Nightingale, team boss. Rich, you don't win this time, but a good second place and good points.
Tell you what, that was absolutely brilliant, and fair play to Paul. This is what we're all here for. Wheel-to-wheel racing like that, close, hard, fair, perfect.
A lot of good respect between you, and congratulate him there after we finish.
Hey, that's what we're all here for. Honestly, absolutely stunning drive from Paul. We got a clutch gone on this, and that's why I couldn't quite drag him on the straight, but hey, do you know what? It's great to see him up there. They've worked hard with that car, and fair play to them.
And you sound like you're very much going to enjoy this battle that hopefully you have the whole weekend now.
Absolutely, that's what we want. We want to be wheel to wheel, but I want to finish there next time.
And Paul said it's quite difficult, he found to overtake, had to do a real lunge to get past you, so I guess overnight that you're going to be thinking about, if you are behind, what kind of moves you're going to have to move, Paul.
Yeah, I think we're both going to be pretty good at driving in the mirrors going forwards from today, so it is really difficult when the pace is that evenly matched. And you know you're up against someone who can really race, not just put in a quick lap, but has got really good racecraft as well. It's difficult.
Well, better luck tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
And then in third place was Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, I guess again you're a little bit disappointed perhaps not to be up with these two.
Yeah, no, I mean, I had a decent view of that, so I was watching them and just, at least there was no one kind of biting at me from behind, so I just kind of got to the point where I thought, if I push it any harder, I'm having quite a lot of like balance issues and stuff down craners and what have you. I can work on, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, there's more to come. But like I say, I'm glad to see someone else having a fight at the front anyway.
You say about the balance issue, so you said it's something you thought for tomorrow to perhaps get a bit closer?
Yeah, I'll have a think and see what I can do. I mean, there's a lot I can do, but some of it might not work. So, yeah, we'll see.
Thanks a lot for that. We're hoping to see you right up there at the front. So good Sports 1000 race there, third for Ryan Yarrow, second for Richard Webb, and the race winner Paul Smith. We move on next to Mazda Race, and it's Mazda MX-5 by Fly Club Racing. Coming up next here at Donington Park.
Yes, it's the MX-5 Cup by 5 Club, sponsored by Switch, and the cars out on circuit, and there's a lot of them. I think we've got 40 cars expected for this race, rounds 12, 13, 14 and 12, 13 and 14 of the championship this weekend. Pole position though is number 93, and that is Ben Abbott, and beside him is number 1, the reigning champion Ben Short. Second row on the inside is 127 William Hayden, and beside him is 92 Jordan Johnson. Third row 55 George King, and 17 is Oak Richardson. On the fourth row it's number 40 Ben Hansey, and 94 Liam Cochrane. Probably his best run so far, I would think. Fifth row 14 Lloyd Huggins, and 230 that's Tom Holland. The sixth row 66 Hayden McDonald, and number 9 Ian Tomlinson. On the 7th row, 24 Ryan Lovelock and 47 Stephen Craggs. The 8th row is Michael Pearce in 71 and Scott Leach in 113. Christian Young, number 50, and Andrew Rochelle, number 3, make up row 9. Row 10 is 72 Matthew Short and 21 Matthew Pennefather Neal. James McCann and Amy Barker, 13 and 68 on row 11. Alex Lewington, 98, and Bobby Lee, number 200 on the 12th row. The 13th row is number 4 Graham Chatton and 23 Stephen Rees. On row 14 it's 27 and 32 David Brown and Jake Micklewright. Row 15 Nico Favo, 46, and 214 John Goldsmith. On row 16 it's 128 Samuel Gormer and 29 Mary Barnard. The 17th row 53 Stephen Reed and 111 Tim Gray. The 18th row 7 and 90 William Pickard and Andrew Robinson. Row 19 Martin Vernon and 70 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. And on row 20, as we get underway, already it's the 91 car of Steve Quemby and Lewis Apiagi in 235. Race gets underway then, and it is a good start by the two from the front row. It's Ben Short and Ben Abbott going mirror to mirror as they head into Redgate for the first time. Ben Abbott in the purple car, Ben Short in the white car with the red mirrors as they turn their way through Craner curves for the first time. It's Abbott that's got the lead then, Short in second, and I think the remaining 38 cars have all managed to get their way through the first couple of corners safely. Trying to pick up who that is in third place. We'll do that in just a minute. Some dust being kicked up from the sort of inside, from the apex of the old hairpin there. Dust will settle. But up front it's Ben Abbott leading the way then from this 40 car field. And you can see the yellow number 7 car, that's William Pickard from Huddersfield. He's going pretty well up the order, but it's Abbott holding on to the lead for the moment.
Yeah, at one point there were 5 abreast going into Redgate for the first time, and it's no less intense now. They've actually strung out in line astern, and you've got about the first 20 cars in sight there, and down the inside comes Ben Short, and he's left. Oh, and there's a touch as he goes back to the outside, makes a bit of room, and he's going to lose out on the exit of the corner. And in third place it's the 55, that's George King, who's also the only non-Ben who's in the running at the moment.
But William Hayden in the 127 car has also made a good run through there. That's the white car with the purple bumper on it that's going to go all the way around the outside to take the lead. But William Hayden gets the lead of the race, but then runs too wide on the exit of the corner, so Ben Abbott goes back through. And who's going to be second now? It is Ben Short, I think, that's back into second.
And Hayden and Short fought throughout the qualifying session, and I noticed that Hayden was able to hang with Short, so he learnt a lot in that session. And this is mighty racing.
Certainly is. Lap 2 in this 15-minute race. I imagine we'll probably get 11 laps out of this. Lap time is about 1:25 for the leaders once they get up to speed. So there is number 1 Ben Short in the BS Motorsport car. He's tucked in for the moment behind the 127 car of William Hayden.
Ben
there.
Hansey only 8th.
Yeah, in the number 40 car. He started 7th, so he's lost 1 position from the start, and he's the man that is third in the championship coming into this weekend. Ben Short leading on 807 points, Ben Abbott 778 and Ben Hansey 766. Once drop scores have been taken into account. But it's Abbott leading at the moment, then from Hayden in 2nd, then it's Ben Short in 3rd, George King is 4th, and then in 5th place it's the 17 car now, which is Oak Richardson, I beg your pardon. 17 is Oak Richardson. I misidentified that as the 7 car earlier on, I think. Ben Abbott on the first flying lap has done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:27.61. But still, these cars just come streaming out of the Robert chicane. Absolutely fantastic sight to see many of these here. And Ben Short still there in 3rd place, not having things all his own way by any stretch of the imagination. He's won 9 times so far this season. The only drivers to beat him, Ben Abbott and George King. They've won 1 race apiece. There's the 113 car of the MX5 veteran Scott Leach. He's running in 11th position, the driver from Nuneaton. A few gaps starting to emerge here, but still plenty of competition for anyone who wants it. 66 car coming through is Hayden McDonald in 14th position. 71 just behind is Michael Pearce. Those have swapped positions, in fact, on this lap so far. 11 minutes to go.
Cannot even draw breath in this game if you're in these cars, can you? Because it's every corner, the same thing as a bomb burst, and they all dive through. I think that was George King trying to move up in the chicane. There's a dive down the inside, and that's 94 comes up a place. That's Liam Cochrane from down the field. He's gone past number 50 there, which was Christian Young.
And Ben Short's in the best lap of the race now. He's up into 2nd place. Be interested to see, because he was only 900ths behind Ben Abbott as they crossed the line. So I wonder if Ben Short has managed to get through into the lead of the race. We'll see if we can pick up the leaders in just a sec. It was Hayden 3rd and George King in 4th. Yes, he has. Ben Short has gone through. So I thought he might have done that on the way into Redgate, with only being a sort of less than 1/10 of a second behind at the start of the lap. He has gone through to lead Ben Abbott, but Abbott is not going to give up through the right-hander. So the left-hander at Schwantz Curve, he gets alongside, and at McLean's, the right-hander at the top of the hill, he's got back through into the lead of the race. So number 93, Ben Abbott, retakes the lead from number 1, Ben Short in 2nd place. William Hayden, number 127, is still there in 3rd position. And then it's George King and Oak Richardson in 4th and 5th positions.
They spread out going down the straight towards the chicane. Ben Short gets his nose back ahead, dives across in front of Ben Abbott, and he dominates the track as he comes into the chicane. But in 3rd place, that's William Hayden coming back into it, and a really, really wide run over the grass by driver down in about 10th place. And we'll try and pick up the number of that car as it comes through. But that was a big moment out on the grass.
Yeah, Ben Short's transponder may have gone on the blink, because he's not showing on the screen at the moment, but he was still there, wasn't he? Yep, there he is in the lead of the race. 2nd place is Ben Abbott then, and William Hayden in 3rd place in the 127 car, a light entry, and also his first time out, I think, this season in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Yeah, there's Ben Short just slotting into 1st position on the timing tower now. So he's leading. It's Ben Abbott in 2nd place, 1-time winner this season. William Hayden 3rd, and then George King, the other victor this season besides Short and Abbott. He's there in 4th place, number 55. Been doing some racing overseas as well, in particular in the Middle East.
And there's 5 then. It could even be 7 for the lead, because the next pair of slipstreamed up, and in fact it's 2 and 2 and 3 coming into the chicane. But as they all link up again, there's a dive down the inside. There's a new, I think it's 5th place man in that's at 92, isn't it? That's Jordan Johnson.
getting ahead of Oak Richardson there. So top 4 breaking away here. George King in 55 trying to make a move on Hayden, and he's gone through into 3rd place then. So George King, the 22-year-old from Essex, is just squeezing through into 3rd place. He might lose that on the run down the Craners though. Nope, he holds on to it. And he started racing in very late 2020, did a full winter season of the Gulf Radical Cup. He's twice done the Dubai 24-hour race as well, and done 1 season in MX5s last year. He's competing in the Ligier European Challenge as well this season, is George King. Quite a contrast to be out of the Mark 1 MX5, a car of 32 years age plus now. Probably these were around in the late 80s, early 90s, weren't they? The Mark 1 MX5, so they're modern classics, really.
I remember seeing them in the States when they were first out, and when Michael Galati was the SCCA champion in what they call the Mazda Miata, or Miata as we might call it. So down they come into the chicane. There's a change for 2nd place, but no doubt about it, Ben Short in car number 1. He leads the way. 2nd place, it is 55 now, which is George King. The aforementioned George King, who's done really well to get ahead of Ben Abbott. Abbott slipstreaming in though all the way down, and then moving out to the outside as Abbott tries to come round George King, but doesn't have the speed to do so. It's Hayden who's carried a lot of speed through that, and he's now up alongside Abbott. They're going to be side by side in the Craners for 3rd and 4th places, but in fact Hayden decides to drop back a tad.
In the background there we saw the 17 car peel into the pit lane. That's Oak Richardson, who was running inside the top 6, but now headed into the pit lane. So we've got Ben Short leading, and a change for 2nd here. Ben Abbott up the inside of McLean's on George King. Ben Abbott, number 93, who is 2nd in the championship behind Ben Short at the moment, loses out.
Hayden came up the inside of Abbott, but carried too much speed, and Abbott's got him back on the exit.
Yeah, so Hayden briefly ahead of Abbott. He's going to stay there down the back straight though, towards the Robert chicane, side by side for 3rd place then, and it's going to be the white car with the purple bumper. Oh, it's cut the corner there at the chicane through the inside of the gravel trap, so that will be attracting the attention of the officials on track limits breaches, that's for certain. Obviously, if drivers do that too often, they will start to accumulate time penalties as well. Abbott trying to negate that anyway, up the inside, and goes through to take 3rd place back away from Hayden there, who's the driver that was off at the chicane. Jordan Johnson in 5th. He's about, well, it's actually 1.5 seconds behind Abbott now, because I think Abbott and Hayden slowed each other up on that lap somewhat. Best lap of the race is still to Ben Short, 125.98. There is Short. There is George King. He's looking a little bit more comfortable now in 2nd place, number 55. And then here's the fight for 3rd. And that is the 93 car of Abbott, the 127 car of Hayden. I wonder if Johnson is going to buy into this as well in number 92 before too much longer. Turning their way through Coppice onto the back straight. We've had 11.5 minutes of this race very nearly now, so probably going to be 3 more laps to go. It will be 3 more laps to go at the end of this to make it an 11 lap race.
Yeah, Short's really broken away now, hasn't it? 2.39 at the end of the previous lap. It looks more than that now.
Here's Ben Hansey, number 40, and he's very much one of the championship contenders, but struggling a bit more today. He's in 7th place at the moment, tucked in behind the 113 car of Scott Leach, who's not been a regular in the championship this season. Familiar livery, the licking tongue on the front of Scott Leach's car, but he's lost the place there. Ben Hansey goes through up into 6th position.
Ben Short's best lap, the new fastest lap in this race, is precisely a second outside his lap record. 125.82 he did. 124.82 is on the statutes from back in September 2019.
Certainly is. So Ben Hansey, I don't think he's going to make too much more progress here because he's 2.5, nearly 3 seconds behind Jordan Johnson in 5th, and there's only 2 laps to go at the end of this one now. Tom Holland in car 230 made up a position on the previous lap. I think it was a long lap possibly for Ian Tom. Oh no, it was a transponder issue I think for Tom Holland. I think we went been there all along in the 230 car. And 9 Ian Tomlinson is 9th and 14 Lloyd Huggins is 10th. Here is the fight for 2nd because Abbott has closed in on George King now. King was looking a bit more comfortable there, but that gap has evaporated, Marcus.
And that's also allowed William Hayden in 127 to make a really good exit. There's Hansey having his fight, and there's William Hayden. He's popped out from behind Ben Abbott, trying to claim the corner going into Redgate. He's not quite close enough. It's very close, but not quite. Oh dear, this is getting exciting, and a little bit of corner cutting going down through there. Wasn't much room for William Hayden, but he's dropped behind Abbott. Ahead of them, it's William Hayden who has the place going into the old hairpin. He kicks up the dust going in, and fascinating tussle. But here's our leader. It's the maestro again, Ben Short out front.
It is, and it's actually BS Motorsport that his team's cars 1 and 2 at the minute, because George King is also run from the BS Motorsport awning. And you've got Ben Abbott, who I think runs as a privateer effectively, and then you've got 127, which looks like an AB, an Ali Bray prepared car.
There used to be a whole fleet of Abbott cars, didn't there?
Yes.
3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, whole family effort. Looking a bit further back, some drivers still continuing to improve their lap times. Mary Barnard, I can see, in 24th place, car 29, she's improving. So's to Stephen Rees and David Brown and Stephen Reed as well. Let's focus on this battle for seconds. They're going on to the last lap now. George King, Ben Abbott and William Hayden separated by about 0.6 of a second. That's the car of one of the back markers, I think, number 19. Which is Martin Vernon. So he's right towards the back. He's not far ahead on circuit, I don't think, of that man, Ben Short. He's probably not quite going to lap Martin Vernon before the end of this race.
Ooh, and out over the curb came 55 at the old hairpin, which is George King. That's allowed Ben Abbott to keep his foot in and take the place. But there's our leader. It is number 1, the BS Motorsport car of Ben Short.
Oh, and a spot off the road there for Vernon, just in front of the leader. Said he wasn't going to be lapped by Ben Short. Well, he might well be now, because he's lost all of that momentum all of a sudden. So that's the leader going through. And in the background you can see it looks like Ben Abbott is relatively secure in 2nd place at the moment, with George King 3rd and William Hayden 4th. So there's Ben Short through for the final time. He's going to take the checkered flag, but who's going to be 2nd? It is going to be Ben Abbott, I think, out of the chicane for the final time then, up to the checkered flag. Ben Short it is that takes win number 10 for this season in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. 2nd goes the way of number 93 Ben Abbott, 3rd to number 55 George King, 4th to 127 William Hayden. And then look at that, almost a blanket finish over the line. So Jordan Johnson, number 92, was 5th, but 6th and 7th were right together, separated by 1400ths. And it was Scott Leach in the 113 car that got back ahead of Ben Hansey in the end. And then 8th was 230 Tom Holland, 9th number 14 Lloyd Huggins, and completing the top 10, just waiting for the screen to update itself, Ian Tomlinson in the number 9 car, but this car is still streaming through at the end of that 5 Club MX5 Cup, which has given us some great entertainment there. But another win for Ben Short in the first of 3 races this weekend for these cars. I think he says he wasn't planning to do the championship this year. The only meeting he's missed so far has been Silverstone, which was a double header. The majority of the meetings have 3 races, only Silverstone and Alton Park have only 2, and drivers dropped their worst 3 scores. So if he carries on here, Ben Short is looking good for yet another championship in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. There you can see him in the background. All the cars have come through at the end of their race now, so let's see if we can bring you the full results. Here we are then. Ben Short it was that took the win after 11 laps of racing, and the number 1 driver finished 5.41 seconds clear of number 93, Ben Abbott, in second place. Third place went the way of 55, that was George King. Fourth, 127, William Hayden. Then fifth, number 92, Jordan Johnson. Sixth was 113, Scott Leach, getting back ahead of Ben Hansey, number 40, towards the end. Crucial for Ben Hansey's championship hopes, that. Then eighth, 230, Tom Holland. Ninth, number 14, Lloyd Huggins. And 10th, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Hayden McDonald was 11th, number 66, and have Ryan Lovelock. 24, Christian Young. 50, Matthew Short. 72, and Liam Cochrane, number 94. Lee Pennefather, Neil Pearce, McCann and Gormer completing the top 20. Mary Barnard up to 22nd in the end, so she made up a couple more positions before the checkered flag. So good performance from her. And further back we can see that we did lose a couple during that race. Sammy Barker, Andrew Rochelle, Stephen Craggs, William Pickard and Oak Richardson were all drivers that failed to make it to the checkered flag. Let's go down to the pit lane. Ben Short will be with Josh Barrett.
Yeah, thanks Ian. Ben's just taken the helmet off, so we'll then get out the car, then we'll have a chat. Another race win for Ben Short. Well done, Ben. Another one of them to add to your collection.
Thank you very much.
And a really exciting race here for the first few laps in particular.
No, exciting's not the word, is it? Let's be honest. Reckless is the wording I'd use, but we'll see what transpires with that. But anyway, result was the same. Yeah, it was good to see young Will coming from AB camp, you know. I've known him since he started working for Ali. I know him from when he used to race for Ali as a customer, so it's brilliant that he's now working with Ali and having a good race. So it's someone else to add into the mix, isn't it?
The grids are getting bigger, as we can see this weekend, pretty much a full grid, so that must be fun for you, although there's some hopefully driving facts a bit cleaner into places.
Yeah, I mean, we all need to remember what we're here for, don't we? And I'd much rather have a good hack for 5th place than win by a country mile, but I think people need to get their priorities right. We all need to sit down and just chill out as friends in the evening, really.
I hope that's all done tonight, and then we'll have a good races tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So well done to Ben Short there on the race win. So let's see how Ben Abbott and George King feel about that race. Let's grab a word with Ben first. Ben, second place again. You led some of the race there, but again couldn't quite beat Ben Short.
Yeah, I made a small mistake going into, I think his old hairpin, the one at the bottom, and that gave him the gap, so I couldn't keep him the toe to keep with him. But it was a really good fun race, enjoyed it, good battles all the way around, yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah, George back again this weekend, and you again resumed your battle from earlier in the year.
Yeah, it's nice to race with George. Unfortunately, he made a small mistake on the last lap, which lost him second place, but his loss, my gain, so very happy with that.
And more drivers coming into the championships and more people to race against.
Yeah, I mean, more people the better, right? Bigger grids, more action, more fun, so yeah, I'm all for it.
And try and beat Ben tomorrow.
I'll try my best.
Best luck with that. And then George King took third. George back in the Mazda this weekend, and well stuck in the battles.
Yeah, thank you. It was definitely hard towards the end. My tyres were starting to go off. That's why I had 2 awesome drifts on the last lap. But yeah, it's awesome being like such tight racing. So it's always fun racing in Mazda.
You're already racing some stuff in Europe, but obviously come back and enjoy racing the MX-5.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Mazda's where I started. The racing's super close and super fun. So thanks to BS Motorsport for setting up a good car and then getting me to the top 3, really. Yeah.
How are things going in Europe with the Ligier Championship?
Yeah, good. 3rd in the championship at the moment. I've got a break now until Spa at the end of September. Been suffering with some problems with the car, but hopefully we can set things right and then get to the top spot on there as well.
You got plans for the future GT sort of racing?
Le Mans.
Yeah.
Le Mans. Prototype stuff, really.
Yeah.
I mean, GT experience in Mazdas is always good, but I prefer the prototype stuff. Yeah.
Best of luck, and we'll follow your progress. So there's our top 3 from the MX-5 Cup. Third was George King, second Ben Abbott, and the race winner Ben Short. They'll be back racing tomorrow, but we're now for live. Up next here at Donington Park, we move back to the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. That's right, race 2 of the weekend, the final race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing and Renault Clio Sport Championship. And it is going to be a grid set for this race by the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So let's see if we can give you the run through there. Fastest lap in the earlier race went to Owen Rosser, although he only finished down the order in the end, didn't he?
But so he therefore qualifies on pole position with a 1:22.59. So 53 and 77 on the front row, Owen Rossett and Andrew Harding. Second row is number 12, Spencer Stevenson, and 4, Tim Bentley. Third row, 15 and 1:11, that's Alex Hawkins and Nick Harrison. Row 4 is Chris Keir, and beside him, he's in 22 by the way, beside him is number 1, which was the race 1 runner-up and Clio 182 winner, Jack Dwayne, so he's well down the order, just ahead of number 33, Nick Brady, who he fended off all race long, and number 83, James Hayden. Row 6 is 56, Chris Lawrence, and 47, Ben Swift. On the 7th row is number 30, Darren Ransom, and 48, Charles Shelburne. Row 8 is 7, Stephen Richardson, and 65, Andy Bennett. The 9th row is 18 and 75, that's Mark Witherington and Greg Hill. The 10th row, 26 and 115, Gareth Tansey and Andrew Dyer. Row 11, 73 and 38, 73, Brian Reid, and 38, Olivier Algieri. 12th row, 32 and 88, Matthew Orcott and Brian Craven. Row 13, 49 and 31, Thomas Stevenson, Joyce and Chris Page. Row 14, number 40, Scott Edgar, and 55, Justin Griffiths, and number 46, Mike King. That won't be taking part. He injured, I'm afraid, in the qualifying session this morning with an incident at the old hairpin. So we have the cars on for the grid for the second race of the day. A reminder that earlier on it was a win for Andrew Harding in number 77 from number 1, Jack Dwayne, and number 33, Nick Brady. And thank you, and a few drivers getting penalties as well in that race. Number 12 notably got a 15-second penalty. That was Spencer Stevenson, so that cost him quite dear because it dropped him from about 5th to 13th, I think, and 3 drivers getting 5-second penalties as well. Josh Barrett has already worked out the points after this morning's race, so the overall standings now have Jack Dwayne on 218, Owen Ross at 207, Andy Harding 196, Nick Harrison 181, Justin Griffiths 177, and Scott Edgar, of course, who was a non-finisher earlier, 176. Green flag lap getting underway then. So a very mixed up grid compared to the finishing order that we saw earlier on because of the system whereby it's drivers' fastest lap times that are used to set the grid. So people who were quick and consistent over the whole race distance, like Jack Dwayne and Nick Brady, 2nd and 3rd, only start 8th and 9th for this one. It has brought more of the 197-200s, the Class B cars, to the fore. The best of the Class A cars, therefore, is the 182 of Tim Bentley, lining up on the outside of row 2 in the number 4 car, and he finished race 1 in 5th position. So should be an interesting race in prospect for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. See the drivers moving around to get some heat into their tyres. Yokohama Control tyres used in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, and of course treaded tyres. Standard engines, whether it's the 197 or the 182, they use K-Tech Racing coilover suspension. Standard pattern discs, and the transmission is the standard gearbox and standard gearbox ratios as well. There's a 6-point bolt-in roll cage as well, which from what we hear from this morning does a pretty good job of protecting the driver, which is all important. So Marcus, looking forward to a good contest here. Be interesting to see if Andrew Harding can make it 2 wins from 2 today. Well, we're going to see very shortly, aren't we? But it's Owen Rosser, the guy who's got it all to do, really, because he had that miserable first race, had dramas in it, but he's got the pace to win, as he's proved before, and see how he fares. He's in the red car, 53 KTR car. Yep, and of course, because he's got that pace, he's on pole position, but he can't afford to make mistakes as he did in the. That's right. There was multiple dramas that sort of dropped him back, wasn't it? Before Stevenson and Bentley on the second row. Stevenson in the black car, Bentley in the bronze one.
Then we've got the Powerlight Fitzgerald car of Hawkins number 15, white and blue and yellow car, and then Harrison in 111, which is a blue car.
So they're all back on the grid. 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Good looking grid.
It is, isn't it? Colourful grid as well. Green flag waved at the back. 5-second board is shown and now withdrawn. Rev starting to rise beneath us in the commentary box. Red lights go on. And out they go. And it's a pretty good start from Rosser from pole, but a good start from Harding as well from the outside of the front row of the grid. And they're still pretty much beside one another as they go into the first corner.
Yep, it is Rosser from Harding. The black car comes through, which is that's Bentley, isn't it? Into third place, I reckon.
No, it's
is it?
It's the 17 car.
It's 17 come up,
which is try and work out who that one is. Maybe it's not 17, but Bentley is certainly in fourth place as we've got Harding in the lead then from
Stevenson's
Rosser in
the black
second
car.
place. Yeah, that's right. 12 rather than 17, yeah, that's right. That makes sense as the cars stream through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's for the first time. Looking there at some of the 182s going through, including the 115, which is Andrew Dyer.
Harding has the advantage by the looks of things as they went out of our sight. So the white car was back ahead. Yes, it's Harding from Rosser. From Stevenson, and then it's Bentley in the bronze car. Twin cars behind them, and then diving up the inside is looks like Jack Dwayne in the black and turquoise car. He's rattled over the curve on the inside.
Yep, end of the first lap then, and it's Harding leading, Rosser in second, Stevenson third, Bentley leading the 182 division in fourth, head of the teammates Chris Keir and Alex Hawkins in fifth and sixth. Jack Dwayne is seventh, the three abreast further back in the 182s. They've also got the 55 car in the midst of that as well, which is the 197 of Justin Griffiths. And that's sort of back end of the field really. Scott Edgar, did he get out into that race? I don't think he did, which is big problems for Scott Edgar, who's one of the championship contenders. I don't think he got out into that race at all, I'm afraid, after the damage he picked up in race 1.
Dropped scores in this one?
Yeah, there are. I think it is probably 3 drop scores. We'll check that. 2. Only 2 drop scores. So
That's Scott Edgar's drop scores, I predict.
Absolutely right. He has scored well in all of the races up until now, which is a saving grace.
Yeah, it is.
So they're making their way out of Coppice and back down towards us, so it's all 3 197s in the podium.
It's still Harding, isn't it? From Rosser and Stevenson. Swift in 47, 30 in behind him, which is Darren Ransom. And they're in the thick of things. They're 11th and 12th, I think, something like that. Greg Hill in the bright green car in the middle of all that, the local radio control model king from Derby, son of the big Super Saloon legend, the late Mick Hill, great favourite round here at Donington Park. Down the Kroner curves they all go. It's certainly exciting in the middle of that pack. Less than half a second first to second at the moment. Harding in 77 to Rosser in 53. There's Greg Hill on 115, Andrew Dyer in their battle, and there's a couple of hungry drivers behind them looking to make up places as well.
Yep, making their way through McLean's and up towards Coppice for the 3rd time in this race. Only won the best lap of the race for Owen Ross was a 1:22.59, which was 4/10 outside James Bark's 2019 lap record for these cars. It might be a struggle to get that beaten today, but we'll see if there's any improvement in the remaining 10 minutes or so of this race.
Barkey was always quick, wasn't he, in these and
yeah.
golf as well, I think, wasn't he?
That's right. Fletcher's done 1:22.71 now, so he's gone to within 1200ths of Ross's time from the earlier race, and 600ths of his own lap time from race 1. But he's still leading by 3/4 of a second from Rosser, and Stevenson in third. And there's a gap back then to Tim Bentley, who heads the 4 182s together. So that's 4 Tim Bentley, 22 Chris Keir, 15 Alex Hawkins, and 1 Jack Dwayne. We're watching that battle a bit further back. This is between Greg Hill and Justin Griffith for 19th and 20th position. Griffith has been in the wars, hasn't he? You can see the driver's doors a bit stoved in, and also the rear bumper is making an escape bid. Well, certainly part of it is.
Just a bit of lightweight plastic, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's flapping away in the breeze. I wonder if that will attract the attentions of the officials, and we see a black and orange flag.
Yes, you may not know. I mean, he'll have been aware that he's been tagged at some point, but even in the mirror, he might not see that.
I wouldn't have thought he would do that from there, no.
Because it's tucked behind the car, kind of in its slipstream, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's for 19th and 20th. And
we've had one through the gravel.
it's a bit further up. I think that was the Nick Brady, Chris Lawrence, Darren Ransom scrap. And look at this, 3 wide for second place in the 182s. And it's Jack Dwayne who's gone through.
He's come past the pair of them, hasn't he? And those immaculately turned out cars. And
yeah, he was 7th at the beginning of the lap, and now is 5th and 2nd within that class. They've got Nick Harrison as well in the 197, attached onto the rear of this group now as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the bigger, more powerful car is unable to pick its way through in the twisty bits of the circuit. It'll come into its own elsewhere.
So climbing up towards McLean's once again. Jack Dwayne now up to 2nd. He's about 0.8 of a second behind number 4, Tim Bentley, who is climbing his way up towards Coppice Corner. There's Harrison up on the inside of the 15 car of Alex Hawkins then. See if he can make it through. He's still there, still trying to find a way through. And Hawkins, the 32-year-old from Barnstable, loses the position there. It's his first season of racing. Alex Hawkins, he's done 12 years of running in the BTRDA Championship previously. And he's out there in the JG Racing prepared car, and he's lost a position. He's down now to 8th place as Jack Dwayne is challenging for the lead of the 182s here. Really piling the pressure on Tim Bentley now. That gap has come down to 0.3 of a second at the start of the lap.
Chris Keir was just to his side in all of that. And here's the battle for the lead then between Andrew Harding in 77, the white car, and then the 53 of Owen Rosser.
Yeah, that's making its way out of the old hairpin towards Schwantz curve. 0.4 between them. Last time through, Rosser was slightly the quicker of the two, but getting away from Spencer Stevenson in 3rd place. There's 2.6 seconds between them now. Up towards Coppice again.
They're working those tyres hard through there, aren't they? Here they come on to the exhibition straight, down towards Roberts Chicane. How much toe there is, just in case of how late you dare brake without compromising traction as you change direction. But that wasn't such what's happened. So Rosser is slowed. He's got a problem, I think.
Yeah, it looks slow, doesn't it? Yeah, all of a sudden he's lost a lot of time. He's almost back into the clutches of Stevenson. Was that a misgear or something like that? Because he's back seemingly up to speed now, and Jack Dwayne's gone through into the lead of the 182s there in the background. He's done that on the way out of the chicane, I think, and he looks like he's taken Chris Keir, number 22, with him, who's trying to go around the outside of number 4 at Redgate Corner. That's Tim Bentley, the man who's been leading the 182 Class A for the first several laps, but no, Bentley's gone back through ahead of Keir. Keir's now slowing, he's got problems, he's going to pull off by the looks of it, and yep, yellow flag's waving in the background for Keir, suddenly pulling into retirement. So there's the leader, Andrew Harding, and now here's the fight for 2nd place, because Rosser has Stevenson right behind him, and these two shared the wins at Pembrey in June, about 6 weeks ago.
I wonder whether he came out of the chicane and stuck it from maybe from 2nd to 5th rather than 2nd to 3rd.
Could have been.
It just bogged.
So that's the Chris Keir car that seems to have parked in the middle of the gravel trap rather than at the edge, which is where it looked like it might be parking at one point, which might have been a better option. But with 5.5 minutes to go, it's Rosser, and it does look like he's back up to speed in second. Let's just see if he gets a good clean run through the chicane this time. Yeah, looks that way. So possibly just an error, or the car not quite going into the gear that he wanted to a lap ago. But Jack Dwayne is now leading Class A for 182s from his rival Tim Bentley. There's Chris Keir's car. Alex Hawkins has already also dropped down the order as well, the teammate of Keir. Marshall's just rushing out to have a look. There's the 47 car of Ben Swift. He's in 9th place, just behind Chris Lawrence. There's Lawrence just making his way through now, ahead of Ben Swift, who's the airline pilot from Skegness. 27 years of age, only started racing last year, did some karting before this, and he's built this car himself for his racing this season. And he's just in behind the 56 car, isn't he, of Christian Lawrence. Chris Lawrence from Grimsby, so they're both from the same part of the world, really.
Just so that Greg Hill's still in that middle pack where he was before, and he's battling with Gareth Tansey in 26. And Brian Reed in 73.
Nick Brady, who went well in the first race, finishing third overall, he's now got 15 seconds penalties have accumulated for him for track limits.
Way back.
Yeah, that's going to put him outside the top 20, certainly. From 7th where he is at the moment. 48 going through there is...
That's Shelbourne, isn't it? Charles Shelbourne.
That's right, yeah.
He's got Hayden and Hawkins behind him. Hawkins having dropped way back from his early position. Second place then, Owen Rosser in the 53. That's a Ladybird car ahead of Spencer Stevenson with the black Clio.
Yeah, and they're both a long way behind Hardy now, 3.5 seconds behind Hardy, and equally the long way clear of Jack Dwayne as well, 6 seconds ahead of Jack Dwayne. So I don't think Rosser and Stevenson need to worry about anything other than each other. But looking in the background there, you can see Jack Dwayne still got his hands full with Tim Bentley, number 4.
Yeah, just 0.3 between them, and then it's next of their group will be Brady, but he's got that problem, so it's going to be Chris Lawrence up into 3rd, and Ben Swift into 4th in that category.
So the two leaders going through in the 182s, picking up on the action a little bit further back. We've seen Ben Swift go through. Then you've then got the 83 car, that's James Hayden, the 15 car of Alex Hawkins, which has gone backwards a bit during the course of this race. Then Darren Ransom, number 30, Charles Shelbourne, 48. And behind him, I don't quite see who that was, but we've got 2 minutes to go, so probably 2 laps now, including the one that they've just started. So the lap here takes 1 minute 25 for the leaders, or around that mark. So there's Darren Ransom.
It's Mark Witherington, isn't it, on the back of that group?
Yeah, that's right, number 18. It's the one I couldn't identify. Some dust has been kicked up by somebody further up the road. Is that anything that we need to worry about? Dust is clearing.
Nobody's in the bunker on the entrance.
No, that's
what happened.
Fortunate. There's the 18 car of Witherington, the man from Melton Mowbray, so not too far away, an Auto Smart franchisee. First raced in the MG Owners Club in an MGB around about 15 years ago. He said he didn't do many races and he had very little success.
Got one off on the outside.
That's Darren Ransom that's off there, number 30. Finds the grass on the sort of outside of the gravel trap, and that's a good bit of track knowledge there, because he's stayed on the grass and driven round the gravel trap rather than trying to plough back through it.
And while he was finding his way on, there were 3 abreast into Coppice ahead of him.
Last lap here for Andy Harding. The gap has come down to 1.57 seconds over the last couple of laps. So 2.82 seconds, I should say now. It's gone back out again, in fact, on that lap. So it looks like Harding is going to take his second win of the day. That'll be his 4th of the season, to add to the couple that he had at Silverstone in the spring. As Josh was saying to him earlier on, I had to do quite a lot of work to the car to get it fit to race after dramas at Pembrey 6 weeks or so ago. But the car looking in good condition now, pretty much, from a distance anyway. And certainly driving pretty well, making his way out of Coppice for the final time. Just noting that in the 182, Jack Dwayne's advantage over Tim Bentley had extended to about 1.25 seconds. So
when did Stevenson pass Rosser? Last time round he was here.
Yeah, good question. Missed that, but up to the line comes Andrew Harding, and checkered flag is going to go out, and he wins again in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Spencer Stevenson does take second place then, and he's got that in the last 2 or 3 laps, certainly, away from number 53, Owen Rossiter, number 12 in second, 53 in third, and Jack Dwayne does take 4th position, and he does win Class A for the Clio 182s from Tim Bentley, number 4, in second place. It's going to be Chris Lawrence that's classified 3rd within the Clio 182s, because Nick Brady's got that 15-second penalty hanging over him, which means that rather than finishing 7th where he was on the road, just wait for the screen to update itself, it's going to put him 14th, I think. So not as bad as it might have been, because obviously the gap's extended as the race went on. But nevertheless, he's going to lose 7 places. Because of that is Nick Brady, which will be a shame because he was so pleased to have finished 3rd in the opening
Greg
race.
Hill's going to finish in the pits. He's come into the pit lane.
Yes, just before we saw the checkered flag. So that's a shame.
Is that going to trigger the timing?
We will see if he's classified or not. Let's have a look at the results though for that second race of the day for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. 77 the winner, Andrew Harding. From number 12, Spencer Stevenson in second place. 53, Owen Rosser in third. Number 53, as I say. Then number 1 in 4th place. That's the 182 Class A winner, Jack Dwayne. From number 4, Tim Bentley. Then Nick Harrison, number 111, was 6th. Another of the 197s. And Nick Brady was 7th across the line in number 33, but has a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits on multiple occasions. So Chris Lawrence in 56 will move up a spot and be 3rd within that class. But he was 8th on the road. 9th on the road, number 47, Ben Swift, and 10th, 83, James Hayden. Further back, Alex Hawkins went backwards. Mark Witherington had a decent showing there. Charles Shelbourne, another of the 197 drivers, in 13th. Then Gareth Tansey and Brian Reid, 14th and 15th. Dan Ransom, 19th after his off at McLean's about 3 or 4 laps from the end. And a look at the final page. So I think we lost the 2 drivers there, Stephen Richardson and Chris Kidd. Obviously Greg Hill dives to the pits on the last lap, so we'll see if he's shown on the official classification when that's published later on. So that's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship action done for the day. Let's find out how it was for our winner. Andrew Harding is with Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after another Clio Sport race. We'll hopefully catch up with the top 3 overall and our Clio 182 winner as well. And it was another win overall for Andy Harding. Well done, Andy. Another Garland.
Very much.
And you look another close race there with Owen and Spencer not far behind.
Yeah, it's close. I'm not sure what happened to Owen again. I'm not sure if he had a problem or what, but it just seemed to drop back really quickly all of a sudden. So yeah, a bit of a pity, but we seem to be pretty close. So might have been a little bit quicker in the early stages, but yeah. So 2 last lap boards confused me a bit, so I started slowing down, thinking I've got a bit of time behind, and then I had to pin it again. So yeah, no, it's good though, good result.
Do you start thinking about the championship now? Because obviously with drop scores, I think you're the leader.
Yeah, maybe. See if work depends. You know, it's still 2 meetings to go, and you know I can't really drop a race, so we'll see what happens. You know, yeah.
Obviously enjoying this new car though.
Definitely enjoying the new car, yeah. I love Donington as well. You know, it's a brilliant track for the Clios. They go really well here, so yeah. Really good weekend so far. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Can I just thank my wife very much for all she puts up with, all the time I spend in the barn at home working on this thing. So my little golf ball. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Andy. Let's see if we can grab a word with our 182 winner, and then hopefully we'll have time to have a chat to the other 197 guys. So, Jack, a different type of race that time. Again, you got to the front of the 182s.
Yeah, really good race. It's nice to race for all the lads. Everyone's doing the same sort of pace, so racing's clean and it is good fun. But at the same time, we need to get to the front and keep picking the points up. So, yeah, it's a good race. Yeah, I wasn't quite as quick as was this morning compared to 197s, but won the 182s, and that is all we're here to do, really. So. This morning was just a bonus.
You had 3 wide at one point, I think, coming across the line, which was quite fun.
Yeah, it's ace, isn't it? Yeah, that's what we're here to do. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love doing that. And the lads that I'm racing like that with, I can trust them as well. So it's not going to go out of control. You don't think, anyway.
Obviously, you keep racking up the points for that overall championship as well. I think you took the lead earlier on in the overall points, so that's quite nice. Although, like you say, the 197s they haven't run in their pace, but the overall points are still coming as well.
That's the first time I've heard that. I didn't know that, so that's quite nice to hear as well. Yeah, it's good.
And obviously 2 wins in the 182 is a perfect day, really.
Lovely, yeah, that's what we came to do. We've always come to win. Also, I think everybody comes to win, but it's nice when you can actually get it executed, because it doesn't always go to plan in the Clios, does it? A wild bunch, so yeah, good results.
Well done. Let's see if Spencer is about. I think he's over here, so let's grab a word with Spencer Stevenson. Second place, Spencer there. He managed to get ahead of Owen towards the end.
Yeah, I think he's had a few problems, to be fair. But so have we. I mean, it's struggling with setup-wise. But yeah, it was a good race, yeah.
I think you raced Fiestas before. How's the Clio compare?
Yes, yeah, I've been doing a lot of Fiestas over the past 2 years, so I'm still sort of getting used to this car, to be fair. Because that's on a slick tyre, whereas these are on more of a road tyre. So it's still sort of getting used to it and how the car reacts and stuff like that. So yeah.
It went well last time at Pembrey. You got a race win there.
Yeah, it went all right there. Yeah, we had a few engine troubles, but other than that, yeah, it was all right. Yeah. So.
Well done on second place. And let's see if we can grab a word of Owen. We have a great Dunmo takeover of Alpha Live. Owen, a bit of a disappointing day, maybe some problems with the car?
Yeah, a few problems today. Yeah, it's an electrical issue. So it's cut out 4 or 5 times today. I think 4 times in that race.
Oh, right.
So
well, third place isn't the end of the world, is it?
I'll take third from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got to get that sorted for Brand.
Sure. So that's, I guess, quite a difficult issue to sort out, is it, electrical issue?
Yeah, because all the power steering went. So coming into the last corner, and the first time it happened, that was interesting to make it through there because I had no power steering. But one of them, I'll take third for now, and we'll go again at Brand.
First season in cars, have you enjoying yourself?
Unless stuff like that, it's going to stop very quickly if that keeps happening. But yeah, on the whole, it's been really good. We had a difficult croft. But it's starting to make up for that now. Just get that sorted and we'll be good to go.
Better luck getting that sorted. Well done on the end of podium. So that completes our Clio racing here at Donington Park, but we go single-seater racing next for the fastest cars of the weekend for the F1000 Championship. Yes, it's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship up next, and it's a record grid, the biggest ever grid of F1000s, in whatever guise that's been in down the years. It was known as Formula Jedi before this, of course. 27 cars we should have on the grid. Might have been 28, but unfortunately Alex Tetseo had a gearbox blow in testing yesterday, so we've lost one, but still that's a biggest ever grid for the F1000, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Let's have a look at how it's going to line up. And it's number 12, Tom Gadd, the championship leader, lining up on pole position. And hopefully number 80, Dan Gore, will be beside him, but he had an off in qualifying. Row 2 is 65, Matthew Booth, and number 3, Tom Westworth. Row 3, 37, Ben Powney, and 8, Dan Clues. The fourth row is 83, Matthew Higginson, and number 5, Rob Wellham. Fifth row is 41, Billy Stiles, and 24, Victor Newman. In fifth position, on the sixth row I should say, it's 56, Lee Morgan, and 26, Murphy Aldridge. On the seventh row, 42, Paul Butcher, and 33, Rob Bailey. The eighth row, 69, Eddie Folkingham, and 11, Elliot Mitchell. The ninth row, number 9, Chippy Westmail, Christopher Westmail, and 44, Alok Iyengar. On row 10, 88, Mark Betts, and 19, Sam Satchwell. The 11th row, 14, Adam Walker, and 73, Kales Cole. Good to see her
faring a little bit better this weekend. The 12th row 95 David Tagg and 67 Andrew Wheels. And then it's Sebastian Malcolm number 70, Dax Ward 29 and Max Windhauser 66 to complete this fantastic 27 car field for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000. So Marcus, it's great to see so many of these cars out and how this has grown in the sort of 3 or 4 seasons since they switched from BRSCC to 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, absolutely, and everyone really enjoys it. There's lots of smiling going on around the paddock. They all help each other. I was chatting to Tom Gadd, our pole man, at lunchtime, and these cars weigh astonishingly 330 kilos, or 410 is the mandated weight with the driver. 200 horsepower engine, 175 horsepower at the wheels, Suzuki GSXR motors, most of these, 135 miles an hour at the foot of the Craner curves, and the same into the chicane and Redgate from these cars. So yeah, quite remarkable, which means they're about 7 miles an hour quicker than a Sports 1000. But of course, Sports 1000s weigh 580 kilos with the driver, so they're really, very heavy in comparison.
And the other difference is the Sports 1000s were on treaded tyres. These are on slicks, of course, purebred racing machines. These. So although the engines are similar, there are quite a lot of differences as well. Green flag lap getting underway.
These cars made by Jedi over in Northamptonshire. First Jedi made back in 1984 for hill climbs. Principally, and John Corbin and his son Fraser done a fantastic job. Made, I think, something like 180 of these things over the years for different guises, but this sort of standard configuration for the F1000s really proving very popular. Cars very difficult to get hold of, and you can't get a second-hand car. No one wants to sell them because they all love what they have.
Absolutely right. Championship-wise, it's very interestingly poised because we've got Tom Gadd on 197 points, Rob Wellham on 186, Matthew Booth 170, and then you've got a sort of second division really. That's probably a bit unkind, but 137 for Matthew Higginson, 132 for Murphy Aldridge, 124 for Dan Clues, and 123 for Dan Gore. But
if it was football, it'd be called a championship,
yes.
Premiership and championship.
Absolutely. In terms of the wins, they have been split 4 ways so far this year. Tom Gadd has had 3, Matthew Booth has had 3, Rob Wellham 2, and Lee Morgan 1. We've had 3 meetings so far at Silverstone, Croft and Brands Hatch. 3 more meetings to come here at Donington Park. Anglesey in September and Snetterton in October will conclude the season, but there's still very much all to play for at this halfway stage.
And what is good about it is that the race meetings are spaced well through the season, which is so much more doable for a lot of competitors, particularly those who do a lot of the work themselves.
Yeah, 6 meetings, 3 races at each, spread over 2 days usually. Well, always, I think, actually. It's a really good calendar that 750 Motor Club have offered F1000. And it's a championship that's attracted in lots of drivers from different avenues. So Tom Gadd, he was a former low-cost champion. Dan Gore's been doing this a while now. Matthew Booth was a sports special champion with 750 Motor Club. Ben Powney's been a front runner in low-cost and Mazda 7s. Matthew Higginson was a multiple RGB champion as it was, now Sports 1000. Down the years, Victor Newman also switched across from Sports 1000 as well. But drivers have been doing it for years as well, like Lee Morgan, who was the champion last year, was the champion in 2013 as well. Languishing a little bit this year, he lines up 11th on the grid, and in the points he is in 9th position, just that 1 win and 1 second in terms of podium finishes for Lee Morgan this season. Not always having gone well with his car this year. There's a problem there for one of the cars at the back. Scrutiny, everything, just checking that out, but dashing away to a place of safety. So I think I've got the start delayed board being shown. So that's being shown from the gantry. You can see it on the top right of your picture if you're watching on the live stream. I don't know if there's a car that's stopped possibly somewhere on the green flag lap. It looks like there might be a gap about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about the 6th row of the grid on the outside, which would make it Murphy Aldridge possibly. That's the car that the official was just checking over, the Sebastian Malcolm number 70 car at the back of the grid.
That was a stone in the got into the throttle pedal, jammed the throttle, so he switched off and pulled off at the side of the circuit. Simple as that. It's done no damage, he thought. But
okay, David Tagg and Andrew Wheels. David Tagg is missing, so that's that gap there we could see on the grid where number 95 should have been. Dax Ward is in the 29 car just there. I think he wanted a word with the scrutineer who's walking across to talk to him. He's on the radio now. Let's try and work out what's going on here. We may need another green flag lap for these cars, given that this has been a sizable delay. Can hear the klaxon sounding now, and I think this is another minute to go. That's probably the 30-second board, so this was probably going to be a green flag, and it is a green flag. So yes, another green flag lap for these cars. Hopefully this time around it will be a clean green flag lap, and we'll be able to get into the race.
I think we're also without Max Venhuyser.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Whose car, there was a considerable amount of damage around the bodywork, around the engine bay, when I ventured into the paddock at lunchtime.
Okay. Worth mentioning, we've also got Chris Westmail, Chippy Westmail, on the grid as well today. Champion in Sports 1000 about 3 seasons ago now. He went on to race a McLaren in British GT. Latterly he's been racing in the Prague Cup. Last year he was sharing with Richard Morris. This year has been running cars, but he's racing with Mattel Cars outfit, as he did in Sports 1000s during the course of this weekend. That's Matthew Higginson going through in the Disclot car, multiple RGB champion, as it was known at the time.
It was a male car, very fetchingly turned out in Martini Team Mattel colours.
Absolutely. So green flag waving. That's Tom Gadd. You can see low-cost champion 3 years ago now in the number 12 car. Had a few wins during the course of last season, but caught COVID and missed a meeting.
He's 25 years old, from Lincoln. He's a mechanic for Anglia Water. Looks after their fleet of commercial vehicles.
Yep, and has acquitted himself very well in his first 2 seasons of low-cost racing. Worth talking about Tom Westworth as well. On the second row of the grid, he's just 20 years of age, from Prescott. He's a student. Started racing in karts back in 2008, which means that he was 5 or 6 at the time, which is scary. And he's racing in the JFK prepared car. So expecting this to still be a 15-minute race.
Let's hope no one runs out of fuel.
Yeah, hopefully not. They've done an extra green flag lap now. They might need a safety car or something to balance that out. There's Cale's car, number 73. A couple of yellow flags waving, which suggests there are drivers with problems that may have stalled. And yes, there's 3 yellow flags waving. Now, that indicates there's 3 cars. One of them is the car that's on the front row, though. So that's Dan Gore. Marshals have rushed out to see what can be done to assist, but there's other drivers. There's one getting out of his car there as well, a few rows further back.
That's 8. That's Clues, isn't it?
That's Dan Clues. So he's going to push his car off the grid as well. I'm not sure that the...
It's just the hot, cold scenario with motorcycle engines, I wonder.
That could well be it, couldn't it? So it's going to be another start delayed, and I suspect we might now not stay at 15 minutes because we'll need another green flag lap here. So a great shame, because we're looking forward to this biggest ever grid of F1000 cars. We're losing a couple here on the from the grid. And quick drivers as well. Dan Gore, who was very much in contention for last year's championship, and not forgetting Dan Clues as well, who won it a couple of seasons ago. Lee Morgan taking it last year. So, a real disappointment for those drivers. They've got 2 more chances to race tomorrow. All being well, hopefully nothing seriously wrong with their cars that can't be fixed. I'm ready for tomorrow.
It's given Tom Westworth a huge gaping hole to look through.
Absolutely. Of course, it's a staggered start anyway, isn't it? Rather than being on side-by-side rows, they are staggered on the grid. But yeah, Westworth now has got plenty of space around him, in front and behind. So, that car's now pushed into the pit lane exit. It's quite a long way for the marshals to have to trot. So, we've now got presumably another 1 minute board, and another 30-second board, and another green flag lap to go, I'm afraid. So a little bit disjointed this, ahead of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship.
It looks like we're going to be at 23 cars, something like that.
Yeah. And I suspect we will lose a little bit from the race distance as well. Now I've had 3 green flag laps now. So, off they go again. Tom Gadd, as we've said, on pole. So now no Dan Gore. We do have 65 Matthew Booth, though, on the inside of the second row of the grid. He was the 2016 Sports Specials champion. And 10-minute race is what we're now being told. So we've lost 5 minutes because of that extra delay, I'm afraid. So a 10-minute race for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. We've told you about Tom Westworth. Ben Powney's out there as well. Worth just talking a little bit about Ben. As we say, he's also racing Master 7s this season. Previous to that, he's been a multiple race winner in low costs as well. In last year's Master 7s Championship, he was vying for the title with Danny Andrew, and he's doing double duty with the F1000s this year. Matthew Higginson we've talked a little bit about as well with his various successes in the RGB. He is now 39 years of age, from Chorley in Lancashire, director of a company. Started racing 10 years ago, won 4 Class R and F titles between 2013 and 2016 in RGB. Started racing F1000 this year. And yes, he's the director of the 2 family businesses, the Disc Lock car security business and the My Rider folding e-bikes as well. He's out in the Mattel cars, prepared Jedi with the Suzuki GSXR engine in it.
Which the majority have, don't they?
They
Suzuki,
do.
yeah.
It's nearly all of them, yeah.
I think there's been one with a Yamaha R1.
Adam Walker, yeah, who I don't think is here today actually. But yeah, majority Suzuki powered. So, fingers crossed that we will get the race underway this time. 10-minute race now for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Cars coming into position. You can see the red lights flashing on the back. And that's the lighting system developed by the electronics company of Dax Ward, who's there towards the back of the grid, which helps to enhance safety. But lights go on, they go out, away we go. So the third time of asking, the race gets underway. It's Tom Gadd into the lead. Booth is slotting into second. Higginson makes a good start. Westworth couldn't make the best of that vast amount of space he had around him on the grid. He's lost out to Higginson and to Ben Powney there. They're wheel to wheel for third place as they head through Craner curves for the first time. And it's... Ooh, which one's it going to be? It's going to be Powney at the old hairpin that gets that move done. Fantastic sight these cars make as they streak their way through the old hairpin. But it is Tom Gadd leading the way. Pole position driver number 12. From in second place, number 65, Matthew Booth. And third at the moment is Ben Powney, number 37. He started, well, nominally 5th on the grid, although that was really 4th because Dan Gore didn't take the start.
Yeah, this is absolutely cracking stuff, isn't it? There is Tom Gadd then, gunning for his 4th win of the season. He leads the way from Matthew Booth. Powney's in 3rd. Higginson is in 4th place. Behind Higginson, trying to pick up the next one through.
That's Westworth, isn't
Westworth.
it? Yeah.
Yeah. And is that Rob Wellham behind him? Looks like it probably is.
Yeah, I think it is, looking at the colours.
Wellham comes down the inside of Westworth, going down into Redgate.
Yeah, looks like he has gone through, but we're looking there at Powney in third. Yeah, Wellham has gone through. You can see him in fifth there. Powney third, Higginson fourth, Wellham fifth, then it's Westworth, and then it's Lee Morgan, number 56, the reigning champion, just tucked in behind Thomas Westworth as well. Also the champion from 9 years ago, 2013. Victor Newman is 8th, Eddie Falkingham 9th, and Rob Bailey completing the top 10 at the moment. And it looks like Dan Clues did get out into the race, possibly from the pit lane. He's there with 23 cars having come through at the end of lap 1. Turning their way through Coppice Corner now for the second time in this race. Gadd and Booth making a bit of an escape here, but Wellham has made good progress on this lap to latch himself onto the back of number 83 Matthew Higginson. Trying to take, or certainly number 56 going with him. That is Morgan now, who's up to 6th.
Oh, broken suspension on.
That's the Westworth.
Is that Westworth?
Car. Yeah, that's the Westworth car. I think that's pulling off to the right hand side of the circuit. Didn't see, it's the left rear suspension that's gone. Didn't see whether there was a tag there or a clip of the curb, something like that. The curbs here can be a bit fierce, so if you clip those, then you'll do your suspension no good whatsoever. But look at this now. It's Wellham and Morgan putting some pressure on Higginson in 4th place, with some dust kicked up there by Wellham. I think that might have cost him a couple of car lengths, and it might give Lee Morgan the opportunity to challenge Wellham here for 5th position up to McLean's. This is lap 3 of the race. 106.45 for Gadd, the race leader on the first flying lap. A record of 105.95. So half a second outside that. They were under it. Tom Gadd was under that in qualifying. Here comes Morgan up the inside of Wellham for 5th position, and in fact he gets 2 places in 1 there. He gets past Matthew Higginson as well.
That was overtake of the day, wasn't it? Absolutely superb from Lee Morgan. I know he's very, very highly rated among his rivals, and that was a great dive down the inside. 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, and Wellham got ahead of Higginson as well, so Wellham sort of stayed where he was effectively. And Higginson's the driver that's lost out. Matthew Booth just doing the best lap of the race, a 106.33, 700ths faster than Gadd on that 3rd lap of the race. 6 minutes and change left to go. 12 Tom Gadd the leader, 65 Matthew Booth 2nd, Ben Powney in number 37 is 3rd, and 56 Lee Morgan is 4th, 83 Matthew Higginson is 5th, and Rob Wellham number 5 completes the top 6. We're watching on the stream at the moment. Number 5, that's Wellham, and he is the man that coming into this weekend lies 2nd in the championship to Tom Gadd, so he will want to make up positions here because he doesn't want to concede too many points to Gadd, who leads this race.
Eddie Falkingham coming up in 69, he's 8th, Elliot Mitchell is 9th, and in 10th place now we've got Bailey from Swallow Hill Homes.
I think we've lost Paul Butcher as well, actually. Westworth in retirement we saw, and Paul Butcher also hasn't come through to complete lap 3.
There's the Martini car of Chippy Wesmail.
And Lee Morgan there has done the best lap of the race now, 105.79, and that is a new lap record. It's his own lap record that he's beaten. 105.79 takes 1600ths off the old marker. That's no surprise given the way he's been driving. Now is 7/10ths behind Ben Powney at the start of the lap. We'll try and pick up where he's learned, but we're watching Rob Bailey, I think that is, with Chippy Wesmail just behind him in number 9 at the moment. And then it's Alok Yengar, the Indian driver from Pune, and Mark Betts, another driver who's switched over from RGB in the past to racing F1000. Yeah. He's next up.
Wellham's managed to jostle his way past Higginson. Newman, Falkingham, Mitchell and Bailey completing the top 10. Any improvement from Dan Clues? Yes, he's up into 18th place in car number 8, the pale blue car.
But look at this, over the line they go. Gadd's got a decent lead, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th together now. You've got Lee Morgan, who's made some ace overtakes already. He's up on the inside now of Ben Powney, and he's made that look very easy indeed. Lee Morgan, he's gone through to 3rd position now. Another new lap record, a 105.63. He is in stonking form. He's lapping about half a second faster or so than the race leader, Tom Gadd, as well, albeit he's still got about 2.5 seconds to make up and only 4 minutes of the race left.
And some work to do, because Ben Powney's back on his tail. He's come out of the slipstream really well, and he comes up towards McLean's corner. Powney was going to try to go a little bit wider into that apex, then get on the power sooner. But this is the one where he can make a big difference. He gets a good exit from Coppice. And they hop the curb there on the inside. And he's got a tighter exit coming out, but will he get a cumulative tow from the 2 cars ahead? Let's see, because out of the slipstream has come Lee Morgan down the outside into the chicane, and he makes it stick on Matthew Booth. That was a very, very bold move, and Booth quicker on the power coming out, and he's now right on the tail of second place man. But Lee Morgan's going to be canny enough to keep that territorial advantage as Ben Powney tries to come up the inside of Matthew Booth.
There's going to be either 3 or 4 laps to go. It's going to be very marginal indeed. It might just be the 3 though, and Lee Morgan has got 2.36 seconds to try and make up on Tom Gadd. Based on best lap times, that is just about possible, I would think, to get on terms. But of course, passing Tom Gadd will be quite a different thing to catching him. Certainly 3 laps to go, maybe 4. Morgan will be praying for 4, I should think. It's Booth 3rd, Powney 4th. Wellham is there in 5th, Victor Newman is 6th, so he's now ahead of Matthew Higginson, who had a long lap last time, a 1:12.93.
Yeah,
so
he's fading
for Higginson. So we'll see if he manages to hold station or if he fades away any further. But Lee Morgan, you can see how he's got away from Matthew Booth, whose front wing looks to be flapping a little bit more than possibly it should. It doesn't look as rigid as those of the other Jedis out there at the moment. Looks okay in a straight line, but as he sort of gets over the curves, it just looks a little bit as if he's not quite attached properly. And he is losing ground to Morgan here.
And Rob Wellham's hooking onto the back of the 2 we see, which is Booth and Powney. Rob Wellham, who's won a couple of races this year, and hooks over the inside curve at the old hairpin, touches the exit curve as well, but he got a lot of speed out of it.
Wellham did his personal best lap on the previous lap, a 1:06.02, and he's with these 2 now. This is 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle. 65 Booth, 37 Powney and 5 Wellham. Through Coppice for the final time, if not for the final time, but possibly the penultimate time of this race. It's just going to be a question of whether the last lap board goes out this time.
Higginson's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not come through, so we've lost Matthew Higginson altogether now, so that brings Eddie Falking up to 7th, Eddie Mitchell 8th, Rob Bailey 9th, and Chippy Westmail into the top 10. They're the leaders. I think they probably have got the last lap board there.
1.87. It is coming down, isn't it? So Lee Morgan is making progress, but let's just see what happens behind here.
Yeah, he's certainly pulled out a 1.5 seconds over Booth and Powney and Wellham, which is the trio that we're watching, but he's possibly going to run out of time here to get past Tom Gadd in the lead of the race. Wellham again hooks his wheel over the curb at the old hairpin. There's Morgan just flashing through shot. There's the 3rd, 4th and 5th place scrap.
Mark Betts has displaced Christopher Westmail for 10th place.
Yep, that's right. Westmail's first time out in the F1000s. We wonder if we'll see more of him in this category next season.
This could be a better lap for Morgan, but of course he's running out of time, and this is the last lap. 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, we're going to get the checkered flag this time. Up to the line he comes. Yeah, checkered flag does wave, as we thought. So Tom Gadd takes the victory. And Lee Morgan possibly just needed one more lap there, didn't he? Because the gap was down to 0.95 seconds in the end. So 12 Tom Gadd, the winner once again. That's a 4th victory of the season for him from number 56 Lee Morgan in 2nd place. 3rd place getting the way of number 65 Matthew Booth. 4th to number 37 Ben Powney. 5th to number 5 Rob Wellham. And Victor Newman completing the top 6. Good scraps coming over the line now. That's further down the order, but you've got about 5 or 6 cars right together there, including Dan Clues, who's come through in 14th position in the end, having started the race from the pit lane, so he recovered something from the day. He was ahead of Adam Walker, who is out, I beg your pardon, I said that he might not be earlier, but he's the Yamaha engined Jedi in 15th position, one of the few non-Suzuki powered cars. It looks like we lost 3 from that race once it started. Matthew Higginson, Tom Westworth and Paul Butcher. Let's have a look at the results though. And Tom Gadd winning by 0.95 seconds in car number 12 from number 56, Lee Morgan in second place. Morgan getting the best lap and a lap record of 105.63. Third to number 65, Matthew Booth. Fourth to number 37, Ben Powney. In fifth position it was number 5, Rob Wellham. Sixth, number 24, Victor Newman. Seventh was Eddie Folkingham in 69. 8th was Elliot Mitchell, coming back after injury in number 11. 9th to 33, Rob Bailey. And 10th to number 88, Mark Betts. Chippy Wesmell was 11th. 12th was Alok Iyengar, the Indian driver. Sam Satchwell in the number 19 car. He came through to take 13th position. Dan Clues from the pit lane to 14th, and Adam Walker took 15th, ahead of Billy Stiles, Andrew Wheels, Kels Cole, Sebastian Markham and Dax Ward. And then these three non-finishers, Matthew Higginson, Tom Westworth and Paul Butcher. Let's head downstairs. Josh has got our winner.
So we're down here in the pit lane. The top three have just made their way in, headed by our race winner, Tom Gadd, from that Swallow Hills Home F1000 Championship. So we'll let Tom jump out of his car. The car is run by Team Sellers Racing, backed by Spectroform from Mike's Biff Tuning, Light Kitchen as well. So a great drive there by Tom Gadd to win his fourth race of the 2022 season. Lee Morgan comes over to congratulate Tom, as you can see there. And then we'll grab a word. Well done, Tom, winner's garland. And a good start there, and then you sort of managed the gap from there, I guess.
Yeah, I got a good start. We had a bit of a disruptive start with the two delays, and it sort of threw me off a little bit, but made sure I got a good start. But yeah, it's a good race. I just want to dedicate that race to Roger Windsor. He was a member of TSR who sadly passed away the other week, and it's hit the team hard, but we're all coming together, and that one was dedicated to him.
A great way to pay respect to him, isn't it, by winning the race? And the fourth win of the season. Last couple of meetings, I think you've had your shoes in qualifying, so nice to start at the front again.
Yeah, we got caught out by safety cars and red flags. Today we managed to put in a great lap early on, so it saved the tyres and it helped out in that race, I think.
And you're enjoying this car?
Loving it.
Well done, good luck tomorrow. So congratulations there to Tom Gadd. Second place went the way of Lee Morgan, a fantastic drive by Lee. Lee, a brilliant drive there, shortened race, and you came up to second, a new lap record, so well done.
I'll take that. I didn't really know where I was this morning because I was just struggling with a few little things on the car, running an engine in as well. So I was pretty happy with that. Obviously, a couple of guys dropped out. Obviously, Dan and Dan, obviously not starting, but I made the bad of a bad qualifying. I think we maybe just had a little edge on Tom there. We were just sort of creeping towards him at the end, but just not enough laps, obviously, with the short race. So we're there or thereabouts. So hopefully we can pick up a few more podiums over the weekend and hopefully go away with a car that still works.
That's the thing, isn't it? Nice to be out there after those problems you've had this season.
Yeah, it's just been one thing after the other. So finally, it looks like we're sort of getting somewhere with it. Fingers crossed it all holds together out for the rest of the weekend. But if I can go with three finishes this weekend, even if they're not on the podium, I'll be pretty happy.
Quick word on the championship, because obviously you've been around for quite a while, but the championship this year has grown and the grids are massive, aren't they?
Oh, it's just crazy, isn't it? I mean, 28, 29 cars. And the thing is, the thing at the front end is the top 10 are really, really competitive. I mean, anyone in that top 10 could finish on the podium. Obviously Tom and Matt obviously been there or thereabouts most of the rounds, but it's tougher than it's ever been, I think. You come back as a reigning champion, you qualify 11th on the grid, so it takes a bit of effort now. You can't just go out there and just stall around anymore.
But it's a great way to go single-seater racing. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, why else can you race this quick for the money with such a competitive grid? Fantastic.
Well done, second. Good luck tomorrow. Then Matt was in third place. Matt, you couldn't keep Lee back. He was a bit quick today, wasn't he?
No, he was rapid and he was coming up behind me down the straight, and I tried to defend, but he got a good run on me, and then it was a big braking move into the last chicane, but it got me, so it was pulling behind him. I thought I could slipstream him back down the straight, but as soon as I pull out and hit that wind, it just knocked me back, so I couldn't do anything on it. But I got a good start, but like I said earlier, Lee in the championship, he's had a few issues, so him coming past weren't a big deal, but also it is because it takes away points from me whilst I'm trying to chase Tom, who was rapid.
It's a really intense championship this year, isn't it, with Rob and then with Tom? The three of you been sharing the wins and sharing the podiums a lot of the time.
Yeah, we're always fighting every meeting, and even in quali today I was 0.01 off of the guy in front of me, and it's
the top three were all under the lap record, so it's all very competitive, and you've got to be on your game every time, or else you're going to lose out.
I'm sure you're enjoying all the challenge there.
Everyone wants an easy one, but no, it is good. It's good racing and good clean races, and some of the best in club motorsport. So it's the place to be.
Yeah, and when you're on the podium, it must be a really rewarding thing.
Oh, yeah, it makes me feel better. I think I'm good now.
Well done on third place, Matt, and good luck tomorrow. So that's the F1000 done today. Back to tin top action. We've got the TGOR Type R trophy cars already onto the circuit.
And there they are on the circuit, the TGOR Type R trophy cars for their second and final race of the weekend. This grid set by the results of race 1, but with the top 10 reversed, so it's an interesting looking grid. Pole position is number 94, Ursula Jordan, and alongside her is number 95, that's Samuel Dennis. Second row is number 13, Travis Patterson, and beside Travis is number 97, Matt Digby. On the third row it's 84, Chris Smith, and treble 7, Mark Dicken. On the fourth row, 104 Daniel Chapman and 130 Chris Nyland. On the fifth row, 28 Joe Jessup and 25 the first race winner Danny Hobson. On the sixth row, it's number 11 Joseph McMullen and number 9 Gavin Johnson. On the seventh row, it's 66 Ross Borman and 92 Jake Hewlett. Watch out for him because he had to come from the back in race 1. Race 8, row 8 even, number 96 Tim Necklin and 27 Daniel Bailey. The ninth row, 116 Matthew Morgan and 69 James Mansell. Row 10 is 64 Adam Parsonage and 18 Matthew Duffel. The 11th row 30 Craig Atkinson and 46 Jamie Flynn. The 12th row 257 Matthew Gilby and 83 William Puttergill. And the last couple of rows have 23 Alan Gill and 39 Warwick Ellis, and then 7 Jack Thomas and 67 Conor Murphy, who went well in qualifying this morning. I think he was 6th fastest, but retired from the first race. So if he's out there, he'll be one to watch from the back of the grid. Now the point standings have been updated by Josh Barrett unofficially. So after the first race, whereas before this morning it was level pegging at the top between Jake Hewlett and Chris Nyland. There's now a 15-point gap between them. Chris Nyland has 247 points, Jake Hewlett 232, Joe Jessup 223, Matt Digby 211, Mark Dicken 192 and Daniel Chapman 190 now. But it's a 15-point then advantage for Chris Nyland, and Joe Jessup with his result, second place earlier on today, sort of getting a bit closer to the top two as well. And of course he had a non-finish at Alton Park. All of the other drivers have finished all of their races, all of the ones at the sharp end anyway. So for Jessup, that's something that he will be dropping at the moment. So on drop scores, Jessup's not a bad position actually. So cars off on their green flag lap. This reverse grid should make the race a little bit more interesting than it would be otherwise. Although even so earlier on we had some good action all the way through the field. Although Hobson on this one-off outing did go on to win by just over 2 seconds from Jessup, and Nyland settled for the points effectively, I think, in third position with Jessup, with Jake Hewlett, I should say, having 2 offs on the opening lap of the first race that dropped into the back of the field, and he was playing catch-up from there. But Marcus, these cars look and sound magnificent, and great club racing.
They do, and I remember seeing some of the early Tegawa Honda races a few years back at Brands Hatch, and it just resembled like a mini BTCC. The cars, the engines rev extraordinarily highly, even in road-going sort of situations, but there must be fantastic fun to drive because they're powerful, they're accelerative, they've got good torque, everything going from, and they look good too.
Yeah, they do. And you've got to remember though that this design now is approaching 20 years old.
I think the EP3 is probably the best looking of all of them.
Yeah, I concur with that.
After that they get a bit kind of bulkier, don't they, like most cars these days.
Absolutely right, it is the way of things, isn't it? But these are nicely proportioned and do look good. So 15-minute race ahead of us for the TGOR Type R Trophy. Final race of the weekend for these cars, just the double header on this occasion. So it's Ursula Jordan in the blue car on pole, and it's the black and grey and green car of Samuel Dennis. Then it's Travis Patton in the all-white car, Matt Digby in the green car. He'll be one to watch here, I think, as the lights go on and the lights go out, and Digby makes a decent-ish start from the second row. But it's Samuel Dennis from the outside of the front row of the grid that's going to lead, I think, into the first corner. Well, that's Mark Dickin weaving his way through in the treble 7 car up into second place. Digby third. Oh, a bit of a touch on the back of Dickin's car, I think, from Ursula Jordan, actually, as they turn their way through Hollywood now for the first time, and they drop down the hill. It's Samuel Dennis, and it is Matt Digby, in fact. I told you to watch out for Matt Digby. He has emerged into the lead of the race from in second place. That's Mark Dickin. And is that Chris Nyland that's got his way up into third place? We'll try and pick that up in a moment. It may well be. He started the race in 8th. But yeah, it is. It's Chris Nyland, 130 car.
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the outside looking to tuck through on the exit, and I think he got a good run coming out of there as well, out of McLean's.
Out of McLean's up towards Coppice they go. So there's Nyland with the gold trim on the around the windows of that car. That looks magnificent. He's in the wake of the black and day glow orange treble 7 car of Mark Dickin, and they come down into the corner, and he's a bit sideways. He's very sideways. Well, that's Ursula Jordan that spins around, number 94 from pole position. She ends the first lap in the gravel trap. There's gravel all over the circuit now on the exit of the chicane as well. Oh, that's a sad end to the first lap of Ursula's race. It will be the end of her race completely, I think, having started on pole position. There's Joe Jessup up the inside of Chris Nyland now, and he's through into third place. That's a great move from Joe Jessup. And there's another car coming through. That's Jake Hewlett as well. Hewlett from 14th. He's up to 4th now. He's ahead of Chris Nyland, his championship rival. You've got here actually the 3 main championship contenders, Jessup, Hewlett and Nyland, right together, Marcus.
That's absolutely incredible, isn't it? And they've all had their battles through the first part of this race. There's almost a touch there on the back bumper of the third place man, whatever. And they come through again. 4 together, disputing 5 together, disputing the minor placings. It's a big sideways, and that's 104, is it?
Yeah, Daniel Chapman.
Daniel Chapman going into the gravel and out of it. There's Ursula Jordan's car, and that's well stuck. That's not coming out of there.
So no overtaking at the chicane, double waved yellows.
She's still sitting in the car at this point.
Yeah, she is. Marshall's just getting to a position of relative safety as the cars then come through the chicane in single file. And yeah, they are all behaving there by the looks of it. The fastest lap, being clocked up initially to Matt Digby, but then to Joe Jessup, of course. That's before they got to the yellow flags, and to note those times are a couple of seconds off what we saw in the earlier race so far as well. So I think the drivers were paying heed to those yellow flags. 12 minutes of the race left to go. We'll see what's going to be done about that Ursula Jordan car, because it's pretty much on the edge of the circuit. Oh, and that's the car of 25, which is Danny Hobson, the race 1 winner, who's very sideways there. He's not really contending for the championship, so nothing to play for, but equally he's got that car up for sale, so he won't want to throw it at the scenery.
Yeah, that was like the old hairpin, wasn't it? And he hung on to it, but it was a struggle. 25 then, Hobson.
84 Chris Smith behind him. That's 6th and 7th positions that they occupy. And then seeing Joseph McMullen come through next, I think, in 8th place now, number 11, I think. And the 116 car of Matthew Morgan as well. 257 of Matthew Gilby, we're just hearing. Yellow flags still waving down here at the chicane.
No overtaking then.
No.
Oh, another car with a back bumper hanging off.
That's the 13 car, isn't it? Which was on the second round of grid, Travis Patterson. Chris Nyland's now done the best lap of the race, a 1:21.91. He's still in 5th place though, behind his 2 championship rivals, Joe Jessup and Jake Hewlett, and behind the 2 MDs, Matt Digby and Mark Dickin, who are 2nd and a bit up the road. Here they are, Digby in the green car, Long time racer with the 750 Motor Club. Before this he was in Clios, before that he was in Stock Catch. Dickin in the Treble 7. Hyundai Coupe Cup champion. Before that he was a motorcycle racer as well. Just wonder if the second 3 cars are going to edge onto the back of the first 2. There's a snatch vehicle now trying to retrieve Ursula Jordan's car. There is a bit of a gap in the traffic there, but it's a relatively short lap here, minute 23 lap time, so there's not much of a gap to get that work done. So double waved yellows now down into the chicane, and it does take away a prime overtaking opportunity at the chicane, of course, but safety first.
Yeah, and you always wonder whether the temptation among the chasers to just nick a few yards back here actually pans out, because I reckon they're closer coming out than they were before.
Black flag with the orange spot on the right hand side of the screen for those watching on the stream.
That would be 13, wasn't it? The meatball flag for the car with the back bumper hanging off.
Just thinking that. Oh, well, that's one way to try and get rid of it, I suppose, but it's actually not worked.
It's now well and truly wrecked.
It is. Now Dickin here has lost ground, and he's lost a place as well to Joe Jessup, who's gone through at Hollywood. So number 28, Joe Jessup, now ahead of Treble 7, Mark Dickin. I think he may have locked up on the way into Redgate. I just heard someone locking up as we just switched that picture of Travis Patterson and his hanging bumper. So now it's Matt Digby out in the lead on his own. It's 4 cars really for second place. Dickin in the Treble 7 car now under pressure from Hewlett in 92. And for that matter, Chris Nyland in 130 as well. Hewlett in his first season of circuit racing. With a bit more experience.
And Smith did their best last time round, as did Matt Digby.
Best lap of the race altogether has gone to Nyland on a 121.91, which is 7/10 outside of what Hobson did.
Double waved yellows.
Probably for the last time though,
yes.
It's just because that car has almost been retrieved. Now they just need to pull it behind the barrier. Good work then there done by the recovery crews. Oh, a mistake there from Dickin at the chicane.
Dickin ran really wide up over the curb, and he's lost momentum as a result of that. He's being attacked down the left-hand side.
As Digby under pressure from Jessup there. So that gap has come down. Jessup did a PB that time, a 122.16. Digby's lapping almost at his personal best, a 122.94 it was for him though. You sense that Digby's going to have to, if he's going to win this race, he's going to have to soak up a lot of pressure here, and it's not just going to come from Joe Jessup, because Jake Hewlett's now got through to third as well, and he is chasing after the 2 leading cars, Digby and Jessup now.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out, still with 7 1/4 minutes to go. It is Matt Digby in the lock up there momentarily from Chaser, which is 28, which is Joe Jessup. Joe Jessup, who finished second in the previous race. Tight line going into Coppice from the third place car, which is Jake Hewlett, and the rest making ground towards him as a result of Hewlett losing momentum coming out of the corner. He's under attack now from Chris Nyland down the outside in the red car with the gold top. Here comes Nyland. Behind Nyland, we've got Hobson, I think, and then Dickens there as well in that group, isn't he? Somewhere recovering from his moment.
Hobson's not there anymore. Hobson's missing out. Chris Smith has come through in 6th, so I think Hobson's had a problem. And oh no, it's beg your pardon, Hobson is there, isn't he? Yeah, he's in that group. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, Hobson's broken away. Yeah, he is 6th, and he's just actually done another lap in the 121s. My mistake. Oh, and look at this. That's about
the car with its nose splitter hanging in the deck. They're the bright green one, third of that group.
And still Travis Patterson circulating with that bumper, rather dangerously hanging on by barely a thread. He's a wonder of engineering how that's not parted company with the car as yet, but it's blowing around in the breeze, and it could be quite dangerous if someone else managed to
probably
run over it.
Probably attached with Gorilla Glue or something like that.
It's not stopping and go past number 83 William Puttergill though. So great scraps down the order here in this Takiwa Type R trophy.
So that's been over a curb somewhere. He's got a clattering splitter. The one ahead of 13. That's 67 is Connor Murphy.
Yeah,
some bit of gravel kicked up.
Yeah, and here are the leaders. They've just started their 8th lap of the race, I think, and it's Digby and Jessup separated by 1400ths. Both did their personal best on the last lap. Retirement for Gavin Johnson there in the PDC Racing Honda. He's out of it. 5 minutes left to go though, and it's Digby, and he is soaking up the pressure at the moment from Jessup.
About 4 laps, isn't it? But it might just go an extra one.
It was a slow lap from Hewlett last time, wasn't it? 1:23.66. And he's a long way back now from these two. That's a second and a half slower than his best. So, did he make a mistake? I'm trying to see, is he there still? I think he's still there in
They've
third.
not really got involved in traffic, have they? So,
They're
not
about
on a
to,
regular
though.
basis they're going to.
Yeah. Possibly not too much of it to deal with just yet. So there's Digby, and there's Jessup. Separated by 1400ths at the start of the lap. Hewlett and Nyland, is that going to be a change in the background? Nyland and Hewlett, you could just see at the back of Sharp were about to overlap.
Where's Nyland on the previous lap? Has he got a transponder issue?
Well, he's showing sixth.
Sixth.
But he's fourth on the road there.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so let's see and watch them come through this time. Nyland's going to have a go along the Whitcroft straight. Great exit from the corner. He's going to get alongside Hewlett this time. And yeah, he is shown in fourth, but he is nosing ahead. He's third briefly as they head into Redgate that time. Hewlett's got the inside line though. You've got Danny Hobson in there, and also Mark Dick in as well. Still side by side for third place down the Craner curves. Number 92, Jake Hewlett. Number 130, Chris Nyland.
Nyland's got him.
He has.
In the middle element of the Craners.
So he's back through into third place and ahead of his championship rival. But Joe Jessup also is a big contender for the championship as well. Just up the road. Well, I say just up the road. He's now about 3 seconds up the road. Through McLean's they go. 3 minutes to go. Probably 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Yeah, we had 11 laps in the first race, so I imagine we'll get 11 in this one as well. Hobson, you could see going through number 25. There's our race leader, and the lead still hasn't been settled either, has it, Marcus?
No, with 2.5 minutes or so still to go. It's the green and black car of Matt Digby, but chaser Joe Jessup got precious close coming through the chicane. Here's another of the chase groups, that's Hobson in the background, but now Digby's got to be canny. He can't compromise his speed out of Redgate corner, but he's got to defend it as best he can. It'll be difficult. Nyland's got fastest lap, 21.30 this time, only a tenth outside the best lap in the previous race. But Digby from Jessup by barely a fifth of a second.
Daniel Chapman just going through in 8th place in 104, just ahead of yeah, a lapped car, in fact that was, wasn't it? Conor Murphy and Ross Borman a bit further back down the order. So working our way around this penultimate lap at the moment, watching these cars go through. But here are the leaders, and they're side by side on the way up to McLean's. Digby on the inside line, he holds it. Jessup had to back out of that now. Has Jessup compromised his momentum up the hill towards Coppice? He's got Chris Nyland right behind him now. Nyland, who did the best lap on the previous lap, is probably going to be contending for that here as well, because he was nearly a second and a half behind the two leaders at the start of this 10th lap of the race. He's right with them now. You've still got Hewlett in there, and you've got Hobson as well. Digby locks up, Digby goes wide, and Jessup goes through. How many places is Digby going to lose here? He's going to lose 4 places, but for Matt Digby with that mistake, Marcus, at the chicane.
And Nyland was on the grass on the exit, wasn't he? So it's, yeah, this is far from resolved, but what a drama that was. Poor old Digby back into 5th place. Here comes Nyland. He wants the cut back on the exit of Redgate. He's got the car pointing down towards the inside of Hollywood. Down he goes. And he's got the slightly longer way through this bit of the corner, but if he can hang on in there, he can get that advantage down into the old hairpin, and he does. He breaks fractionally later, albeit on a slightly tightened line, and he comes out ahead.
He does indeed. So it's number 130, Chris Nyland, now into the lead of the race from Joe Jessup, who held it for not even a third of the lap, or maybe just about a third of the lap. So 28 Joe Jessup back to second place. Number 92 Jake Hewlett third. These are the 3 championship contenders. Nyland's gone wide. Nyland's gone off the circuit. We can't even see him. He's gone so far wide. And that means it's 2 cars battling for the lead side by side. And it's Hewlett. Hewlett takes the lead now. That's 4 different leaders.
And Hobson's on the inside as well.
We could have 5 different leaders in the space of 1 lap here if Hobson can charge it before they get to the line. I don't think he's going to make it though. So it's going to be Hewlett, who started this race 14th, that's coming down into the chicane for the final time, the Robert chicane. They're all cleanly through there this time. 0 on the clock. Up to the line they come. And it's going to be from 14th on the grid, Jake Hewlett, that wins. And look how happy he is in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Round number 9 of the season goes the way of Jake Hewlett. What a final lap or so that was. 4 different leaders in the space of just over 1 lap. And Jake Hewlett gets his 4th victory of the season now. And second place went to number 28 Joe Jessup. Third to number 25 Danny Hobson. Matt Digby, number 97, was 4th. Chris Nyland did come across the line in 5th. I mean, that's a relief because he was so far off. It wasn't even picked up by our cameras up there at McLean's. Mark Dickens 6th, Chris Smith 7th, Daniel Chapman 8th, Conor Murphy 9th, and Ross Bourman rounded out the top 10. But that was absolutely sensational.
That was mega, wasn't it? Just superb. And Digby had to feel for him because he did all the hard work absorbing that pressure for so long. Made that little mistake coming into the chicane, the penultimate lap. He went from 1st to 5th at that point, recovered to 4th. But Hewlett then, what a great run he's had through. 14th in the earlier race.
Yeah, and that was from 27th, of course, at the end of the first lap of the first race. So that's quite the comeback from Jake
27
Hewlett.
to 14 to 1.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and that will give him some confidence going into the next rounds of the championship. But let's have a look at the results then. Number 92 Jake Hewlett it was that took the win in that 11 lap race from number 28 Joe Jessup, 4/10 between them at the end. In third place, number 25, the race 1 winner, that was Danny Hobson. 4th place, number 97 Matt Digby. And 5th, number 130 Chris Nyland, the man that was leading the championship going into that round. In 6th place, treble 7 Mark Dicken. 7th to number 84 Chris Smith. Daniel Chapman was 8th despite an off in car 104 on the first lap. 9th to number 67 Conor Murphy, he too had to come through from the back. And 10th was number 66 Ross Bourman. Further back, Travis Patterson stayed out there despite his flapping rear bumper. He was ahead of William Putskill and Joe McMullen. Daniel Bailey and Tim Neckland 14th and 15th ahead of Matthew Morgan, Sam Dennis, Matthew Duffel, James Manson and Craig Atkinson. And we lost in the course of that race Gavin Johnson, Jack Thompson, not forgetting Ursula Jordan as well on the first lap of the race. Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Josh Barrett is going to speak to a very happy Jake Hewlett.
Yeah, thanks Ian. We're down here after that lively end to the TGR Type R Trophy action here at Donington Park. Jake Hewlett's being congratulated by his team down here. Then we'll grab a word of him once he gets out of the car. Also chat to Joe Jessup and to Danny Hobson, who completed the podium. Jake gets out of his car. He started 14th in that race to take the win. Well done, Jake. I'll give you your garland there. That was quite the race, wasn't it?
Quite the change from earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, we knew we just had to try and score points this weekend, so that was the aim with the first race. Obviously, we decided that we would fancy a bit of rallycross this time out, but luckily we kept everybody else out of danger. Obviously, didn't rejoin the circuit dangerously. That was race 1. We got back to 14th, and then this race, same again. Just focused on picking off who I could, when I could, and securing some points really. So to come away with a victory, just wow. Brilliant. Can I say a massive thank you to all my personal sponsors that were on the car, which of course you've seen. A big thanks to DH Racing for helping out this weekend, Area Motorsport, Tegiwa, On a Mission, you name it. Everyone's just been brilliant. We've had so many problems, and yeah, to get a win, thrilled.
Talk us a bit about that last lap, because I think almost all of you led the lap at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great patience from Nyland, so I've got to thank Nyland. Absolutely great patience from him. He knows what he's doing, as do many people on the field. So yeah, it was, you know, we was changing backwards and forwards, and there was a lot of respect there, which is good.
And now heading towards the end of the season, it's a very close championship battle to enjoy.
It is, yeah, it is. Who would have thought we'd have been in this place, right? So yeah, we're very, very grateful for any positive result. and all the support we get 24/7. Just massive thank you to everyone.
And again, this is your first season in car racing, and I'm sure you're enjoying it.
Yeah, for my first ever season, of course. Yeah, it's been pretty good. We could say that. Yeah, pretty good. So we're working things out as we go, and hopefully we can keep getting stronger and stronger.
Well, congratulations, Dave. Great race there, and a great result there for Jake Hewlett to be the race winner. In second place was Joe Jessup. So let's see if we can grab a word with Joe. Joe, second place there, good points, but that was an entertaining race to watch anyway.
Yeah, it was a real close race, real tough race. Got another good start, managed to get towards the front, and then it was just so close between all of us. It was, real tough race, but enjoyable one.
Yeah. And you all behind Matt for such a long time, you almost managed to get past him. I think you did, and then but then the others came as well.
Yeah, he was really good at defending into the first corner. I didn't want to sort of bash him around or anything like that, so I just had to choose my moment. Managed to get him down at the chicane, and then I think everybody had sort of bunched up behind. So, made the last few laps a bit interesting.
From a championship point of view, I think you probably came out with the most points out of the three of your main contenders this weekend, so that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if I thought I was going to get 2 second places before the weekend, I'd be really chuffed. So, yeah, it's good news.
Well done, Joe. Second place, and in third place was Danny Hobson, so let's have a word with Danny. A good result there for your team as well as for you.
Yeah, cracking result. It's nice to have a double podium, especially in this championship. Yeah, great.
And you said earlier you've been a few years out of racing, so I'm sure you've had an enjoyable day, a win and a third.
Yeah, great day. Obviously it makes it chasing joy. I had a few big moments out there and a bit of damage here and there, but we managed to close it back off. One more lap, I think we could have maybe won that.
Does it make you want to come back and do some more racing now?
It does, but I need a championship with no customers in because it's a bit busy during the day.
Well, well done on third place. So that completes our day of racing for the Type R Trophy. There's more racing though to come still here at Donington Park. Up next will be the Armed Forces Racing Challenge.
Yep, Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's the penultimate race of the day here, actually, at Donington Park. Just this and the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship to round out today's racing programme. There's then a qualifying session for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship to round out the day. But let's have a look at the grid then for this Armed Forces Race Challenge. Grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying earlier on. So it's on pole position, number 108, Simon Wing, and besides him is 13, Adam Jewis, although he was a retirement from the earlier race, so we'll see if he's there. Second row is 133, that's David Sheed, and 22, Mark Inman. Third row, 12, David Russell, and 196, Alexander Smith. On the fourth row, Pete Seeley in 178, and Jonathan Candler, 84. Ryan Margulis, 144, and Chris Slater, 32 on the fifth row. Blair Thompson and Ben Gundry, 23 and 53 on row 6. Row 7 is 107 and 37, that's Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Mike Wells. Paul Waterhouse in 230 and Phil England in number 8 on the 8th row. 9th row is 96 Ben McLaughlin and 113 Alex Rivet. 10th row 33 Simon Frowen and 41 Doug Inglis. 11th row 129 Liam Waterhouse and 115 Matthew Hoskins. Row 12 is 127 Neil Luke and 57 Simon Vernon. 13th row 72 Sean Graham and 17 Sebastian Unwin. Row 14 will be 26 Gareth Moss and 49 Brian Watson. Melissa Bexley is in number 28 on row 15 besides 123 James King. On the 16th row it's Daniel Blackett in 29 and 385 Ben Dickerson. Row 17 is 47 John Cobley, number 2 Keith Atwood. The 18th row is 125 Matthew Davidson and 235 Lewis Appiah-Gayi. So that's how the grid lines up for this second Armed Forces Race Challenge contest of the day. Earlier on it was Simon Wing that took the win on the road in his Peugeot 205 GTI to take his second victory of the season, to follow up the one he had at Silverstone earlier on in the year. David Sheed came back to finish in second place after a half spin up at McLean's about 2/3 of the way through the race. Mark Inman took third place overall in car 22, also won Class B in Caterham Sigmax. The class is of course based on power to weight ratio. Class C was won by David Russell in his BMW E36 328. Took 5th overall in car 12, and Class D earlier on was won by Mike Wells in his Toyota MR2 Roadster. finishing 16th overall in car number 37. And as the cars assemble on the grid, it looks like we are missing, I'm afraid, the Adam Dewis Vauxhall Astra.
And David Sheed, BMW, not there.
Correct, yes, good point. I thought there was something else missing, I couldn't quite put my finger on what for some reason, but yeah, David Sheed not there. So whether that's a legacy of the spin that he had in Frankenstein, as the car's known, I'm not quite sure, but Sheed not there either. So Simon Wing will be out on his own, I think, in what will be the only remaining Class A car, because we lost John Cobley after qualifying as well, I think.
Yes, that retired smokily in quali, the Seat.
Reminder that it's the performance index that is the determinant of the championship points in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. That basically is looking how consistent you are, so dividing your average lap time by your best lap time, and obviously the lower that ratio is, the better your performance index score. So they go off on their green flag lap, and the Armed Forces Race Challenge, as I said, being led by Douglas Inglis coming into this weekend, from Paul Waterhouse, Jonathan Candler and Mark Inman. And there's also an inter-service competition, the veterans, ahead at the moment from the Navy and the Marines, the Army and the Air Force. Fourth in the standings at the moment. So far this season, the championship has been to Silverstone, Croft and Brands Hatch. Different winners at each venue, and Adam Dewis and Simon Wing sharing the victories at Silverstone. At Croft, it was Mark Inman that took both wins, but not without a big fight from Simon Wing, certainly in the first race there. And at Brands Hatch, it was Wayne Lewis guesting in his BMW that took both of the wins from Mark Inman. At Brands, as far as performance index was concerned, it was Jonathan Candler and Inman that took the two victories there. To give you an idea of how consistent they are, in the first race at Brands, the performance index for Jonathan Candler was 98.77, meaning his that was the sort of percentage of his fastest lap time compared to his average, and 98.78 for Mark Inman in the second race. So that's how consistent some of these drivers are, which, given that the amount of traffic that has to be dealt with in these races as well, is pretty impressive. Fascinating variety of cars on show. We were talking earlier on about the Volvo S60, the car built in Gothenburg, ex-Don Noggy car. It's on screen now. There we are, perfect timing. And those usual Volvo colours. That's being driven by Chris Camp, the 41-year-old transport manager from Gloucester. He was the Army champion in the Armed Forces Race Challenge in 2013.
Long before it was involved in BTCC and in fact European Touring Car Championship. Before that, Volvo heavily involved in rallying and racing with the great Tom Trana in Sweden with the PV544, the old Beetleback Volvos.
Right.
And the Volvo Amazons came into the scene, and the 123 GT being a particularly fine example. Various Mazdas, lots of long-serving MX-5s in the series.
57 Simon Vernon. The 127 car is that of Neil Luke. Here's Mark III compared to the Mark I, which is what most of these MX-5s are. So Simon Wing, it is on pole in car number 108, the Peugeot 205, and then the next car up effectively is the 22 of Mark Inman. So waiting for the race to get underway, 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. I think the green flag's already been waved. Yes, red lights go on. Out they go. And a pretty good start by Mark Inman from the second row of the grid in
and
his
look
Caterham.
at the Subaru down the outside. Four-wheel drive Subaru goes steaming down into third place from way down the grid. So So that was very impressive. That's Phil England up into third place behind Simon Wing.
He was on row 8.
Inman. Yeah.
So 16th on the grid. There were a couple of absentees ahead of him, but Phil England, a great start to the race, as you say, using that four-wheel drive. Now he's got ahead of all of these cars. He's got to try and stay ahead of them, and that might be the more tricky bit. He's got Alexander Smith in the Integra, and he's got David Russell in the BMW already queuing up behind him. Got 7 of the 116 trophy cars as well. We've got the full 116 trophy race tomorrow as well. But here comes Phil England then, the Subaru, climbing up the hill.
Can't live with the two ahead of him. And there's David Russell bustling past Alexander Smith, and Jonathan Candler in the green and black Peugeot is coming with him. He kicks up the dust on the inside of the corner. But interesting to see here, it's Wing then from Inman. Third is England with the Scooby-Doo. Fourth is Russell. Fifth is Smith. Sixth is Candler. And then it looks like the Toyota coming through next to Pete Seeley.
End of the first lap then, and it is Wing leading by just over a second then from Mark Inman in second place, and Phil England third, David Russell fourth, Alexander Smith in fifth position as they all stream across the line to complete the first lap of this race. A huge number of MX-5s involved there. David Sheed was there. He must have started at the back or possibly from the pit lane, but he's come through in 20th position at the end of lap 1, so that's going to be one to keep an eye out for then. So David Sheed was there, but
he must have gone for the pits. He wasn't on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top 5 different marks in this race: Peugeot, Caterham, Subaru, BMW, and Honda.
And there's another one into the pits now, and that is.
Is that Slater?
Could well be. Could well be Chris Slater. Did he come through? No, he didn't come through. Well, he did, but very late. So, yeah, it's Chris Slater out of the race, I'm afraid. One of the prime movers behind this Armed Forces Race Challenge competition. Candler and Seeley side by side. This is for 6th position. Seeley a bit more power in that Toyota, possibly. And he gets through, especially with that wing on the back, which I'm sure makes all the difference. Talking of wings, it's Wing with the fastest lap of the race, 1:19.98. He did. That's better than any lap he did in the first race, actually, already. And he did a 1:20.06 in the first race. The best lap of the first race was to Sheed, a 1:19.83. But already he's gone faster than he managed before. Simon Wing in the lead of the race. 2.39 seconds ahead of Mark Inman in second place. We're watching David Russell, who's now ahead of Alexander Smith, so already on this third lap the BMW's got through ahead of the Honda.
And David Sheed in 133, Frankenstein BMW, is up into 13th place. 13th place for David Sheed, watch for him.
Another 7 places made up on that lap, and is lapping faster than everybody apart from the first 2, I think. That was on the first flying lap, but Sheed is certainly going to be a contender for a podium here, one would think. Still 16 minutes of the race left to go. That's the 53 car of Ben Gundry, the BMW 330 Ci.
Yeah, qualified 12th.
Tussling there with the 144 of Ryan Margulis, so that's for 8th and 9th position. Leaders coming through already to complete their second lap as we're watching Margulis and Gundry, and there's David Sheed coming through, so he's up inside the top 10 here. He's ahead of Ben Gundry now, so I think this is going to put him into 9th place. Wing's gone faster again, by the way, 1:19.96 now. Just waiting for confirmation that Sheed is up into 9th.
He's just taken Margulis going past the pits as well.
So that'll be 8th. Yep, he was 9th over the line. 8th now.
That's a hairy looking beast, isn't it?
Certainly is. So they dropped the way down through the Craner curves in the sunshine here at Donington Park. 15 minutes of this race still to go. Through the right-hander at the old hairpin they go, Margulis and then Gundry. Here's Candler and Seeley. Candler back ahead of Seeley now in the Peugeot, but they're both about to be swallowed up, I think, by David Sheed in that 133 car. Seeley and Candler lapping the 123s and Sheed in the 121s. So is pretty much with them now, and by the time they get to the chicane or around the end of the lap, I think Sheed will be up into 6th.
Sheed's smoking though. There's a little bit of attendant looks like plumage coming out the back. Down he comes down the inside. He's got past Seeley easily, and now he's trying to outbrake, but Candler's not having anything of it, and puts his foot down and denies David Sheed, at least for the moment. As soon as he comes to a straight though, Sheed will be back. I think Candler might just have got to the timing line ahead.
Yes, he hadn't he? But Sheed with that left hand wing mirror no longer fully attached, it's sort of dangling from the left hand side of the car, so that will not help, but I don't suppose he's going to have too many cars coming up behind him, the traffic ahead of him that he's going to need to worry about. But yep, up to 6th place now then, David Sheed, and his next target will be Alexander Smith, who is 6 or 7 seconds up the road, so it might take a little while to get there actually.
Yeah, Sheed's last lap of 1:20.47, but Candler at 24, a long lap. 21 for Smith, 21 for Russell.
About a third of the way into this race then, and it is Simon Wing leading in car 108 from 22 Mark Inman. We're watching the 113 car go through at the moment. No, that's Alex Rivet, one of the Class D drivers. How is he faring in Class D? Well, he's being led by Michael Wells, who's 12th overall in the Toyota MR2 Roadster, number 37, from Doug Inglis in 2nd, and then it's Hoskins in 3rd position. Chris Slater is in the commentary box. I'm going to ask him what his problem was and why he's out of the race.
This battle continues on our screens between David Russell in the BMW and Pete Seeley in the MR2. Ian, latest news from Chris Slater?
Yeah, gear selector problem. So he's out of the race at the end of the first lap. So that came off. So 5 laps in the book then for Simon Wing.
David Sheed continues to do ever faster laps, but he's in the very, very low 20s now. He's not quite made it into the 19s. I think he'll get there. Yeah, David Russell's actually making a bit of ground, I think, I sense, towards Phil England in the Subaru. And here comes Frankenstein at the back of this group. He's got Alexander Smith ahead of him. He's caught Alexander Smith. Just ahead of Alexander Smith is the blue BMW, which is the car of David Russell, number 12. And here he goes.
Yep.
Gets one of them.
That's past Smith then, that's P5. Oh, on a spin for 116. That's the first one we've seen this race. At any rate, that's the number 70
before.
car.
It's on the previous race as well.
At least once. Sebastian Unwin, the spinner there, and he was in 24th.
He's today's drifting champion, is he?
Seems that way. He's just about to be lapped by Mark Inman in that number 22 Caterham that's in 2nd place for the local man from Retford, 37 years of age. He's a trained technician. His first win at Rockingham back in 2018, initially racing in a VX220. And this is a Caterham Sigma X from 2008 that he races. But we're watching Russell and Smith get together, because I think Sheed's now passed both of them. Yes, he is, and he's got Phil England in his sights. So I told you that we should watch out for potential podium for David Sheed, and that's going to come true before very much longer here, because the 3rd and 4th place cars are right together.
He's popped straight down into the inside of the Subaru, and he's got Melissa Bexley ahead of him in the white BMW. That car's about to be lapped. There it goes then, this monster BMW. England trying to go with him. And Alexander Smith in all that has nipped past David Russell.
Yes, he has. So he's got up into 5th place. It wasn't the case as they went over the line. They were pretty much level pegging over the line, but Smith has got ahead now at the start of lap 8. We've just passed the 10-minute mark, so 10 minutes to go. We had a 15 lap race early on, so probably going to be the same again. There's Russell then, and there's Frankenstein, and what's he got to do next? He's got 8.5 seconds to make up on Mark Inman, and to put on that lap he was 2.7 seconds faster than him, so if that's representative, then Sheed could be with Inman for seconds before the end.
There is Inman in the white Caterham Sigmax, jostling with one of the lapped Mazdas. We're about halfway through this race, and there's about half a length of the exhibition straight between second and third. 22 there, Mark Inman in second place. In the background you'll see the red BMW pop out. There it is, out of the chicane. So it is probably half the pit straight.
Yep. In the background you can see Phil England, you can see the blue BMW of David Russell, and Alexander Smith still pretty much all together. Class C, that is being led by David Russell then in number 12, Class B by Mark Inman number 22, Class A by Simon Wing 108, and Class D, just check, yep, that's still Michael Wells ahead in that. He's down to 13th now because Keith Atwood's again had to come through from the back and is now up to 12th. So this is the battle for 5th and 6th between 12 David Russell from Class C and 196 Alexander Smith from Class B.
And right ahead of them is Phil England in the yellow Subaru. You can see all three of them at McLean's corner. BMW seems to tuck into McLean's into the apex better than the four-wheel drive Subaru.
And there's Inman doing some more traffic, and it was 8.6 seconds between Inman and Sheed at the end of the previous lap, so we'll have a look at what the gap is now. So they come through to complete lap number 9. That's Paul Waterhouse in the 230 car. He is running in 15th position in this race. Finished 19th earlier on. Oh, Phil England
Subaru
spun, and that's at the chicane, isn't it? So he will have lost positions because of that. 7.6 the gap between Inman and Sheed. Sorry, 7.6.
So a second paired back.
Yeah.
Now he's got some fun because he's got to get rid of these, dispose of these battlers. Might do it up the hill just purely on grunt. He's gone past the Peugeot fairly summarily and up towards Schwantz Curve, the red BMW.
Just to go back to that Phil England point, he did come through 6th at the end of lap number 9, having lost out to Smith and Russell, and actually not too far ahead of number 84, Jonathan Candler. That's our race lead though, 108, Simon Wing, who we've not seen too much of today because he's been largely out in front on his own in both of the Armed Forces Race Challenge races today. And here he's about to catch the 127 car to lap that. That's the Neil Luke Mazda MX-5. He's in 19th place. I think, is that being lapped for a second time, therefore it may well be. Here's Sheed though. What's he done this time? The gap has gone out again that time between second and third. Slower lap from Sheed, so it's back up to 8.3, 8.4 seconds. So, not sure Sheed is going to catch Mark Inman here, Marcus.
It doesn't look like it, no. I think it took a little bit too long to clear the traffic, and it cost him a lot of time. But still a good run from the pit lane through the field. Hopefully, if he finishes there, we'll get to hear from him at the end, so we'll know exactly why.
Yes, although we're probably focusing on class winners, if we do get the chance to speak to David Sheed, just to find out what went on there, why he started from the pit lane, that would be fantastic. If Josh can try and elicit that information, but it might be too difficult to try and make that work.
A bridge too far.
Yeah. That was David Russell squeezing through the inside of the 113 car of Alex Rivette. Up at McLean's. Here's the Volvo of Chris Camp, number 19, running in 12th position. He's back ahead of Keith Atwood. Atwood was ahead over the line. So a good little scrap going on here between these two. Camp in the Class B car, Atwood's in a Class C Mini. Volvo certainly looks the part. Supercharger on the Mini wailing away as well. You can hear that. Looks like Atwood's going to try and get back through into what will be 11th position overall. And there's little scrap going on here, including the Peugeot of Liam Waterhouse, the Peugeot 206 GTI, with the Mazdas all around him, including Alex Ravelli's got ahead of Matthew Hoskins there, though, as Liam Waterhouse in the 129 car. Very smartly turned out Peugeot. 4 minutes of this race left. Not too much green on the timer screen, which means not too many drivers setting their personal best lap times, apart from Mark Inman on the previous lap in second place at 1 minute 20.14, and also Melissa Bexley actually in 27th position car, 28 in her BMW 116i. She's done a 134.09, which is her PB.
Yeah, Sheed has improved today's fastest lap, hasn't he? At 119.43, is that?
Now a 119.28 actually.
Oh, he's improved again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
too little, too late.
More than half a second faster than he managed in the first race, though. Here's Finn England in number 8 after his spin at the chicane a few laps ago. He's too far behind Smith and Russell to make any impact on them at the moment, as we're watching this nice little scrap for 21st and 22nd position between Matthew Hoskins and Liam Waterhouse.
That's another excursion from a 116.
Yeah, that's Daniel Blackett, the 27-year-old from Shepton Mallet, Air Engineering Supervisor. His first season of racing.
Oh, there's a MX-5 spun.
Just to prove it's not just the 116, it is the 127 car, which is Neil Luke, isn't it? From 18th position, has had the rotation. So Candler and Seeley here, 7th and 8th, the Peugeot number 84 and the red and white MR2 number 178, they've been at it pretty much all race long here.
They have, and they've changed positions several times.
They're about to do so again, I think. Seeley up the inside into Schwantz curve. He's going to be on the outside line though for McLean's, and there's back markers ahead, so you have to tuck back in behind. Liam Waterhouse, the Peugeot 206, is the one that they're just going past at the moment.
Down the straight, Seeley might rue having that wing on the back with a bit of an air brake on the MR2.
Yeah, certainly non-standard.
Here comes popping out of the slipstream down the outside, but Candler has been very strong on the brakes during this race, as we saw earlier on when ran side by side through the chicane.
Both running in Class C, which is the class for cars up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne, and they're lapping a Class D car. Now they went one of the MX-5s, the Alex Rivette car 113 in 20th position. And here's Simon Wing. Now he is about to go on to his final lap here, because there's only 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. The lap is about 1 minute 20. So here we're getting the last lap board. There it is, you can just about see it being out on the right hand side of your picture. Mark Inman in some traffic behind him. He has gone through to complete his 14th lap now, 7.26 seconds behind the race leader. But a good weekend this for Simon Wing, adding to his success at Silverstone earlier on in the season, the very first race of this year. Before today he'd had a win and 2 seconds, so make that 2 wins, 2 seconds, and about to be 3 wins and 2 seconds, I would think. 22 Mark Inman is the driver in second place in the Caterham Sigmax, 7 seconds behind the leader. He's just at McLean's now. Good clean race this from Mark Inman, it usually seems to be the case. David Sheed has continued to close the gap.
About 5 seconds behind, isn't he?
Yeah. And there he is, just tucked in behind the 17.116. Not for much longer, soon blasts past that. But here's Simon Wing then, down to Robert Chicane for the final time. Right, and then left, and then on to the Wheatcroft straight. And Simon Wing comes through to take the checkered flag and win for the second time today in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. 15 laps in the book for him. Mike Wells just goes across the line as well in his MR2 Roadster a lap down, but winning Class D in 14th position overall. Second has gone the way of Mark Kidman in the Caterham. Third has gone the way of David Sheed in the BMW Compact, so that's 108 from 22 and 133. Paul Waterhouse, you can see going through a shot there. He's another driver that's a lap down. Just seeing fourth coming through, that's Alexander Smith, who's got a good distance clear in the end of David Russell's BMW. Sandwiched in between them is the lapped car of Class D front runner Douglas Inglis, his MX-5. And then I think the next car to come through is going to be Phil England. Yeah, here he is, the yellow Subaru with the black bonnet. Takes the checker flag in 6th place after a spin. Good scrap still coming in. Oh, and a spin on the...
That's Seeley.
It's Pete Seeley on the final lap. So after that scrap with Jonathan Candler all race long, Pete Seeley, there he is, recovering from his moment on the exit of the chicane, and he has lost a place, in fact, to Ben Gundry as a result of that on the final lap. So Ben Gundry goes 8th, Seeley 9th, and Chris Camp in the Volvo 10th. But I think that car on screen is now the last one to cross the finish line to take the checkered flag at the end of that Armed Forces Race Challenge contest, the penultimate race of the day. So let's have a look at the result from that one then. Simon Wing it was that completed 15 laps in a little over 20 minutes. He was 6.68 seconds clear of number 22 Mark Inman. So 108 took the win from 22 in second. David Sheet, number 133, took 3rd place. In 4th place it was 196 Alexander Smith. In 5th place number 12 David Russell. 6th to number 8 Phil England. 7th to 84 Jonathan Candler. Ben Gundry, number 53, took 8th. 178 Pete Seeley 9th, and Chris Campin, number 19, rounded out the top 10. So class wins there for Wing and for Inman and for Russell. And a bit further back for Michael Wells there in 14th position, you can see in car number 37, the Toyota MR2 Roadster. He won Class D from Doug Inglis and Alex Rivette. And more cars from Class D featuring further down, including all of those 116s, some of which spun and some of which didn't. Sadly, we lost Chris Slater on the opening lap of the race with that gear selector issue. Let's head down to the pit lane then. Josh Barrett is going to speak to our class winners, hopefully.
So we're down here with our class winners from the Armed Forces Races Challenge, which is actually the same class winners as earlier on today. So that means our overall winner was Simon Wing again. Well done, Simon. You get another race garland. And you went quicker in that race, so that was good.
Did I?
Yeah, I think in the 19s now.
Oh, brilliant. Well, there was nobody to chase though again, was there? So it's a bit of a time trial, really. I don't know where the BMW was for that race.
It started from the pit lane, so obviously some kind of problem.
Okay, yeah. And there was no oil or coolant down this time, so I could go a little bit quicker. But it's hard work out there. It's very warm out there today.
Enjoyable day though here at Donington?
Oh, very much so. Now it's finished and we got the first, so it's brilliant.
You doing the rest of the season with the Armed Forces Race Challenge?
Yeah, I'm aiming to go to Snetterton for the last one. So yeah.
Quite a different track there. Is that one you like?
I've been there once before and it went well, so I am looking forward to that one, especially as it's the 300, the long one, the twisty one. So it should be good.
See you there. So well done today to Simon Wing. Let's have a chat with Mike Wells, our Class D winner. Well done, Mike. Another class win. How was that race go for you?
Yeah, a little bit more lonely than the last one, but yeah, it was good fun. There was still some battling with some other people. A few dicey moments with faster cars coming through in places perhaps they could have waited till the straights, but that's what you get with multi-class racing, I guess. But yeah, it was good. It was good fun. Tried to just improve as I went along, really.
Yeah. So is the car pretty much an MR2 Championship spec, is it?
It is. It's weighted higher in order to get into the Class D, but I'm top of Class D here. But I'll be taking the weight out for next year for the MR2 Championship. Yeah. Other than that, same spec.
You doing Snetterton for the final round of the Armed Forces?
Yes, I will be. Yep.
Any plan to do the Burkitt this year?
Unfortunately, I'll be away for the Burkitt with work, but I will be doing the Race of Remembrance in November, which is up at Anglesey. It's a cracking event as well.
Best luck there. Have good fun there. And well done today. Then Mark Inman, our Class B winner in the Caterham. Mark again couldn't quite go with Simon, but I think a bit closer that time.
Yeah, I think it was 120.1s. So yeah, definitely found some pace. Put some more air in the tyres, that helped. Okay. But yeah, that was good fun. Lonely race, but lots of traffic, so it makes it fun.
What other plans you got this season?
We've got another round at Snetterton, and then that's it for the year. Then I might change cars. I don't know what I'm doing yet. We've got another baby due at the end of the year.
Yeah. You still got your Vauxhall, or is this a different car you got in plan?
I've still got the Vauxhall, although it's not used for 2 years, so I need to do something with that.
Well, we look forward to seeing that out if it is. Well done, Mark. And then our Class C winner was David Russell again. Well done, David. Another class win.
Yeah. Another really good race. A little bit closer to Alex in the Integra in Class B, which made some really good racing.
Yeah.
It was good fun.
You normally get somebody to battle with, don't you? One of the higher classes.
Yeah, there's always someone to battle with, isn't there? You know, and that's the great thing about this grid. There's just so many cars on it, so many different types of cars, and even stuff in different classes can be quite close sometimes. Yeah, it's good.
Looking forward to Snetterton now?
Yeah, I am. I'm really looking forward to it, actually. Just see whether we can continue this streak. But hopefully the wheel doesn't fall off like it did the last time I was there. But yeah, I'm really excited for it.
Are you planning to do the Burkitt this year?
Hopefully. We select the best performing drivers to make our team, and then go up against the Navy and the Army. We won on handicap last year, just dropped that one in there. Hopefully I'll be in the team, and hopefully we'll have some more success.
Is that a fun event that you enjoy?
I absolutely love the Burkitt. You know, it's what personifies our team in a way. It's not just the 4 or 5 or 3 drivers in their cars. You cannot do well at that event without a team of support people behind you, and we're really lucky that we've got that. You know, last year we had 40 people supporting 4 cars, which is incredible, really.
And what's it like racing with other members of the forces?
It's brilliant. There's minimal contact. You know, everybody respects each other, and it's good fun. It's good all-round fun.
Well done today. Look forward to seeing you there. So that completes our Armed Forces Race Challenge. There's one more race to go though here at Donington Park, and that is for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship.
Yeah, cars actually on the grid and now leaving the grid on their green flag lap for this final race of the day here at Donington Park, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Here's the grid set by the earlier results. So 63 and 37 on the front row, that's Philip Wright and Chris McCloy. Second row is 7 and 22, Cameron Elder and Tate Taverner. Third row 44 and 21, Trevor Gregory and Jeff Connor in the first of the non-civics, the Clio. Row 4 is 9 and 2, Carl Hopkins and Martin Ward. Row 5 is 27 and 133, Scott Smith and Luke Sedjakowski. Row 6, 60 and 177, Stephen Langton and Matthew Mandipera. The 7th row, 58 and 4 I should say, Paul Jarvis and Stephen Harrison. The 8th row, 525 and 65, David Knight and Ben Morton. On the 9th row, it's Jared Coulson, number 14, and number 1, David Drinkwater. On the 10th row, it's 93 Charlie Hayes and 13 Stuart Kennedy. The 11th row is 98 Paul Warren and 20 Martin Paget. Row 12 is 316 Ivor Mayers and 55 David Measday. The 13th row of the grid is John Hobbs in 95 and Stephen Watson 107. The 14th row 403 Richard Bancroft and 17 William Bartlett. 15th 29 Michael Greenfield and treble 7 Michael Dwayne. The 16th row 5 Neil Frost and 16 Ben Piper, William Murphy in 31 and Sean Green 33 on the 17th row, if they are there. They were involved in the red flag incident at the start of the first race, and then also involved in that was 69 Joe Bauer. He may be on the inside of row 18 beside 259 Chris Coulthreed. So that's the way the grid is going to line up. Earlier on then we had a red flagged and restarted race. We lost Will Murphy, Sean Green and Joe Bauer from the incident towards the front end of the field in the first race. That was on the run up to Redgate Corner for the first time. Red flags flew, race restarted. Philip Wright came through to take the win after a good start from Chris McCloy in his older Civic, the 1994 car. Cameron Elder took third, Tate Taverner fourth, Trevor Gregory fifth, and Jeff Connor came back to sixth in his Clio. Class-wise, Class B was won by Luke Sedjakowski, making his first appearance in a Civic for several years, and Class C was won by David Drinkwater. Points-wise, Philip Wright now has 143, leading Class A. He's 44 points clear of his nearest rival. In Class B, it's Paul Jarvis on 139. He is 57 points clear of Stephen Harrison, and Class C, David Drinkwater 157, Martin Paget 61 points behind him. So each of the class leaders doing very well and convincingly leading their respective class, but relatively tight between them, although Drinkwater I think still the favourite for the championship. 15-minute race ahead of us then. Final few cars are just coming into position for this PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, and hopefully this time it will be a clean race and go the full 15 minutes, with a qualifying session to come after this for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which will have both of its races tomorrow.
Will McCloy in that lighter earlier Civic get the drop on poleman right, I wonder?
He may well do. We've seen the green flag wave at the back. Red lights go on. Out they go, and it is a good start from McCloy, as you wondered, and it's also a good start from the car in the second row of Cameron Elder. He was quick away in the first race too. So Wright has again dropped back at least a couple of positions. It's going to be McCloy and Elder leading into the first corner. Taverner in car 22 was beside Philip Wright as they headed through Redgate for the first time. 1 or 2 going a bit wide on the exit of Redgate and towards Hollywood. It is Wright that is there in third, I think, at the moment.
Taverner's fourth, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right up to third, up to second.
Yeah, back through on the inside of Cameron Elder there in number 7. That was down at the old hairpin. So just got Chris McCloy to try and pick off here. We'll see if he can do that before too much longer. Jeff Connor's made up a position. He's up into 5th. So he's got ahead of Trevor Gregory in the number 44 Honda with its new engine for this weekend.
Did Elder respond, I think? I wonder if he did. On the exit of the old hairpin, I think they might have been back where they were on the exit. Either Mears, I see go through there. Coleraine in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, let's have a look. No, it was right there in second, wasn't it, in the 63 car, and very close to the
yeah, it's got back there. It's Elder in the black and red, isn't it? Third, yeah. Whoa, so close through there.
Yeah, bit of rubbing almost in the Clios between number 4 and number 177, which was Matthew Mandapira, 4 Steve Harrison, of course. End of the first lap, and it was Wright actually by 1/10 of a second that was ahead over the line, so he'd made that work on the exit of the chicane. So number 63 Philip Wright leads at the end of lap 1 then from 37 Chris McCloy in second. Cameron Elder number 7 is in third position, and Tate Taverner 22 4th. There we are, there's confirmation of that. It is Philip Wright ahead, and Jeff Connor makes a move there on Tate Taverner down there at the old hairpin, so he's gone through into 4th position. Yeah, he is through into 4th, and that is Wright's old car, that Clio, the white and blue car. So Phil was chuffed to see it out there, and alongside him on the front row of the grid for the earlier race. There's Cameron Elder, who made a pretty good start but has dropped back down to 3rd position now. He'll be in the sights of Jeff Connor now, the Burbage driver.
So here's the top 6 then, coming down onto the chicane for the second time. Right, a decent lead over McCloy, but behind him it's all very busy. There's Langton in the number 60 Yoo-Hoo Honda, passing Martin Ward. Tate Taverner hasn't been completely shaken off by Jeff Connor. Quite fancies getting that place back. For the right fastest lap, 1:19.19.
Yeah, that's right. And in the earlier race he did a 1:19.50.
Yeah, so it's as the temperature has moved away, I think the ambient temperature has dropped. The car's working a bit better.
That's right. Still outside Alistair Camp's lap record though from last May, 1:18.76. Alistair Camp off racing in another championship these days for Honda Civics. So the cars go through. There's Paul Jarvis in his number 58 Citroen Saxo, one of the Class B from his Class B Championship leader indeed. But he's only 3rd in that class at the moment. It's being led again by Luke Sedgwickowski, but David Knight in his Honda Civic is 2nd in Class B for the moment. Then Jarvis, then Jared Coulson and Matthew Mandapira. In Class C, it's David Drinkwater, of course, that leads that by fairly comfortable margin from Ivor Mares, who's second in Class C at the moment. And this is the Integra Type R of Ben Morton that's getting past Paul Jarvis. That's a Class A car, so it doesn't affect his position on points within Class B. Saw Luke Sedjakowski and David Knight go through shot there.
1.53 the advantage for Philip Wright now as the rest of the field streams through. There's Ivor Mares in the Taylor Yates handbags BMW. Did all those races at Brands Hatch recently, then went home and returned from Northern Ireland to race at Thruxton the following weekend in a Porsche 924.
Busy man, loves his racing.
Long-time Formula Ford man, he was classic
right.
Formula Ford champion in Scotland several years running.
Yep, and he still usually makes the pilgrimage to the Formula Ford Festival as well, so we'll see if he's there for that this year. That's Jared Coulson. Now that car was smoking the first race as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a little more serious.
It does. It's still going to reasonable lick though. He is in 16th overall. He's got Stephen Harrison number 4 behind him.
You can virtually smell the oil, can't you, in Harrison's cockpit from the car in front of him.
Harrison from Southern Warwickshire, a projects manager in the food manufacturing sector. First full season of club racing, did some hot hatch and road sports races last year. There's David Drinkwater, our Class C champion, who's doing battle with the number 93 car. That's Charlie Hayes. They're both BMW compacts, but Charlie's is a little more powerful.
We've lost the Honda Integra, unfortunately. Ben Morton. That's pulled off outside our window.
The other car which just saw going through his shot there was Sean Green, number 33, up from the back of the grid, having been involved in that red flag incident in the earlier race. I don't think the other two drivers involved made it out there.
His car was sort of peripherally involved in the incident, wasn't just kind of collected at the end. I'm sure it was taking a lot of effort to get it back raceworthy condition, but the other two were well bent, sadly.
They were indeed. 8.5 minutes left to go. So that's the Mares car that we can see, and he is just ahead of Paul Warren. So this is for class position, second within Class C. So it's BMW's first, second and third within Class C at the moment. They're all compacts, but it's the 325 Ti of Mares, so different shape. Wright's now done a 1:18.97 in the lead of the race, so he's now within just over 2/10 of Alistair Camp's lap record here. Oh, and Stephen Harrison's just spun. I wonder if that was on something that was coming out of the back of Jared Coulson's car that he was behind.
I wonder. The side of that car is pretty savage, isn't it? The Ivor Mares car is a compact, but it's got a, as it should be with the handbag sponsor, has a compact in it, but it has a 325 engine in it.
Yeah. So there they go, over the line. Mares and Warren, 22nd and 23rd overall, second and third. Oh, actually, they're 21st and 22nd now because of Morton's retirement, but still second and third within Class C. So Harrison's back on circuit now. He was 20th over the line after that spin in his GMP run car. Oh, and that's a Civic that's pulling off into retirement.
That's on the exit. It was to climb up towards Schwantz Curve, isn't it, on the outside?
Is that Martin Ward, possibly?
Yes, I think it could well be the red car, yeah.
Yeah, he was in 10th position. So that'd be a great shame if Martin Ward, the man from Norwich, was out of this hot hatch race. It's just under 7 minutes left to go. There's our race leader, Philip Wright, going through in the lead. Number 63 from number 37, Chris McCloy in second. Jeff Connor there is now up to third place in number 21.
Fastest lap's been changed again, hasn't it? It's a very good lap there. That's broken into the 18s, 1:18.97 to our race leader.
Watching Jeff Connor in third place now in the Clio, just ahead of Cameron Elder in the Civic. And then a couple of seconds behind these, it's going to be Tate Taverner and Trevor Gregory, another pair of cars. Just see them in the back of shot there. But Class A cars filling the first 9 places at the moment. First Class B car is Luke Sedzikowski in 10th. Paul Jarvis still only 3rd in Class B. Of course, in the first race he was also 3rd in the class behind Sedzikowski and Mantipera. So not been the strongest of weekends for Paul Jarvis. It sort of sets him back in his championship hopes. Cameron Elder just pulling out of the slipstream of number 21, Jeff Connor there. In the Wright Automotive car. Elder. Chink round the back marker there, chasing after Chris Malloy. Well, Elder's there flashing his lights at Jeff Connor. I'm not sure what he's seeking to achieve with that.
I suspect Jeff Connor knows he's there. I mean, they've been locked in combat for enough laps. There's a puff of smoke off, belch of flame from Cameron Elder's Honda as it chases the Renault down the plunge through the craters. Oh dear.
This is a mess, and that's Paul Jarvis. And there's a fire underneath. He's made contact with 525 David Knight, who was 2nd on the road. Oh, and Jeff Connor's off the road now. That's on the exit of the old hairpin. All of a sudden, madness has descended on Donington Park. So he's going to lose out, I think, to Cameron Elder there. Yes, he has done. So Elder has gone through in the number 7 car. Paul Jarvis is pulling off onto the grass. Hopefully those flames have extinguished themselves. Red flag now flying, probably as a result of those cars, more to the point, the gravel that's liberally sprinkled across the track. Big dent in the door of David Knight's car as well. He was 2nd in Class B, but has been involved in that incident that's brought about the red flag there. So the race being stopped, and I suspect with only 5 minutes to go, it's not going to be restarted. So we'll see if we do get the checkered flag shown on that as well. Possibly our camera that's directed in that direction can see if we can get the checkered flag as well as a red flag shown here. If that's the case, then it will be Philip Wright obviously to take the win. I thought, well, they are stopping them for the moment on the grid, but I somehow doubt that we're going to get a restart here, Marcus. Because it would only be for over about 2 laps or something like that if there was one.
I think they're just concerned just about the car up there, where it's positioned, and
yes.
That's driver out, isn't it, in the background?
Yes, looks like that's good news. Yes, not able to get out of the driver's door.
Taking a big whack in the driver's door, and we didn't see what precipitated that.
Yes, I mean obviously Paul Jarvis was involved as well, but that's not to say that it was necessarily Jarvis's car that made contact with the side of Knight's. It could have been some of the circuit furniture that caused the large dent. So I mean that's a huge amount of gravel that's come across the circuit as well. No doubt both of the cars must have presumably gone through the gravel to spread it out all the way across the circuit like that. If nothing else, there's a lot of broom work to be done by the marshals before we get any more track action. We think that possibly the tyre barrier that you can see behind David Knight's car was what has been collected by David Knight. That's now going to be moved by the driver of the snatch vehicle and put back into its position. So I did wonder if that was the case, that somehow David Knight's managed to get into that, and that is what has caused the damage. So that's a stack of presumably tyres that are bundled together. But yeah, that's not its original position. It's going to be lifted, I think, by the snatch vehicle and taken back to its correct location, which is all the way over here on the other side of the circuit. So it's moved it quite a long way. There's quite a lot of force involved in doing that. To the marshal there just holding on to guide it into position. Actually, is it even the barriers, the tyre bundle, not from this side of the circuit, but the other? Ah, there's Sean Green's car, that's off the road as well. Didn't see that one off before. sort of hiding behind the barriers in any case. Yeah, it is the tyre stack though from this position. So we've got drivers stopped on the circuit just short of the grid and just short of the pit lane. Still the red flag thing. We've not seen a checkered flag though to indicate that's the end of the race. I'm sure the officials will be keeping an eye on the clock because we've got one more qualifying session to go before the curfew this evening here at Donington Park for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and they'll be keen to get that in as scheduled. I'm not bringing that to you on the live stream, but for those of you here at the circuit, you'll be able to watch that qualifying session, assuming the circuit is ready for that. So we just await information about what's going to go on here. It looks like those cars are being directed to the pit lane. Yes, they are. So I think we can assume, therefore, that is that for today's racing here at Donington Park. So that hot hatch race coming to an end. So whether or not we'll get to see a result of that on screen or not remains to be seen, because it would need to go back a lap to determine the result. I don't think it will affect the overall top three or the class winners, obviously, because the two Class B drivers involved in that, who are second and third within Class B, they won't be classified in the results because they were part of the incident that caused the red flag. So that will mean that Class B will be Sedgwickowski, Mandy Pira and Coulson, I think, probably in that order. Class C will be David Drinkwater, Ivor Mayers and Paul Warren in that order. And Class A and overall will be Philip Wright, Chris McCloy and Jeff Connor in that order. So I don't know whether we're going to get drivers stopped in the pit lane for Josh Barrett to talk to either for this one. So we do have people to talk to in a moment or two, I understand, so we'll bring you some interviews just as soon as we can. So we've had two shortened hot hatch races today, a red flag in the first race caused by a start line incident and a red flag bringing a premature end to this one. A quick reminder, tomorrow it's the BMW Car Club Summerfest here at Donington Park, with more racing from the 750 Motor Club with a BMW theme. So two races tomorrow for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the 90-minute race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy, and the ultimate BMW race to round off the day, followed by a parade of various different BMWs, road-going BMWs, to round out the day. But also the second and third races for the RLM Racing Sports 1000s, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. That's all from Marcus and I in the commentary box for today. Good night from us, and we'll head down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane for the final time today.
Yeah, thanks Ian. We're down here then for the final time. The PBS Brakes hot hatch drivers, and it was Phil Wright to win them again. Well done, Phil, give you a winner's garland. And again, the start wasn't quite to plan, but you got back through.
Oh, yeah. Better than the last one, but yeah, we've got to do something different. I can't keep going backwards at starts.
But we got through pretty quickly this time into the lead.
Yeah, gaps seem to open and seem to just pick it nicely.
Yeah, you got into the 19s this time, so going quickly.
Oh, happy days then.
And all good now for the rest of the season, I guess.
Well, it's just started misfiring as we were sat there, so I don't know if she's got hot or what, but yeah, fingers crossed everything's all right, and yeah, bring on Anglesey.
Well, good luck. Is that a good track for you, do you think?
Yeah, I've always done well at Anglesey, so yeah, fingers crossed.
I'll see you there. Let's have a word with Chris McCloy. I thought we'd have a chat with Chris for a change. You've had a good season, Chris, but Phil's always seems to just beat you at the end.
Yeah. It's race pace, isn't it? I've had 2 pole positions this year, but I'm just 0.3 seconds off race pace. I just can't keep up with it. But I'm happy with a little car, built it myself. It's got a Honda MPV engine in it, just left how it is. So yeah, it's been reliable. It's been good. been having a real good season with the guys, you know.
Yeah, it's nice to have a sort of retro car, one of the older cars on the grid and being right at the front.
Yeah, well, it's I'm only 3 years older than it. 1994 it is. But no, it's really good fun. I'm looking forward to Anglesey.
Yeah.
Never been, but nice 2-day event, isn't it? Make a little holiday on it during my birthday.
Yeah, that's always nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So good fun.
Best of luck at Anglesey, hope it goes well. And let's have a ride with our class winners now. Luke won Class B again. Looked like it was a busy start to the race, Luke.
Oh yeah, it was chaos again, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Just got to get stuck in, haven't you? And it's good that there's a mix of A-class cars and B-class cars all together, actually, because there's such a difference in how they perform, and an A-class drags you down the straight, but then you're back on him on the brakes. And so yeah, it was a really good fun race.
Do you think you'll be doing some more racing with this car now?
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure what to do really.
Yeah. I know last year you were telling me this car sort of being developed for the future, maybe.
Yeah, for One Make Championships really, because obviously we've got Tegra run Type R Trophy, which is all EP3s, which is the shape before this one, and no one's really racing FN2, so yeah, potentially there's a future in One Make racing in the FN2 Civic.
And the top format of Type R Trophy, that's come on really well with the backing from Tegra.
Oh yeah, it's been incredible. We obviously did the foundation package a few years ago, which filled the grid up, and now the grid's always around 30, which is brilliant to see, and everyone really enjoys it.
And how are things going with the business at the moment?
Yeah, Tegra was good. Obviously COVID was really good for all e-commerce, so COVID was a good year, and then still now a case of trying to get stock from people. Yeah. That's the biggest battle, is people want to buy the stuff, but we can't get hold of it.
The business is still obviously supporting 750 Motor Club already a lot, so that's a big thanks to you.
Yeah, well obviously we sponsor Club Enduro and Road Sports as well, which I love those championships and hope to be back there maybe next year.
Anything you can tell us about that, or is it all in the works?
Well, we might be building another NSX.
Yeah, well, we'd love to see that. Thanks, Luke. Let's have a longer chat this time with David. Well done, David. Looked like the start, Paul got ahead of you for a moment, did he?
Yeah, he was alongside and I think up the inside, and it was good. It was a good start. It was clean for me. Keep your position and run round. So yeah, I think it was a good race after that. So just steady. I was having a good race with the other red compact. So that was pretty cool.
How did it compare the other compact that was in Class B you were racing against?
Yeah, it's quick in a straight line, isn't it? Much faster than the 3 litre. I think a relatively new driver, so a bit more to catch up through the corners and stuff. But what I did want to say is just want to say hello to my nephew Isaac, who's watching. He'll be sat at home watching, and all my family are watching as well. So. Love that they're doing that at home.
Enjoyable weekend here at Donington?
Yeah, it's been maximum points, I think. I think fastest lap, I think I just got told. So hopefully maximum points and good for the championship going to Anglesey.
Obviously Phil now is winning races and doing fastest laps, so you know that you've got to continue with this form all the way through.
Yeah, he needs a bit of competition more, doesn't he? Where's Ryan? Ryan needs to get the car back out. So if I keep going the way I am, then should be okay. But there's still 5 rounds to go, so you never know.
You enjoyed sharing this car with some of the family members this year as well?
Yeah, I've been running it with Colin, my sister's other half. So it's first year in racing, so we've been doing some road sports, a 45-minute race. So he's getting used to that. He's on his 4th race now, and he's getting the hang of it. His times are good, and he's progressing well.
And lots of racing for you as always this year?
Yeah, got a few more to go, some C1 stuff to go, some Super Sport, Race Remembrance, some KAs, more of this. So yeah, quite a few.
And you don't want to stop anytime soon?
No. Why would you do that? It's more fun, isn't it? It's a weekend away. Enjoy your time and do a bit of racing.
Great stuff, David. Well done. So that concludes all the racing today at Donington Park. There is more qualifying if you're here at the circuit, but tomorrow we'll be back on Alpha Live with the BMW Summerfest, so we concentrate on BMW racing tomorrow. If you're here at the circuit, there's other types of racing to enjoy as well. So we'll see you back here tomorrow at Donington Park.